The case of Borden family. The Borden family's story began in Missouri when Michael and Catherine met as classmates in school. Michael was drawn to Catherine, who was blonde, radiant, and responsive. He used different methods to capture her attention, like helping with homework and inviting her for walks. This led them to become best friends, spending much time together, learning, and sharing secrets. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love. Michael invited Catherine on a date, during which he first expressed his love for her. After some time, they got married in a beautiful and memorable ceremony, where they vowed to love each other through all of life's challenges. 10 years into their marriage, they moved to Leaditz, Pennsylvania, a town founded by members of the Moravian Church in 1756 and home to descendants of Moravian communities. Life in the town was calm and serene. Many families were part of the Christian Amish community and lived in a way that reflected their beliefs. They embraced simplicity, choosing to forego many modern technologies. The Borden family was very religious, so choosing Leaditz was intentional. This suburb seemed ideal for raising children, as life there was consistently peaceful. Each day was similar to the previous one, offering the tranquil environment the family of Borden desired for family life and spiritual connection with God. Michael was involved in the local church, where he taught Sunday school, while Catherine mainly took care of the home and helped her husband with his community work. Michael primarily worked for spiritual fulfillment, but to support his everyday needs, he worked as a manager at a printing company. Over the years, they had 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. Most families in Leaditz were large, with many having more than 5 children. To protect their children from the challenges and dangers of the wider world, families often attended church, WH. Our local teenagers participated in youth groups and they were homeschooled. Interaction between families was mainly through joint religious organizations and celebrations. The family ideal established by Michael Borden continued for many years, raising children with faith and discipline. At the beginning of the 2000s, the oldest sons left for university in another city, leaving 3 children at home. These children continued their homeschooling, much to their parents' satisfaction. Neighbors and the couple's few friends praised the children's upbringing and their wide range of interests. Kara, Caitlin, and Daniel were known for being exemplary, kind, and responsive, although this wasn't always the case. However, when Kara, the eldest daughter, hit her teenage years, she totally shook up the family traditions. Against her father's wishes, she started playing for the local soccer team, sneaking out to nightclubs, and doing everything she used to be forbidden from doing. Her behavior affected her father. Long talks and guidance just couldn't get through to Kara. Arguments became frequent and often led to her running away. She openly showed interest in boys and sought out relationships. In 2005, David Ludwig, who was 18, and Kara Borden, who was 14, met in a support group for students with homeschooling issues. They were both quickly formed a close friendship, unbeknownst to their parents. They decided to create social media profiles to communicate secretly. Their exchanges were frequent and emotional, and they used encoded messages to keep their conversations hidden for as long as possible. After some time, exchanging letters was no longer sufficient, so they started meeting in secret. Initially, they took walks in quiet, secluded areas around the city. Gradually, their friendship turned into a romantic relationship. They began sneaking out at night to go to discos and stayed together until morning. David, being older, had already experienced first love and break. Kara, on the other hand, was so young that her emotions were overwhelming. Kara was very young, so her emotions were intense. She didn't simply walk, she appeared to glide, with a joyful smile constantly on her lovely face. Meeting David made Kara become obedient to her parents again. Her father was thrilled, thinking the teenage troubles were a thing of the past. But Michael was wrong. It was only the fear of being found out by her parents that calmed the girl's rebellious spirit while she hid her love for David. This saddened Kara a lot, as she knew how her parents would react to relationships at such a young age. Since childhood, they had instilled very different ideas about the possible love between a man and a woman, trying to protect her from that reality for as long as possible. Fearing her parents' negative reaction, they guarded their secret very carefully, but sooner or later, all secrets come to light. One day, Kara couldn't hold back any longer and shared her secret with her sister. She showed her a photo of David and explained how their relationship started, expressing how deeply in love they were and their determination to be together against all odds. They were even ready to elope. Worried for Kara's safety, her sister told their mother about the elopement plans, revealing the secret of them. Early one morning, Kara quietly climbed through the window into the house and tiptoed to her room, feeling thrilled. She had just returned from a date with David. However, when she entered her room, she froze. Her mother was sitting on her bed, and the situation became pressured without a word being spoken. After breakfast, Kara's parents told her she was not allowed to have any relationship with the young man. Her parents were upset because they had tried to protect their children from violence, drugs, and other negative influences, and they couldn't believe this had happened. Kara's father was so angry and disappointed that he wouldn't let her leave her room that night. However, Kara spent the night at David's house instead. At 5:30 a.m., David dropped her off near her home. They had agreed that Kara would text him as soon as she safely returned to her room. But the message never came. David called her home several times and sent a few messages on social media. An hour later, Kara told him she had been caught and asked him to come over so her parents could talk to him. David arrived on time for the meeting. The conversation started with Kara's father expressing strong anger and forbidding David from seeing his daughter. Kara's parents held very conservative values and were firmly against her having relationships at such a young age. The father's heart was unmoved by David's words of love. He warned David that if he saw him with Kara again, he would report him to the police for being involved with a minor. Despite the long and emotional discussion, it ended without resolution. Kara was locked in her room once more, and David left empty. Indeed. He got into his old car and drove away, crying for the first time over a girl, or perhaps because he felt he wasn't taken seriously. The separation was very difficult. The lovers struggled with being apart and couldn't handle it, so they decided to deceive everyone. They pretended to break up to meet Kara's father's demands, but continued their secret love affair. In public or at church, they acted like ex-lovers and didn't even acknowledge each other. Kara's parents felt reassured, believing they had safeguarded their daughter from a rash decision. David missed Kara deeply. In the evenings, he read Shakespeare, dreaming of serenading her openly like Romeo. However, like in the Capulet and Montague story, the lovers couldn't reconcile their families to win their approval. David Ludwig took determined steps regarding his relationship with Kara. He called her home to arrange a meeting with her father, intending to discuss their plans to marry. On November 13, 2015, David arrived at the Borden residence to speak with Michael, Kara's father. He expressed his love for Kara, their ongoing relationship, and their intention to get married. Michael dismissed the idea, saying it would never happen. Expecting such a reaction, David, driven by anger, pulled out a handgun and shot Michael in the back as he was heading to the front door. David then went to find Kara's mother, Catherine, and shot her while she was sitting in a chair. David searched the house for Kara, calling her name, but he couldn't find her. Later, as he was driving away, he saw Kara running towards him down the road. She got into the car and told David she wanted to leave, get married, and start a new life far away. They fled the city in David's red car. But why would a 14-year-old girl run away with someone who had just been so brutal? Wasn't she shocked and scared? Both were seen as good kids. How did they become criminals? Kara Borden went missing for 24 hours after her parents, Michael and Catherine Borden, were found dead. After examining surveillance footage, the police tracked the teenagers. The footage showed that Kara went with David willingly, so the charges of abducting her were dropped against David. Alerts were sent across the east as police in Pennsylvania and Indiana investigated reports of the couple heading west in a red Volkswagen Jetta. On Monday morning, authorities received a tip about a vehicle matching the description parked near a truck stop outside Fort Wayne. However, when the police arrived, the car was gone. State police were alerted, and patrol officers spotted the car on I-70 in Belleville around noon. David Ludwig entered the interstate and led them on a 5-mile chase, reaching speeds of 90 to 95 miles per hour on a 2-lane highway. State Trooper Alex, who participated in the pursuit, described David as extremely reckless and dangerous, causing multiple accidents like scenes from an action movie. The saga of the runaway lovers became a major national news story. Television broadcasts showed the capture of the teenage fugitives after the boy had killed his girlfriend's parents and fled with her. It was revealed that David and Kara planned to escape far away, get married, and start a new life. The district attorney announced that the earlier Kara abduction charge against David would be dismissed, but the charges for the deaths of Michael and Catherine would continue. After the incident, David and Kara fled together and were on the run from the authorities for about 28 hours before being captured in Indiana. Kara did not face any charges. David was held without bail on charges of murder and abduction. Kara was placed under the care of relatives and church members. David Ludwig was arrested on November 14, 2005, after a high-speed chase that ended when his vehicle crashed into a tree. He was charged with the deaths of the Michael and Catherine following a prolonged conflict. 14-year-old Kara did not face any charges. On November 16, David was extradited back to Pennsylvania after waiving extradition. David confessed to 2 counts of intentional harm, stating that it was a deliberate act and that he intended to shoot them if they got in their way, which he did. During the young man's arrest, the police searched his vehicle and found no weapons. However, when they went to David's home, they discovered 54 firearms belonging to his father, a hunter who had taught David how to use them. In an 18-minute video from a laptop found in the house, David is seen discussing a plan to invade another family's home. The video also shows him bringing weapons into the house. According to court documents, finally he decided not to go through with the plan because there were too many cars at the location. The police declared Kara Borden a victim in the case, yet David filed court documents claiming that surveillance footage from various stores along their route would prove she was not abducted. David did not resist efforts to return him to Pennsylvania. A Pennsylvania judge ordered him held without bail. He was not represented by an attorney during the charge presentation. A preliminary hearing was set for November 23rd. The trial of David was brief. According to court documents, Kara's 13-year-old sister, Caitlin, told investigators that her parents were shot after arguing with David for about an hour. Caitlin saw David shoot her father and then ran to the bathroom, where she heard a second shot, presumably the one that took her mother's life. David then ran through the house calling for Kara. She told investigators that the couple's 9-year-old son, Daniel, ran to neighbors who called 911, reporting the tragic event. In June 2006, David entered a plea agreement with District Attorney Donald R. Totaro, who had sought the death penalty as punishment. David pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree perpetrating, among other charges, and was immediately sentenced to 2 consecutive life in prison sentences. He was also ordered to pay $125,000 in restitution. Since 2006, Kara has been under guardianship represented by legal counsel. In a written statement published on November 22, 2005, the abduction charge against David was dropped, with the court concluding that Kara left with David of her own free will. David's lawyer reportedly stated that Kara voluntarily accompanied David during their journey through 3 states, and surveillance recordings showed that Kara had ample opportunity to escape. Kara admitted that she ran after David as he left her house. She simply wished to marry her beloved David. Kara has been identified as a victim in this tragic situation, and thus the district attorney of Lancaster County did not levy any criminal charges against her. Her actions alongside David's during the investigation and the digital trail of emails, blogs, and texts they left behind contributed to this decision. At a solemn memorial service held at Lancaster Bible College, Kara, amidst her siblings, mourned her pair. NTS. The Borden family's neighborhood showed its respect and remembrance by adorning mailboxes with white ribbons. The loss left 5 children without the guidance and love of their parents. George Landis, an elder from the Monterey Chapel, reflected on the incident by saying that the purpose behind such loss is known only to God, reassuring that Michael and Catherine are in a better place. Vera Zimmerman, 50, familiar with the Borden family and David's mother for 7 years, remarked on the upbringing of the children, pointing out that a lapse in judgment led to the unfortunate events. David's appeal for release was finally denied by the state appeals court, as reported by the Lancaster County District Attorney's Office after his sentencing on June 20th. David underwent several evaluations at Camp Hill before being transferred to a state prison in Indiana County, where he began serving his life sentence for the murder of his girlfriend's parents. The tragic case of the Borden family serves as a haunting reminder of how seemingly innocent relationships can spiral into devastating consequences. What began as a story of young love evolved into a dark tale of rebellion, betrayal, and violence, leaving an entire family shattered and 2 lives forever altered. The aftermath of this heartbreaking event highlights the fragility of trust, the dangers of secrecy, and the far-reaching impact of a single, catastrophic decision. The case of the Winkler family. Matthew Bryan Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in Henderson, Tennessee. He was the youngest of 3 sons, with 2 older brothers, James and Daniel. Matthew's parents, Dan and Diane Winkler, were deeply religious and they raised their sons very strictly. It is worth noting that Matthew became a 5th-generation church pastor. His father, Uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler and great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. have all been pastors of the gospel. Matthew grew up in a respected family. His father was the head of the local preacher's school and was a well-known figure in their hometown. As a result, Matthew and his brother attended Sunday school and actively participated in church activities. Outside of church, Matthew excelled in high school soccer, with many believing he had the potential to become a world-class athlete. As the head of the family frequently traveled for his preaching activities, he was often accompanied by his wife and children. As a result, their children, including Matthew, attended multiple schools during childhood. Despite this, he was an outgoing and friendly child who easily made friends in each new place. When Matthew finished high school, his family was living in Austin, Texas. He was a charismatic person but didn't excel academically. Following graduation, Matthew attended Free Hardeman College and graduated successfully. During his time at college, Matthew began developing his pastoral skills under his father's guidance. He served as the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed as the preacher at the Church of Christ located on 4th Street in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carroll was born in December 1973 in G Township, Tennessee. She was the elder of two sisters, raised by parents who were deeply devoted to their Christian faith. In fact, her father was a pastor at the local church, where Mary and her younger sister attended Sunday school. A few years after Mary was born, Mary's parents had a second daughter. She was born prematurely and had serious health issues, including cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and intellectual disabilities. This was very challenging for her parents to accept, so they looked for different treatments and even tried experimental therapy to help her. Unfortunately, none of these treatments led to improvements in her health. Mary loved her younger sister dearly and always tried to care for her with kindness and compassion. In 1987, tragedy struck when Mary's 10-year-old sister suffered an epileptic seizure while bathing. Mary had briefly left the room to retrieve something from the bathing accessories, and by the time Mary returned, her sister was no longer breathing. Despite efforts to revive her sister, but she passed away. For Mary, a 13-year-old girl, this was a big shock and the first loss in her life. She was shaken. Consumed by guilt and self-blame, Mary struggled to cope with her grief and she had a nervous breakdown. Mary teachers, concerned about her well-being, referred her to the school psychologist. The therapy sessions were very effective, but they did not last long. When her father discovered the therapy sessions, he became outraged and forbade Mary from continuing, insisting that family problems should be kept within the family. Unfortunately, Mary never received real attention from her parents. Mary grew up as a shy and modest person. After her younger sister's tragic death, causing Mary to become increasingly withdrawn and struggled with the emotional trauma. Her father did not allow her to seek help from therapists, which led to serious psychological problems over time. Years later, Mary's parents decided to adopt a young girl named Charlotte from a troubled large family. Shortly after, they also welcomed Charlotte's two brothers and sister into their home, reuniting the siblings. As the older sibling, Mary took care of the younger children and helped her mother. Around the same time, Mary met Matthew, who had just graduated from high school. He was charming, handsome, and popular among girls. However, his strict religious upbringing prevented him from freely expressing his romantic feelings. Despite this, Mary and Matthew quickly hit it off, which soon blossomed into love. As their feelings grew deeper and deeper, they decided to take the next step. After a few months, they introduced each other to their parents, who gave their blessing. With their parents' approval, Mary and Matthew began planning their wedding, which took place in April 1994. When Matthew's family welcomed their first daughter, Patricia, his college education was temporarily postponed. To support his family, he worked at a construction site, but he only did it for a short time, because he was not used to hard physical labor. This was when Mary began to notice that Matthew had a difficult temperament. He would often get angry over nothing, become easily irritated, and have trouble controlling his temper. Mary, a gentle and quiet young woman, decided not to speak out about the issues she faced, and instead she kept her family problems to herself. Mary, brought up in a patriarchal household, she had been taught to obey her husband without question. Initially, the Winklers lived close to Mary's parents, allowing her to visit them frequently. However, their lives took a turn for the worse when Mary's mother, Mrs. Freeman, was diagnosed with cancer. The disease progressed rapidly, and she passed away within a few months. This loss was another blow to Mary. Now she has the responsibility of taking care of her little siblings. Mary's situation became increasingly complex during this time, due to her second pregnancy. Following the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to a new city, where they purchased a small home. After the move, Mary became fully devoted to caring for her baby, which led to her nearly ceasing communication with her father and younger siblings. Their constant need for attention overwhelmed her, which further strained their relationships. Additionally, Mary struggling with severe postpartum depression. Those close to the Winkler family noticed changes in Mary's behavior and personality that seemed unusual and concerning. As an introverted person with sociophobic tendencies, she found it challenging to connect with others and form friendships. She gets upset easily, and any little thing can bring her to tears. During this period, as Matthew's career as a pastor progressed, Mary grew increasingly withdrawn. The situation further deteriorated when she became pregnant for the third time, and a few months later, discovered that the fetus had not survived, adding to her emotional pain. This news was devastating for Mary, who had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of this child. Several months earlier, Mary had been overjoyed when she finally became pregnant after a 2-year wait, signaled by the 2 long-awaited lines on her pregnancy test. However, Mary's happiness was tempered by fear, and she chose to keep her pregnancy a secret for a long time. Eventually, as her condition became more noticeable, people around her began speculating about her unusual behavior and private life. Those who knew Mary closely believed that her unusual behavior was due to the severe trauma she experienced in her childhood, which had taken a toll on her emotional well-being. Behind closed doors, Matthew and Mary's seemingly perfect marriage was far from ideal. Matthew would often shout and snap at his wife, Mary, for no apparent reason, much to the concern of their neighbors. Despite her efforts to maintain a facade of a happy marriage, the truth began to unravel when Mary appeared with a huge black eye. Although she claimed it was an accident, rumors quickly spread about the pastor's violent behavior towards his wife. The tension in their relationship worsened when Matthew had a growing desire to try new things in the bedroom, and he suggested to his wife that they experiment with role-playing, adult toys, and other activities. However, these ideas were met with strong disapproval from Mary. She had been raised in a conservative and strict family, found these ideas to be completely unacceptable. As a result, she firmly told Matthew that she would not engage in such activities. This led to Matthew becoming angry and frustrated, and he repeatedly attempted to force Mary to give in to his desires. The situation became increasingly unbearable for Mary, who suffered abuse from her husband in the bedroom. She eventually confided in her closest friend, tearfully sharing her struggles and asking for kept confidential. Unfortunately, her friend knew the promise and instead shared the information with others. The incident led to widespread rumors about the pastor's behavior, Matthew, damaging his reputation within the community. At that time, Matthew is being promoted and desires to become a local church leader. Nevertheless, his aspirations were dashed due to the swift spread of unflattering rumors about him. Matthew suffered further consequences, was dismissed from Sunday school, where he had previously been in good standing and had successfully taught God's word to the children. The decision was prompted by complaints from parents who had also heard about the pastor's strange hobbies. Matthew. As a result, the family Matthew had to move house there and relocate to a different city in search of a fresh start. They eventually settled in Slumber, where soon gained the affection and respect of the people around them. Matthew resumed his role as a church pastor, while his wife, Mary, took on a part-time job to help supplement the family's income. Although their family is not yet peaceful, Mary and Matthew presented themselves as an ideal couple, making their family seem like a model to their neighbors and church congregation. They had become close friends with a young married couple who lived next door, often visiting and sharing holidays, news, and secrets. A few months before the tragedy happened, during a dinner at their house, Mary proudly told their friends that Matthew had bought her a gun for self-defense. He had already taken her to the shooting range several times to teach her how to use it. Mary turned out to be a quick learner, mastering the skills and accurately hitting her targets. It was discovered that the Winkler already had firearms in their home. These guns had been previously purchased by Matthew for self-defense. The guests found it puzzling that he and Mary needed so many firearms, given that they lived in a peaceful town where they had no known enemies and were well respected by everyone. Mary and Matthew faced financial difficulties after moving to a new house. Mary began looking for part-time work and also pursued a medical degree in order to secure a job at a clinic and care for sick children. Mary then decided to commit financial fraud in an attempt to improve her family's financial situation. She claimed she didn't realize her actions were illegal and intended to repay the money once her finances improved. Specifically, she inflated her bank accounts by adding false funds. Mary received checks from unknown sources, totaling almost $177,000, and deposited them into a joint account with her husband. Her substantial deposits caught the attention of bank employees, and they invited Mary and Matthew to the bank branch to discuss and clarify the transactions. Mary and Matthew failed to appear at the bank, which heightened the suspicions. It was initially assumed that Matthew was unaware of his wife's actions. On March 22, 2006, the quiet town of Selmer, Tennessee, was shaken by a shocking crime. The body of 31-year-old Pastor Matthew Winkler was found in his home, a victim of murder. The news became even more alarming as it was discovered that Matthew's wife, Mary, and their 3 young daughters, 8-year-old Patricia, 6-year-old Maria Eliza, and 1-year-old Brianna, had mysteriously disappeared. Matthew's absence from the evening church service at Christ Cathedral was very unusual. As a responsible person, he usually informed others if there were any changes to his plans, so his failure to attend was suspicious. The situation became more alarming when numerous phone calls to his family's home went unanswered. The neighbors decided to go to Matthew's house to find out what had happened and if they needed any help. From the outside, the house appeared normal, the windows and doors were intact, and there was nothing suspicious. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a rather loud television coming from one room. This shows that the homeowner is probably busy doing their own thing, but no one answered when they knocked on the front door. The door was locked, and subsequent phone calls also went unanswered. It was impossible for them to see inside through the curtained windows, leaving them unsure if anyone was actually present. Even though the situation appeared unusual, the neighbors did not call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the community, and he suggested finding a spare key to open the door. It took an additional hour and a half to find a key, but once they entered, they encountered a strange and unsettling atmosphere. The interior of the house was perfectly intact, with no signs of forced entry, but the owners were missing. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but this sense of normalcy changed when they entered the master bedroom. In Matthew and Mary's bedroom, they witnessed a horrifying sight. The pastor's Matthew body lay on the floor, in a large pool of blood. A massive gunshot wound had torn through his back, with blood splatters covering the surrounding area and dried, bloody foam on his face. The body had stiffened, indicating that it had been lying there for many hours. Matthew was still dressed in his pajamas, suggesting that he was likely shot in the morning. It was not until this time that the police officially received a call reporting this tragic incident. By the time the police arrived, a large crowd had gathered around the house, including neighbors, church members, and people passing by. However, the presence of this crowd caused big problems for the investigation. As they stood around, they unknowingly left behind fingerprints and inadvertently damaged or destroyed evidence, making it much harder for investigators to do their job. The police took the victim's, Matthew's body for a forensic examination, which revealed that he was shot once in the back with a large caliber gun. The wound caused massive blood loss, leading to his death just a few minutes later. Sadly, he was unable to call for help before succumbing to his injuries. It was impossible to confirm whether any strangers were in the house during the crime because the evidence was damaged by those who came before the police. The crime scene was unusual, and key witnesses seemed to have vanished. The whereabouts of the wife and daughters of Matthew remained a mystery. The police suspected that Mary and children might have been kidnapped or possibly murdered. in addition to their disappearance. The family's minivan was also missing from the garage. A large-scale search operation was initiated, prompting a yellow alert from the state, which signaled that children were missing. As a result, all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and assist in locating them. Mary's disappearance raised suspicions when her husband, Matthew, was found murdered in their home. Authorities worried that Mary and daughters might also be in danger and issued a notice searching for them. At first, police believed Mary was a victim due to her timid personality. However, as they dug deeper and collected more evidence, including financial information and witness statements from neighbors, the focus shifted, and Mary became the primary suspect in her husband's murder investigation, Matthew. It was essential to locate Mary as soon as possible and determine the whereabouts of the children, ensuring their safety. The family and their vehicle were immediately added to the missing list. Authorities also attempted to track Mary's bank card transactions and locate her using her mobile phone's signal. Mary was discovered the next day in a resort town in Alabama, where she and her children were enjoying themselves at a local amusement park. It seemed as though she wanted to give her children a final, memorable experience, possibly because she knew she would soon be facing prison time. When the family was questioned at the police station, the two older daughters recounted the story with confidence. They explained that intruders had broken into their house, injured their father, and their mother had used a gun to protect them. They were then forced to flee to save their lives. According to the girls, their father was recovering in the hospital, and they expected to visit him soon and then return home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness the incident that occurred in their house. Instead, they learned about them from their mother's account, Mary. All they knew was that they heard a gunshot and caught a glimpse of their father lying on the floor. Their mother quickly put them in the car and they drove away from the scene. Although Mary initially confessed, but then she stated that she couldn't recall the entire sequence of incident due to a temporary lapse in memory. Mary alleged that her husband, Matthew, had been emotionally and physically abusing her for years. He would often humiliate her and coerced her into having sex according to his will. Mary claimed it was Matthew who initially conceived the financial scam and she only did as he said. Matthew was known to have a short temper, would become enraged easily, and had a history of physical violence. His former secretary corroborated these allegations, stating that she frequently saw Matthew yell at his wife, who would bring him lunch at church, but he would always find fault with something she did. The evening before the murder, a heated argument broke out between Mary and her husband, Matthew, resulting in them spending the night in separate rooms. Mary was distraught and spent the entire night crying. The next morning, still distraught, she inadvertently picked up the loaded shotgun her husband kept in the house. With the gun in hand, she went to Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still in bed. He collapsed to the floor, bleeding profusely and gasping for air. He tried to speak and managed to whisper a single question to Mary, "Why?" In response, she simply said, "Sorry, so sorry." Mary then took her daughters and left the house. Despite his attempt to call for help by reaching for the phone, Matthew didn't have the strength to make the call. The murder weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary had used to transport the children. It remains unclear why she took it with her. At the trial, Mary was unable to provide an explanation. A key piece of evidence presented at the trial was the role-playing costumes found at Mary's residence. These pieces of evidence proved that Matthew had forced his sexual desires on his wife and how he had abused her. Mary's reaction upon seeing the costumes was striking. She initially turned pale and then became hysterical. Despite providing multiple, conflicting accounts of the events, the court ultimately concluded that she was a victim of domestic abuse. The court found that Mary's years of accumulated feelings of anger, resentment, and pain eventually led to the murder. Despite acknowledging her history of abuse, the court still held Mary accountable for her actions. In April 2007, the court reached its final decision. Mary Winkler was convicted of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state at the time has caused much controversy. Initially, it was anticipated that Mary would face a minimum prison sentence of 6 years. However, she was ultimately sentenced to less than 1 year. A portion of this sentence, Mary spent 2 months in a psychiatric hospital where experts evaluated her mental fitness to regain custody of her children. Upon Mary's release in summer 2008, she was given custody of her daughter, who had been living with their paternal grandparents. However, Matthew's parents were outraged by this decision, as they firmly believed Mary was responsible for their son's death and felt Mary hadn't received an adequate punishment. They were further distressed by the thought of their granddaughter being cared for by the woman they thought had intentionally killed their son. Despite multiple attempts to appeal the custody decision, they were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, the fraud case against Mary was dropped, as the bank chose not to file formal charges and pursued the matter no further. The case of Sean Eckert. Donna and Samuel Eckert were a couple who were related before they got married. Both had experienced unsuccessful marriages before and had a total of 6 adult children. After a difficult past, they found peace with each other and decided to move to San Diego, California, to start a new life. There, they rented a spacious house and regularly attended local church activities on weekends. The family was very religious and lived a quiet life without much social interaction. A few years after moving, the family welcomed their first son, Stanley, and 2 years later, their second son, Sean. Donna devoted all her time to taking care of the house and raising the 2 children, so the boys grew up surrounded by love and care. Both attended a good local school. On weekends, the family participated in church activities. As adults, the 2 children left their parents to start their own family's acros. The country. However, the Eckert family still maintained a close relationship. They often contacted each other, called each other, and spent all their holidays together. Sean was a cheerful and easygoing boy. He was attractive, intelligent, and a good listener, so he made friends easily. In contrast, Stanley was a bit shy and found socializing difficult. He was often reserved about new things and had trouble communicating with his younger brother. Despite their different personalities, the 2 brothers were very close and cared for each other. They had the same group of friends and were always ready to help one another. Both were well-behaved and good at studying. The relationship between Sean and Stanley was very good. They trusted each other and often joked happily. Their parents also supported this relationship. In the family, mutual respect was highly valued. Donna and Samuel raised their children in the faith and the law of God from an early age. The Eckert family lived quietly. Vs. As they grew up, the 2 brothers developed very different interests. Sean, the youngest, played in a band, while Stanley, the oldest, loved martial arts. Every evening, the family gathered before dinner to share their experiences of the day. Sean was usually the first to tell a story, and stories about music, friends, and his future plans took up most of the time. Everyone listened attentively to Sean. Stanley, on the other hand, had few opportunities to share and did not feel like he had much to say. He had no big plans for the future, nor interesting stories or experiences with friends to hold attention. So Stanley often listened quietly to his younger brother's stories. One evening, Sean told his family about Mary Jane, his new neighbor. She was a beautiful young woman with bright brown eyes and long blonde hair. Sean was fascinated by the wonderful piano music coming from her house. Enthralled by the music, Sean boldly entered the house without knocking. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, Sean handled it with confidence and grace, making a good impression on Mary Jane. Although she was a few years older than Sean, they became close friends. Sean often organized picnics and invited Mary Jane to join. They went on many walks together, visiting parks and observatories. However, their budding romance was interrupted by the difficulties of adult life. The Eckerd family received news that Donna, Sean's mother, was seriously ill. Sean's parents tried to consider the interests of everyone in the family when making a decision, but this completely changed their lives. Although Sean did not want to leave his hometown, friends, and Mary Jane, he was forced to accept his parents' decision. In 2005, the Eckerd family decided to leave the city where they had lived for many years and move to another state. They settled in Donna's mother's house in the small town of Spring Hill, Florida. This decision brought many positive changes to the whole family. Donna began to recover. Initially, Sean felt sad about leaving the band, familiar places, and friends, especially Mary Jane. However, with his optimistic personality, Sean quickly adapted to his new life. Gradually, he realized that life in Spring Hill was as full and meaningful as in the old place. Donna and Samuel found stable jobs at the Presbyterian church, where they spent most of their time. Donna worked at the nursery, taking care of children, while Samuel assisted at the chapel. Gradually, the two brothers regained their close relationship and made friends at their new school. Their lives seemed to be reborn in this new environment. Sean continued to join the school band, while Stanley attended a martial arts school near his new home. Despite his busy life, Sean could not stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every night after school, Sean would stay in his room and talk on the phone for hours. The conversations always ended with Sean promising to meet his girlfriend again. He promised to visit her as soon as his parents allowed it. While Sean kept his first love in his heart, his older brother Stanley tried to assert himself in the family. Stanley had a quiet and humble personality and seemed to receive little attention from his parents. In order to attract attention, he made many wrong decisions, which had serious consequences for the whole family. In May 2006, he informed his parents of his intention to drop out of school to pursue a martial arts career and open a martial arts club. However, due to the recklessness of youth, he joined a bad group, where he began to engage in petty fraud and experiment with illegal drugs. By 2007, bad relationships led to Stanley's arrest for theft and fraud. The news of his eldest son's wrongdoing shocked Donna, causing her to be hospitalized for a heart attack. Fortunately, the situation was quickly resolved with the help of a lawyer. This lawyer skillfully defended Stanley by pointing out the lack of direct evidence, helping him to be quickly released and receive only a suspended sentence. This incident left Stanley extremely scared, feeling guilty, hoping for sympathy and acceptance from his family. Meanwhile, after experiencing the terrifying events that happened to Stanley, Sean did not tell his parents about his decision. During the summer vacation, he worked as a waiter to save money. He then left a note for his mother, informing her that he was going to California to meet Mary Jane. The 2-day bus ride to Sean's lover seemed endless. The scenery changed, day turned to night, and Sean looked forward to meeting Mary Jane at the final destination. When the bus stopped, Sean eagerly ran to her, having seen her radiant face and long hair through the window. They spent the happiest days together, going on picnics like in high school. For the first time, Sean expressed his love to Mary, and she returned his feelings. After a walk, Sean and Mary Jane sat down on a bench. Suddenly, Sean felt dizzy, his vision went black, and he fainted. He was rushed to the hospital, his health rapidly deteriorating. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister, Jennifer, who hurried to California. Doctors determined that the cause of Sean's rapid deterioration was a tick-borne disease. The disease developed suddenly and rapidly, causing many complications, including encephalitis. A grueling battle to save Sean's life began, with doctors working tirelessly for a long time to bring him back to health. After more than a month in a coma and 6 months of rehabilitation, Sean was saved. His recovery was arduous. It was surprising that a small tick bite during a summer walk could cause such a serious illness. Jennifer took her brother back to Florida for further treatment and long-term recovery. Mary Jane was forced to stay behind, only able to communicate with her boyfriend by phone. Despite the hardships and unexpected illness, these events brought the Eckerd family closer together. Donna did her best to help her beloved son Sean overcome his serious illness. She closely monitored his diet and exercise regimen. This devoted care helped Sean recover completely, but also caused Stanley to gradually harbor resentment and jealousy. After recovering, Sean continued his music studies and graduated in 2009. He dreamed of introducing Mary Jane, his favorite, to his family. However, this plan did not work out. Instead, Stanley introduced his younger brother to Samantha Rowe. Samantha, a native of Florida, quickly became friends with the two brothers. Stanley was fond of her and sympathetic towards her, while she was attracted to Sean's cheerful and outgoing personality. For a while, Stanley actively pursued Samantha, and she reciprocated his interest. They had a few romantic dates, ending in passionate kisses. Stanley was very happy, but Samantha, despite accepting his advances, could not stop thinking about Sean. Samantha wrote Sean a text message expressing her emotional and inviting him to go for a walk. Sean agreed, and the wife spent the evening walking along the river, talking about Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean had no intention of winning Samantha over because he already had a girlfriend. After being rejected, Samantha sent Stanley a text message, falsely claiming that Sean had met her and confessed that he liked her. Stanley was very angry. That night, he went up to Sean's room and they talked. At first, they spoke quietly, then argued loudly, and finally fell completely silent. The parents did not intervene in the quarrel between the two brothers because they were used to it. It was the mother who first discovered Sean missing when he did not answer the phone. The night before, Stanley had explained to his mother that Sean had left after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received an unusual call from Sean's sister, Jennifer. In the call, they heard only a woman's screams and a man's moans in the background. After being asked repeatedly to calm down, Jennifer finally spoke clearly to the police. She was still screaming for help and reported that her brother Stanley had killed Sean. She said that Stanley was in the house talking to his mother and that Stanley's father, Samuel, was lying next to Sean's body. She pleaded for immediate help. The police arrived at the crime scene and found a horrific sight in the backyard. Samuel was on his knees, his hands full as he tried to pull his son's body from the wet ground. He screamed and wiped the dirt off Sean. The once peaceful neighborhood, with its beautiful lawns where the two brothers often waved to neighbors, had now become the scene of a tragedy. The Eckerd family, who had happily raised 2 sons, now faced terrible grief. One son was dead, and the other was under arrest. Stanley was arrested on suspicion of murder. During his initial interview, he claimed he had no intention of killing his brother. In a fit of rage, Stanley had hit Sean in the head, causing him to fall and die. After realizing his brother was dead, Stanley White tied up the body and buried it in the backyard. During the investigation, Stanley said, "I buried him. After all, that's what you do with dead people." This statement sounded cold and emotionless, more like the words of a serial killer than those of a loving brother. To justify his actions, Stanley said that he did it for his mother, he wanting to protect her from the shock of hearing about Sean's death. Stanley planned to move and rebury his younger brother's body after their parents died. During the interrogation, Stanley displayed many different emotions. At times he cried, confessed, and showed remorse, claiming it was an accident. But at other times, he showed hatred and spoke harshly about Sean. He blamed his younger brother for all his troubles and admitted that Sean had won the competition for the love of their mother and Samantha. On the day of the incident, Stanley was charged with second-degree murder and held without bail. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolfe performed an autopsy on Sean and submitted the forensic report to the court. The results showed that the victim had bruises under the skin and rope marks on his neck, indicating that he had been compressed, causing difficulty breathing. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the head and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete McGough investigated the case thoroughly. On February 25, 2011, the first hearing took place, with District Judge Stephen Rushing presiding. Stanley's parents, Donna and Samuel Eckert, sat in the second row, crying as they watched their eldest son being led into the courtroom. On April 9, 2013, Stanley Eckert's trial began in the Hernando Courthouse, with District Judge Anthony Taddy presiding. Attorney Alan Hunter represented the defendant, and Pete McGough was the prosecutor. The prosecutor tried to prove that Stanley had carefully planned the murder. The defense attorney argued that it was just a random fight that went horribly wrong. He also highlighted Stanley's attempts to conceal the crime as a sign of remorse. Stanley Eckert is charged with first-degree murder and could face life in prison if convicted. The trial is scheduled to last 5 days, starting May 13th. Judge Anthony Taddy will make the final decision. If convicted of second-degree murder, Stanley could still face life in prison. Stanley Eckert has always maintained that he did not intend to kill his brother. 3 years ago, before burying his brother's body in their front yard, Eckert rejected a prosecutor's offer to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a maximum 20-year prison sentence. Eckert remained calm as the clerk read the verdict. The brothers' parents, Samuel and Donna, wept silently as the jury left the courtroom. Samuel Eckert's sobs turned to screams, and several relatives gathered around to comfort him. The jury agreed that Stanley did not intend to kill his 19-year-old brother, Sean, but they did not completely exonerate him. After about 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury of 9 women and 3 men found Stanley Eckert guilty of second-degree murder. However, the Eckert family still believes Stanley's account of the events that occurred in the early morning hours of June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for bringing the case. Samuel Eckert, Stanley's father, praised Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter for his good work in defending the case. The family questioned the appropriateness of the verdict and appealed, but their appeal was denied. Samuel expressed surprise that the jury reached its verdict so quickly but insisted that the family's belief remains unchanged. He also acknowledged one undeniable fact: after his younger brother died, Stanley dragged Sean's body out of his bedroom window and buried it in the backyard of their Spring Hill home. Samuel discovered Sean's body 2 days later. Assistant District Attorney Pete began his closing by showing the jury a photo of Sean's body rolled up in the dirt. Pete emphasized that this was not a cold case and pointed out that Stanley had changed his story several times when questioned about his younger brother's death. Pete went on to say that after Sean's funeral, Stanley forged text messages from Sean's phone, claiming he was in California with his girlfriend. Stanley also forged letters from Sean to Samantha, telling her not to contact him and to focus on Stanley instead. Finally, after hours of questioning, Stanley admitted that Sean had died in a fight in the bedroom. Stanley said he heard Sean's neck snap as they hit the floor. Stanley hid the body to protect his mother, who had heart problems, and planned to tell his father after she left for work. Pete concluded that Stanley caused the injuries that led to Sean's death, which constituted murder. He highlighted Stanley's statement to police about a dispute involving Samantha, as well as Stanley's conversation with his younger brother and a friend about revenge beefo. Sean died. During that conversation, the friend said Stanley mentioned that if he wanted to kill someone, he would hit them in the back of the head and bury them in the yard. However, this evidence was not strong enough to eliminate all reasonable doubt. Alan Lanter, defending, argued that the crime did not involve a deliberate act. Stanley was involved in his younger brother's death, but it was not murder, he said. Alan cited the medical examiner's testimony, saying that the blow to the head, combined with the swelling of his brain from encephalitis, could have caused his death. The pathologist also confirmed that hitting his head on the nightstand and the two fell could have been enough to cause Sean's death. Finally, Alan reminded the jury of Donna Eckert's testimony, which stated that Sean had severe mood swings after suffering from encephalitis. In her testimony, Donna Eckert even called Sean's death an accident. The jury could have found Stanley Eckert guilty of third-degree murder or manslaughter, making this an excusable homicide case. Attorney Allen asked the jury not to let the gruesome images of Sean's body and Stanley's actions in burying it distract them from the real cause of his death. Stanley Eckert did a terrible thing after Sean died, but he was not a murderer, Allen stressed. During the final trial, Becker's parents were devastated when Judge Anthony sentenced Samuel Eckert to 50 years in prison without parole. They felt as if they had lost both their sons on the same day. The case of Lisa Harnum. Lisa Harnum was born on June 12, 1981, in the Toronto suburbs of Canada. She was the second child in her family, raised by her single mother, Joanna, along with her older brother, Jason. The two siblings were extremely close, but their father's departure when they were very young left them with no memories of him. Growing up, Lisa was a lively and driven young girl with a strong passion for sports. She spent much of her childhood actively in various activities with her brother, including martial arts and team sports like soccer and volleyball. However, her true love was ballet. She spent hours each day at the dance studio, practicing rigorously. As she was naturally tall and slender from a young age, she initially seemed suited for ballet. Nevertheless, her professional ballet training required an extremely strict diet, which ultimately took a toll on her growing body. Lisa struggled with anorexia, an eating disorder, during her teenage years. She initially kept her condition a secret, believing she could handle the problem on her own. However, as her weight dropped to a critically low, an eating disorder, during her teenage years, she initially kept her condition a secret, believing she could handle the problem on her own. However, as her weight dropped to a critically low level, her mother intervened and admitted her to a clinic for treatment. Lisa spent several months in rehabilitation, focusing on regaining her health and weight. After completing her high school education, Lisa pursued her passion for dance and decided to explore a career in the beauty industry. Alongside her university studies, she worked as a perfumer for a large cosmetics chain. In her free time, she honed her makeup and hairdressing skills. In 2005, after celebrating his 24th birthday, Lisa felt an overwhelming desire for change. She wanted to leave Canada and move to Australia. Two primary reasons drove this decision. She craved a warmer climate and was eager to explore the world. To make the move possible, Lisa obtained a one-year work visa and traveled to Australia. Her mother accompanied her initially, staying for the first few months to ensure Lisa settled into her new surroundings. Once satisfied that her daughter was capable of taking care of herself, her mother returned to Toronto. Lisa made the decision to stay in Sydney permanently after her initial visa expired. To achieve this, she first extended her stay for another year. During this time, she gathered the necessary documents to apply for Australian citizenship. Outside of work, Lisa faces her own personal problems. Due to not having a father figure in her childhood, she often found herself attracted to older men. She often seeks concern from more mature men. Lisa's personal and professional life began to fall into place when she landed a job at a Sydney cosmetics company in 2006. She soon started dating a coworker who was nearly twice her age. As their relationship progressed, they decided to move in together, and Lisa relocated to his apartment. A few months later, they took the next step, and Lisa introduced her boyfriend to her mother and brother. And they accepted her choice. The couple traveled extensively, visiting destinations like the Seychelles and Paris, and even attending Rio de Janeiro's famous carnival. At one point, the man proposed to Lisa, and she happily accepted. However, their engagement was short-lived. About a year later, the couple broke up. While Lisa didn't reveal the specific reasons for their split, but she hinted that their age difference was a major factor. In 2010, Lisa completed her education at the Sydney College of Stylists. She secured a job as a hairdresser at a well-known beauty salon, where she quickly gained the respect of her colleagues and the trust of her clients. During this time, Lisa starts dating a new boyfriend. However, it came to a swift end when she discovered he was married. As she didn't want to damage someone else's family, she ended the relationship promptly. Before the breakup, he introduced Lisa to a businessman named Simon Gidney at a party. Unfortunately, this introduction had severe consequences for Lisa. Simon Gidney was born in December 1973 in Maryland to an immigrant family from Lebanon who held strong religious beliefs. His parents raised Simon and his 5 siblings with a firm hand. Despite this, Simon struggled with managing his emotions from a young age, frequently experiencing intense anger outbursts and displaying possessive tendencies. He could not stand rejection and often resorted to violence. Simon's behavior eventually landed him in trouble with the law. Simon's first experience in jail occurred when he was 18 years old. He showed up at his ex-girlfriend's workplace and began harassing her, prompting the store owner to intervene and throw him out. Undeterred, Simon returned with friends and attacked the store owner. Simon physically assaulted him. As a result, Simon was jailed, but only served a short sentence and was eventually released on bail due to good behavior. 3 years later, Simon was arrested again, this time for robbery. Then he resisted arrest. A physical altercation broke out and he bit off part of a police officer's ear. This act put him at risk of a serious prison sentence. Fortunately, the pastor of his family's church intervened on his behalf, which led to Simon serving only a year and a half in prison. Years later, in 2000, Simon got into trouble with the law once more. He was arrested for possessing and distributing illegal substances. Despite the severity of the crime, but he received a relatively lenient sentence and served only 2 years. After his release, Simon appeared to turn his life around. He relocated to Sydney and co-founded a successful luxury women's shoe business with some friends. The business generated a substantial and steady income, quickly making Simon wealthy. He purchased in a luxurious home in an upscale neighborhood and a high-end vehicle. Simon made a concerted effort to conceal his troubled past from those around him, including roommates and romantic partners. Simon and Lisa had exchanged numbers at a party, and he soon followed up with a call. They started with casual conversations, but over time these talks developed into a romance. In January 2010, Lisa confided in Simon about her dissatisfaction with her current living situation. She expressed a desire to rent an apartment in a different neighborhood. Simon generously offered her a temporary place to stay in his luxury apartment, rent-free, while she searched for a new home. Despite initial reservations from Lisa's mother, Joanna, Lisa reassured her that the arrangement was temporary and that she and Simon were just friends. At the time, Lisa assumed Simon was gay because he takes great care of his looks and used piercings, but this assumption proved to be incorrect. For the initial 2 months, Simon maintained a reserved distance from Lisa. They lived in separate rooms, and there wasn't even a hint of intimacy between them. However, but over time, they became closer, the so-called spark burned, and they started dating. When they began dating, Simon was 37 and Lisa was 28. To Lisa, Simon seemed perfect, charming, sociable, and generous. He frequently surprised her with gifts and pleasant experiences, causing her to see him as a prince in a fairy tale. As a couple, they began attending social events together, especially at an elite sports club that Simon frequents. Lisa genuinely believed she had found her soulmate and was convinced that she would spend the rest of her life happily with Simon. She happily shared her feelings with her mother, brother, and friends, but she remained oblivious to the fact that her fairy tale would soon come to an end. 6 months into their relationship, Simon's behavior began to shift in subtle ways that Lisa didn't notice at first. Unaware of the manipulation, she thinks that Simon is doing everything just for her good. However, he slowly isolated her from her friends and family, disregarded her personal boundaries, and attempted to alter her perspectives, tastes, and behavior to align with his own desires. In June 2010, shortly after Lisa's 29th birthday, Simon started pressuring her to leave her job at the beauty salon. He said that she wasn't appreciated there and she could find a higher-paying job elsewhere. However, Lisa enjoyed her work and had many loyal clients. She was also satisfied with her income and didn't see a reason to quit, so she refused Simon's suggestion. Simon was not satisfied with Lisa's decision. In August, he took drastic action. He showed up at her salon, causing a huge scandal, forcing her to quit. Despite Lisa was shocked and disappointed by Simon's behavior, but he convinced her that she no longer needed to work, as his income would be enough to support them both comfortably. He reassured her that they could afford anything they wanted and live a life of luxury. A month and a half later, Simon and Lisa moved into a high-end apartment on the 15th floor of an elite residential complex. Unbeknownst to Lisa, the apartment was filled with hidden surveillance cameras, allowing Simon to monitor her every move. He further tightened his grip on her by giving her a smartphone and laptop that he had pre-installed with spyware. The spyware enabled Simon to track Lisa's messages, emails, calls, and movements. He also gained access to her social media accounts, which he manipulated by deleting posts and photos, reading her private correspondence, and controlling her friend list. As time passed, Simon's control over Lisa grew, but he cleverly made it seem as though she was making her own decisions. In reality, he had invaded every aspect of her life, leaving her with no sense of privacy. Simon exerted control over Lisa's appearance by prohibiting her from wearing cosmetics, deeming her makeup too bold and unrefined. He also purchased unflattering clothing in dark colors, discarding her existing wardrobe due to its revealing nature, which he believed would attract unwanted male attention. Lisa's movements were restricted as well. Simon would only allow her to leave the apartment if he accompanied her, and even then, they only visited places he had selected. He also barred her from going to the gym, instead buying her expensive exercise equipment for home use, citing this as a suitable alternative. Simon's control extended to Lisa's social life, causing her to lose connections on social media. As her online connections dwindled, Simon eventually convinced her to delete her accounts altogether. Lisa had lost touch with her friends, and her interactions were under constant surveillance. The only people she was allowed to communicate with were her mother and brother, with Simon's permission. When Christmas 2010 approached, Lisa planned a trip home to Canada to spend the holiday with her family. Initially, Simon intended to join her, but then because he was busy with work, he couldn't go with her. Despite his reservations, Lisa persuaded him to let her travel alone, as she had not seen her loved ones in over a year. Simon eventually agreed, but only on the condition that she adhere to a strict set of rules he had established for her trip. Her brother Jason and her mother, Joanna, were shocked by the transformation in Lisa over the past year. Gone was the bright and cheerful beauty she once was. Her appearance had changed in every way. Without makeup, her face was barely recognizable. Her luxurious hair is tied into a ponytail and hidden under a headpiece. Her clothes were now baggy, unflattering, and black. However, it was not just her physical appearance that was alarming. Lisa's behavior had also changed significantly. She would flinch with anxiety every time the phone rang and rush to answer it instantly. This was because Simon had made it a condition for her. She had to be available to answer his calls at any time, no matter what she was doing. Lisa always stayed at her mother's house, refused to see her friends, and almost never went out, causing her mother Joanna to become extremely concerned. Joanna decided it was time to have an honest conversation with Lisa to understand why she was behaving this way. During this conversation, Lisa broke down in tears and confessed that her boyfriend Simon constantly monitored her activities, knowing who she associated with, who she talked to on the phone, and what they discussed. Lisa also revealed that Simon controlled many aspects of her life, forbidding her from working, seeing friends, going to the gym, or have any preferences. As a result, she had lost touch with all of her friends. Lisa's mother was shocked and urged her to stay in Canada, pointing out that she had no ties in Australia. However, Lisa was resolute, explaining that she loved Simon and didn't want to end their relationship. She believed their issues were temporary, given they'd only been together for less than a year, and that he would eventually calm down and become less controlling. Lisa was also convinced that Simon genuinely cared for her and wanted the best for her. Despite her family's concerns and efforts to persuade her that the relationship was unhealthy, Lisa decided to return to Australia to be with Simon. Lisa tried to ease her mother's concerns by telling her that Simon cared for her and wouldn't cause her harm. However, when Lisa went back, things took a turn for the worse. Simon restricted her from leaving their apartment and even demanded that she avoid eye contact with other men when they were out in public, insisting she keep her gaze on the ground. Furthermore, Simon started referring to Lisa by her middle name, Cecilia, because he thought it sounded more polite that way. In the spring of 2011, Lisa started experiencing pain in her leg due to an old ballet injury from her youth. Instead of taking her to a hospital, Simon arranged for a female physical therapist to visit their home 3 times a week to treat her with massages. Over time, the therapist became Lisa's closest friend and confidant, someone she trusted and shared her difficult situation with. On June 12, Lisa's 30th birthday, Simon organized a party at Sydney's most expensive restaurant, but the guest list only included his own family and close friends. Lisa was not given the opportunity to invite any of her own friends or acquaintances. As the evening came to a close, Simon surprised her by proposing and placing a ring on her finger. Lisa accepted, but her reaction was not what would have been expected. Instead of tears of happiness, she began crying tears of desperation and hopelessness. Back home, Lisa called her mother to share the news of her engagement, but her excitement quickly turned to worry as she began to sob on the phone. However, her mother, Joanna, was far from thrilled. Joanna immediately expressed her disapproval of the engagement and urged Lisa to end the relationship and return to Canada as soon as possible. Lisa pleaded with her mother to stop discussing the matter over the phone, because Simon might be eavesdropping on their conversation. Lisa tries to distract herself with thoughts about their upcoming wedding. However, when she tried to discuss the plans with Simon, he abruptly interrupted her and declared that he would make all the decisions, including choosing the venue, buying her wedding dress, and creating the guest list. This left Lisa feeling devastated and powerless. Feeling lost, she confided in her physiotherapist during a visit, confessing that she couldn't continue in the relationship but felt trapped because Simon wouldn't allow her to leave. Lisa and the masseuse devised a secret plan. Each time the masseuse visited, Lisa discreetly gave her some of her possessions for safekeeping, making sure Simon didn't suspect a thing. On July 28, Simon left his laptop behind in the rush, an unusual mistake since he always carried it with him. Seizing the opportunity, Lisa accessed the laptop and discovered her worst fears. She found a spyware program that allowed Simon to monitor all the data from her phone. Lisa was discovered recordings of her conversations with her mother and surveillance footage from cameras in every room of their apartment. Fearing for her well-being, Lisa used the masseuse's phone to call her mother and ask her to get on the next flight to her apartment and take she home. However, Joanna was unable to leave work immediately, as she had to arrange a shift swap with a colleague. Joanna would later deeply regret the delay this. Upon returning home, Simon quickly discovered that Lisa had accessed his laptop and seen the spyware. Lisa broke down in tears, struggling to understand why she deserved to be treated this way. However, Simon justified his actions, saying they were for her own good. The following day, July 29th, a heated conversation took place between Simon and Lisa, which was later presented in court as evidence. During this conversation, Lisa became emotional and asked if she could go home. In contrast, Simon remained calm and spoke with confidence, assuring her that returning home was not an option. He then told Lisa to calm down and suggested that she had mental issues. On the morning of July 30th, 2011, Lisa woke up early, dressed neatly, and put papers and necessary items in her purse. Before leaving, she locked herself in the bathroom to make a disturbing phone call to her mother. During the call, Lisa said her mother that if anything were to happen to her, her fiancé, Simon, would be responsible. Lisa's intention was to exit the apartment without waking Simon, but she was unsuccessful. The incidents that followed are unclear, and the incident details remain a mystery. However, neighbors reported hearing a scream in the hallway, which stopped abruptly before they could react. Just 1 minute later, a young woman, later confirmed to be Lisa, fell from the balcony of the 15th floor in her fatal crash to the ground below. She landed on the ground, where she died instantly from her severe injuries. Several people on the street saw this happen, but it occurred so quickly that they didn't have time to fully understand the situation. However, one eyewitness, a man who was walking his dog nearby, provided more details. He said that he heard a noise and looked up to see a man holding something large. This man then dropped the object, which turned out to be Lisa. 3 minutes later, Simon, dressed in his pajamas, ran into the street, overcome with tears. He expressed despair about his future, insisting he had been too late to stop Lisa. Initially, the situation seemed like an accident, but Simon swiftly contradicted this assumption, announced that Lisa had ended her own life. Further investigation revealed a cryptic note in Simon's pocket and a disturbing video recording further complicated the situation. After the body Lisa was brought to the morgue and examined, some clues have been found. Upon searching the pockets, investigators found fragments of a torn note containing the message, "There are cameras everywhere in the apartment." It's likely that Lisa had broken the note into small pieces and scattered them across different pockets to prevent Simon from finding them. Further investigation revealed that the apartment indeed had multiple cameras, but the hard drive containing the footage was missing. However, Simon maintained that there were no video recordings at all. A surveillance camera in the apartment's hallway recorded a disturbing scene. Approximately 1 minute before Lisa's fatal fall, the footage shows her desperately running out of the apartment and calling for help. However, Simon quickly grabs her from behind, covers her mouth, and forcibly drags her back inside. This incident is believed to be connected to the scream heard by the neighbors. Investigators also discovered evidence on Simon's laptop, including a recorded conversation he and Lisa had the night before her death, as well as spyware software he used to secretly monitor her activities. Simon stated that he and Lisa had a disagreement that morning, resulting in her becoming hysterical. She initially fled to the hallway, screaming, but he calmed her down by bringing her back inside, fearing a scene in front of the neighbors. Moments later, as Simon was about to call Lisa's mother on the phone, Lisa went out to the balcony and fell. Simon claimed that Lisa once mentioned ending her own life, but he had not taken her threat seriously. He explained that his decision to install spyware was largely driven by his genuine concern for Lisa's well-being and safety. During the trial, Simon was accompanied by his new girlfriend, Rachel Louise, 22 years old, a model who bore a striking resemblance to Lisa. However, it was later suggested that Rachel simply wanted to make a name for herself through this case, so she was willing to talk to the press and appear on television, claiming Simon would never harm a woman. Meanwhile, Simon's lawyers presented a defense that suggested Lisa had a history of mental health struggles, including anxiety and anorexia, for which she had received treatment at a clinic. They imply that these things were the cause of her death. The defense argued that Simon was of short stature, so he could not have lifted Lisa himself, because she was taller than him, thus he would not have been able to throw her off the balcony. However, a trainer from Simon's gym disputed this claim, stating that Simon lifts heavy weights, so he is much stronger than he looks and can easily lift Lisa. This assertion was supported by the absence of Lisa's fingerprints on the railing and glass barrier, suggesting she could not have jumped on her own as she would have needed to lean on them. The physiotherapist who had treated Lisa took the stand, providing crucial testimony about the abuse Lisa had suffered and the items she had left behind in an attempt to escape. This testimony played a crucial role in the trial. As a result, Simon Gidney was convicted of murdering his fiancée, Lisa Harnham, and sentenced to 26 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 18 years. Following the verdict, Rachel Louise became enraged, insulting the judge, and was subsequently removed from the courtroom. Simon and his lawyers made multiple attempts to contest the court's ruling, but they were unsuccessful, and the original verdict stood. Following the verdict, Rachel broke up with Simon. She said in an interview that they found it difficult to maintain a relationship because he was in prison, although she continues to believe in Simon's innocence. The case of Leslie Palacio. On the morning of the 29th, the family of Rosalia Palacio, a mother of 5 daughters, became concerned. Her eldest daughter, Kayla, noticed that Leslie's bed had been made, her belongings were missing, and it was clear that she had not spent the night at home. At first, one of the sisters joked that Leslie must have had a great time at the club and had probably slept over at Eric's house. However, everyone quickly became worried because Leslie had never done anything like this before. As they ate breakfast, Kayla kept checking her phone, expecting Leslie to text at any moment. But as time passed, there was still no news from Leslie. By noon, her mother Rosalia's anxiety grew. She decided to go to Eric's house to find out where her daughter Leslie was. When she arrived, she saw Eric's mother and sister moving furniture and other items out of the house. While this may have been a normal activity, the situation and Mrs. Ibra's tears made Rosalia feel uneasy. Something was wrong. When Rosalia asked about Leslie's whereabouts and why Eric's phone was not working, Eric's mother and sister insisted that they did not know Leslie had stayed with Eric the night before. Rosalia pressed them, asking if Leslie had stayed over, as her daughter had sent a text message saying she was going to Eric's house. When Eric's family denied this, Leslie's family began to realize that something was really wrong. Leslie's sister began searching for her by calling local hospitals and looking up accident reports from the past 24 hours online. However, she could not find any information about Leslie. The sister also tried to contact Eric, but his phone seemed to be turned off or had run out of battery, as it went straight to voicemail without ringing. Left with no other choice, Rosalia's mother decided to contact the police. On August 30th, the police officially listed Leslie as a missing person, marking the beginning of a long and intense battle for justice. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. She lived a short but full life, filled with love and care for her family. Leslie was known to be friendly and outgoing, bringing joy to those around her. She appreciated everyone she met and was appreciated in return. Leslie aspired to pursue a career in medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas College of Medicine in 2020 to become a phlebotomist. She worked part-time as a lab technician, combining theoretical knowledge with practical skills. As a student, Leslie showed exceptional talent. Her academic performance was impressive and she grasped new concepts easily, always striving to expand her knowledge. This motivation prompted her to take up a part-time job as a lab assistant. Her colleagues consider her not only a reliable and professional lab technician, but also a kind and compassionate person. Leslie's responsibilities include conducting a variety of analyses and tests, but for her, this job is more than just a job requirement. She sees her purpose as making the testing process as comfortable as possible for her patients. Her caring and patient nature creates an atmosphere of trust that puts even the most anxious patients at ease. Leslie's enthusiasm and energy are evident in everything she does. By all accounts, she had the potential to become a sought-after expert in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. However, one big turning point changed everything. Leslie has been caring for others since she was a child. The second of 5 daughters, she often took on the role of mother when her mother, Rosalia Palacio, was exhausted from cleaning hotels. One evening, after Rosalia had cleaned more than 15 hotel rooms, Leslie gently told her to rest while she prepared dinner. Leslie found cooking enjoyable and took it upon herself to make sure her family was well fed. She continued to prioritize her family's health, even when she was away. She would call home to check in to see if everyone had eaten, showing that family was her top priority. Her energy and ideas inspired her sisters, and she easily became a role model for them. During the pandemic, Leslie found a way to stay active by hosting workouts in her backyard. She taught her mother various exercises and danced daily with her sister in front of the mirror to music. Leslie's creativity also extended to experimenting with hair color and image, which inspired a business plan with her sister to open a fashion boutique. Together, they designed and sewed dresses at home in their own unique styles. When the pandemic forced Rosalia out of work, Leslie suggested that her mother start a small cleaning company and offered to help with the cleaning in her spare time. "We'll be fine, Mom, you'll see," Leslie reassured Rosalia. The family brainstormed a name for the company, settling on Palacio Cleaning Services. The family business had landed its first contract, but everything changed on August 29, 2020. Leslie had just finished her lab assistant program and the company received a large order. Feeling relieved, she decided to take a break and enjoy a night of dancing and fun. This was especially welcome as Las Vegas slowly began to return to normal after the pandemic restrictions were lifted. Leslie's friends didn't want to hang out with her, even though things were slowly returning to normal after a period of fear and anxiety due to the pandemic. People still felt uncomfortable being in crowded, enclosed spaces. Leslie didn't give up and posted on Instagram about wanting to go out for the evening. She was surprised to see Eric Rangel Ibra texting her. Their parents had attended the same church for 14 years, so Leslie and Eric had known each other since they were kids, but had never really interacted. Leslie knew about Eric's interests, and although he would text her and show interest, she only responded out of politeness. However, on this special day, Leslie made an exception to her usual routine and accepted Eric's invitation to spend time together. She wanted to add a little excitement to her usual life with a fun night out. After a long day of anticipation and no friends to join her, Leslie decided that sharing a fun night out with Eric was better than staying home. She wanted to have an exciting adventure, but had no idea that a series of terrible events were waiting for her. Although she tried to reassure herself that there was no reason to worry. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister that she would send her sister regular messages, telling her exactly where she was. She also told Kayla in great detail where she was going, with whom, and where she could go. After a while, the sister received a strange text message. "Can you believe Eric is completely sober tonight? We're at a party, but it looks like I'm going to have to party alone." The sisters then exchanged joking text messages about other topics. Eric and Leslie's first destination was the Longhorn Hotel Casino. Surveillance footage later reviewed by police showed the couple arriving in Eric's white Ford F-250 at 12:31 a.m. on August 29th. They entered the casino and left shortly thereafter at 1:56 a.m. Leslie continued to communicate with her sister, updating her on their activities. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange text message. "I need to talk to you about something bad." Kayla asked what happened and, according to her, a text box popped up as if Leslie had started to reply, but there was no reply. That text message was Leslie's last. On the morning of the 29th, Leslie still had not returned home. As time passed, the Leslie's worries grew. Their initial certainty that Leslie had spent the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion. The family decided to go to Eric's house, where they discovered a puzzling scene. Mrs. Ibra and her daughter were moving things out, pretending that they had just learned that Leslie and Eric had spent the night together. The Leslies arrived just in time. If they had arrived a few hours later, the investigation would have been significantly delayed due to the Ibra's suspicious actions. The police discovered blood stains in the house and a messy bedroom, suggesting that Eric's mother and sister had spent the day packing things, including furniture, instead of cleaning up evidence of the crime. This suggests that the family was planning a long-term escape, possibly to reunite with Eric and his father, Jose, in Mexico, where they had fled to avoid justice. However, when she met Leslie's family, Mrs. Ibra may have realized that their opportunity to leave had passed, leaving behind incriminating evidence. In a state of panic, Eric's mother and sister began to deny any knowledge of Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this suspicious behavior that raised concerns that something terrible had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas Police Department acted immediately and sent out a payment investigation with the aim of tracking Leslie's movements since the previous night. However, it took some time to get the data. Leslie's family couldn't wait any longer, so they launched a campaign to spread information about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and started actively sharing information on social media. No one expected so many people to be interested. Eric's mother was especially surprised. On August 31st, Ms. Ibra went to the police station to file a missing person report for her husband and son. She informed the police that her son Eric had left home late on the evening of August 28th and returned the next morning, behaving strangely. She later saw him leave the house again, but he never returned. Police observed a strange situation when not only Leslie, but also Eric and his father were missing. This discovery prompted an investigation into the disappearance of all three. With the involvement of Las Vegas police, police began combing the neighborhood, looking for surveillance footage that might have captured important information. Fortunately, a breakthrough was made when surveillance cameras were discovered right across the street from Eric's house. Furthermore, police obtained payment data, which helped them piece together Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29th. After reviewing this data, police learned that the couple had gone to the casino and then to a bar. Arriving around 2:15 a.m., Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and records showed that she left around 5:50 a.m. Shortly thereafter, at 6:05 a.m., Eric's car was seen pulling up in front of their house on neighborhood cameras. Eric helped Leslie out of the car and into the house, and it was clear that she was intoxicated. Then, at 7:25 a.m., Eric and his father Jose were seen carrying Leslie's body, wrapped in a sheet, out of the house and placing it in the trunk of their car. Eric then drove away, while Jose used a hose to clean the driveway. These actions suggested that Eric and Jose were not missing, but rather were trying to escape justice. After reviewing the footage, police obtained a search warrant for Eric's home. During the search, police found significant additional evidence that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. Despite efforts to clean the house with cleaning products, the evidence remained. Rubber gloves and trash bags were discovered, and a key piece of evidence was found in Eric's room. Blood was found on the floor and on Eric's bed, indicating that an assault had clearly taken place. Even without DNA testing, police were certain that the blood belonged to Leslie. Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and police focused their efforts on finding her body. Police are actively searching for suspects Eric and Jose. Leslie's family, despite their grief, is still trying to enlist members of the church community to help find their daughter's body. As volunteers search, flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Jose appear on social media and in newspapers. Leslie's family asked for the public's help in locating the two men involved in Leslie's death, as stated in the flyer. The first major break in the investigation came when a license plate reader detected Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 a.m. on August 29th. He was on his way home just 4 hours after Leslie's murder. This new information led police to conclude that Eric's potential hiding spot was within a 4-hour drive of his home, possibly near the Nevada-Arizona border or the Charleston Peak area, a vast area of land. Police desperately needed more information to pinpoint a specific location. Fortunately, a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas captured footage of Eric's car leaving the freeway heading toward Valley of Fire National Park. The car returned 20 minutes later with mud on its tires. The discovery focused the search within a 20-mile radius of the gas station. Mud on the tires indicated that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Police searched the area, with volunteers combing hundreds of acres. On September 9th, during a second search effort, Leslie Palacio's body was discovered hidden near a bush. News of the 22-year-old's body being found near the Valley of Fire, 11 days after she went missing, quickly spread to news outlets. A reporter provided additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Ranglibar. The extreme temperatures of the Valley of Fire, where Leslie's body was found, caused the body to decompose quickly, and forensic experts were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Locals were horrified and scared by Leslie's death. Some were afraid to go out because they constantly thought of the criminals involved in the murder. The day after Leslie's body was discovered, on September 10th, a large group of friends, relatives, neighbors, and people in the area gathered to remember Leslie. They placed candles from the night vigil outside Leslie's home and expressed their desire for the person responsible for her death to be held accountable. However, the pursuit of justice was not over. A significant breakthrough occurred when Eric's car was discovered in Moreno Valley, California. Police then contacted Eric's cousin, who revealed that he had driven Jose and Eric to San Pedro, where they were believed to have planned to cross the border into Mexico. Due to jurisdictional issues, the Las Vegas Police Department sought assistance from the FBI to further investigate the case. The investigation stalled until January 19, 2021, when Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. This development brought significant relief, as one of the fugitives was finally apprehended. Jose was quickly extradited to Clark County, where he faced charges of destroying evidence and being an accessory to murder. During questioning, Jose attempted to minimize his involvement in the crime, telling a story about his son's trip to Mexico on the morning of August 29th. However, police, shown surveillance video footage, dismissed his false claims. Footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Confronted with the evidence, Jose changed his story. He said he was working in the garage when Eric carried Leslie's body, wrapped in a sheet, into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son put the body in the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an illegal drug overdose. Court records show that Jose initially told police that Eric claimed Leslie died of an illegal drug overdose. Jose also said that Eric expressed a desire to end his life, blaming himself for Leslie's death, and that Jose's father thought it best to take his son to Mexico. When asked about Eric's current location, Jose explained that they had entered Mexico and boarded a bus, but the bus was stopped and searched by Mexican police. This caused them to become frightened and separate. As a result, Jose claimed that he wanted to help with the investigation but did not know where his son was. On June 18, 2021, Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and being an accessory to murder. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center. This lenient sentence shocked and outraged Leslie's family and the community. Jose Ibarra attended the trial online, while Leslie's family and friends attended in person. They asked the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for someone who helped dispose of the body and hide the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra apologized to Leslie's family, saying that his love for his son had clouded his judgment. He expressed remorse for his actions, but Leslie's family did not accept his apology. They were still not satisfied, as Eric's whereabouts were still unknown and he continued to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released from prison on April 28, 2022, after serving 8 months and 15 days. This development outraged Leslie's family, who felt that justice had not been served. Their lawyer, Ophelia Markarian, expressed her frustration, saying it was unfair that the prime suspect was still at large while a person involved in the cover-up of the murder was freed after a short sentence. Leslie's case highlights significant flaws in the justice system, raising concerns about the fairness of how serious crimes are handled. The Leslie family is committed to fighting to change Nevada law to ensure that those involved in the murder face prison terms longer than the current 2 years. They are determined to find the perpetrators, prosecute them and punish them appropriately in the United States. Ophelia Markarian is using media interviews to reach out to anyone with information about Eric's whereabouts in Mexico, calling for justice for the Leslie family, even if it is only a small part. The case of Sarah Yarborough. Sarah Yarborough was born on June 12, 1975, in Portland. Her family soon moved to Federal Way, a suburb near Seattle. Sarah had 2 siblings and shared a special bond with her youngest brother. From an early age, she loved music and ballet. She was dedicated to her studies, aiming to get into a good university. Her academic success allowed her to visit New Zealand twice through a school program. She later became a cheerleader at her high school and had many friends. Sarah was admired for her kindness and readiness to support those in need. On the morning of Saturday, December 14, 1991, 16-year-old Sarah was supposed to meet her cheerleading team for an event. They planned to gather at the school, where a bus would pick them up. Sarah drove her father's car to the school but arrived an hour early. She mistakenly thought the bus would arrive at 8 a.m., but it was actually scheduled for 9 a.m. As her friends arrived, Sarah was nowhere to be found. Some students noticed her car in the parking lot, but she wasn't inside. When the bus arrived, Sarah still hadn't appeared. Her friends found this puzzling, but since they didn't have mobile phones back then, they couldn't contact her. At the same time, 2 12-year-old children were exploring the wooded area behind the tennis courts on the school grounds. They noticed something unusual. A man emerged from behind the bushes and walked away in the opposite direction. Although the children found this odd, they didn't think much of it and continued walking. A few meters ahead, they came across a horrifying sight, a young woman lying unresponsive on the ground. They feared she might be dead. The children ran home to inform their parents. One of the parents returned to the scene with them, while the other child's father decided to follow the suspicious man they had seen earlier. The child reported seeing a car similar to a Chevrolet Nova leaving the area. Since he lived close to the school, his father decided to look for that car. He briefly spotted a similar car but quickly lost it and couldn't find it again. Meanwhile, the other child's parents went to the school and saw that the young woman on the ground was likely dead. They immediately rushed into the school to call the police. When the officers arrived, they confirmed that the young woman had indeed passed away and identified her as Sarah. Based on the marks on her neck, they concluded she had been strangled. Some of her belongings, such as her jacket, underwear, and socks, were found near her body. Oddly, her purse and car keys were found in the school parking lot, suggesting that her attacker may have assaulted her near her car and then dragged her behind some trees. The body was handed over to forensic experts, and the police started their search for clues. Their first step was to interview everyone who was on the school premises and nearby. 2 kids who found Sarah gave a description of the man who came out from behind the bushes near her body. They described him as a tall guy, around his 20s, with shoulder-length reddish hair, wearing a dark coat and black pants. Soon, the police managed to find another witness, and this is where a surprising twist in the story unfolds. According to the man, he went for a run and noticed something unusual in the woods. He saw a girl lying near the bushes with a man standing over her. At first, the girl didn't move, and the man thought they were a couple being intimate. A few minutes later, running back the same way, he saw both of them still there. He didn't think a serious crime was happening. The man later told the police he had recently moved to the United States and wasn't familiar with typical behavior in the country. However, he was able to give a rough description of the man, which matched what the children who found the body described. Investigators spoke with many people who had been near the school but did not uncover any new leads. Meanwhile, medical experts examined Sarah's body and determined that she died from strangulation. It seems the attacker used his own socks, and they also found a severe wound on her. Experts believe the blow made her lose consciousness, matching the runner's report of seeing her lying still on the ground. In 1991, forensic experts examined Sarah's clothing and found traces of male hair on most of her clothing. However, there wasn't a DNA database available to compare these samples, so investigators could only make direct DNA comparisons with specific suspects. Detectives identified another lead in the case. Although forensic experts found male DNA on Sarah's clothing, the forensic doctor confirmed there were no signs of sexual assault on her body. With this information, investigators developed a theory about what happened. Sarah arrived at the school nearly an hour early and was alone in the parking lot. It is believed her attacker saw her, waited for her to get out of her car, then hit her on the head with an object, knocking her unconscious. He then dragged her behind some trees, where her body was later found. The attacker removed some of her clothing, committed indecent acts, and then strangled her with her own socks. When one of the children who found Sarah's body mentioned a car in which the attacker supposedly escaped, detectives started looking for a Chevrolet Nova. They found such a car quickly, but the driver was just delivering donuts that morning. He gave a DNA sample, which did not match the DNA on Sarah's clothing. It seems the children just noticed the vehicle driving nearby and mistakenly believed the perpetrator was inside. None of the children could definitely recall seeing a man coming from the bushes to a car. In the following days, police officers continued to search for witnesses and new leads, but no significant progress was made. Classes resumed on Monday despite the recent tragedy. The murder had occurred just a few meters from the school, and the perpetrator was still at large with an unknown identity. The girls were scared to walk alone near the school, so boys from the sports teams decided to escort each female student to their car or bus to ensure they weren't left alone on the street. Investigators discovered there were about 70 potential witnesses at the school and nearby that morning. They interviewed each one, but no new information came to light. Using statements from the two children in the runner, a sketch of the attacker was made and shared with all local newspapers and TV stations. The story gained significant media attention, resulting in the police receiving hundreds of tips in the following weeks. Investigators thoroughly followed up on each tip, but none led to any breakthroughs. At one moment, they found a potential suspect who resembled the attacker's description and had a criminal history. However, this lead also proved fruitless because the suspect's DNA did not match the sample from the victim's clothing. The case remained inactive for months. The police received 4,000 tips and tried to follow up on each one, but the local police department didn't have enough resources to manage all the information. Additionally, time was against them because new cases demanded the investigators' attention every month. When Sarah's family found out that the police didn't have enough resources to handle all the tips, they decided to help in any way they could. One family member worked for a technology company and persuaded the company to lend the police department a powerful computer worth $150,000, which was a lot of money in the 1990s. The company agreed, and the police used this computer to store all the tips in one place, process them quickly, and organize them for easy access. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, each tip went nowhere, and there was no progress in the following years. 2 years later, Sarah's classmates graduated. Before their graduation, they decided to honor her by raising a substantial amount of money to build a memorial. This memorial was a bench with Sarah's belongings cast in metal. Next to these items, there was a photo of her dog reaching for her purse. Over the years, the case was occasionally reopened, and all available evidence was re-examined, but the outcome remained unchanged. The perpetrator was still not found. During this time, the police interviewed several thousand people and collected DNA samples from nearly 300 potential suspects, but all efforts were unsuccessful. In 2011, 2 decades after the murder, a detective decided to use modern technology. He learned about a company specializing in genetic genealogy. The detective reached out and asked if they could find relatives of the person whose DNA was found on the victim. The experts accepted the challenge, but they were unsuccessful. At that time, genetic genealogy was in its early stages, and the experts faced limitations in what they could do. For example, they were unable to search for both male and female relatives within the same sample. If they had a man's DNA, they could only look for connections with other men, and the same applied to women. Additionally, they encountered legal challenges due to laws that restricted using genetic data samples to identify relatives of suspects. Nonetheless, their efforts produced some interesting outcomes. The detectives contacted a research team that had been working for years on mapping the genetic lineage of the first people who arrived in the United States from Britain on the Mayflower in 1620. After analyzing the DNA of Sarah's attacker, they found he was related to one of the ship's passengers, Robert Fuller. However, tracing him through this lineage was almost impossible, particularly given the challenges of those times. While the Mayflower carried just over 100 passengers, their descendants now number more than 25 million. Secondly, the detective didn't realize that he had turned Sarah's case into the first of its kind. Although his initial attempt was unsuccessful, it was the first crime to be attempted to solve with the help of genetic genealogy. The detective tried to use the available information and track down several men with the last name Fuller who lived in the area of the city at the time of Sarah's murder. He found photos of them and met with the only witnesses, a jogger and 2 men who had found the body when they were kids. Unfortunately, none of them recognized the killer in the photos. The detective retired in 2017, and a new team of investigators took over the case. They contacted the company that had been analyzing the DNA sample from the assailant since 2011. By that time, DNA analysis technology had improved significantly, and the experts agreed to attempt to trace the assailant's ancestry. It took them 2 years of meticulous work using public databases to identify even distant relatives of the assailant. They then manually traced these relatives' family connections to people who lived around the time of Sarah's death. In total, they had to rule out several thousand people before finally making a breakthrough. In September 2019, investigators identified 2 new potential suspects, brothers Edward and Patrick Nicholas, who were found to be descendants of Robert Fuller through DNA evidence. Experts concluded that a DNA sample from Sarah's clothing likely belonged to one of these brothers. At the time of the murder, Edward was 33 and Patrick was 27. The older brother, Edward, had a long history of violent crimes and had served time in prison. His DNA was already in the FBI database, so he could not have been involved in Sarah's murder. If he were the perpetrator, his DNA would have matched back in the 1990s. The younger brother, named Patrick Nicholas, had also been arrested several times by the police for violent crimes, including those against minors. However, this happened before DNA samples from those criminals were added to the database. The detectives put the man under surveillance immediately. Patrick lived in a neighboring city called Wellington. The police had been following him for 2 days, and soon an opportunity arose. One day, Patrick went to the laundromat, and while waiting for his clothes to wash, he stepped outside to smoke and threw a cigarette butt on the ground. An officer quickly collected it in an evidence bag and returned to his car. When Patrick stepped out to smoke again, a cloth handkerchief fell from his pocket. The officers picked it up, deciding to keep the handkerchief as a backup in case experts couldn't extract a DNA sample from the cigarette butt. The forensic experts successfully collected samples from all the items. The next day, they informed the detective that Patrick's DNA perfectly matched the traces found on Sarah's clothing from 1991. The judge quickly issued an arrest warrant for the man, and the police detained him. It took investigators 5 days to confirm his identity before they formally charged him with murder. When his background was leaked to the media, many questioned why someone with such a criminal history had not been considered a suspect for the past 28 years. At 19, Patrick Nicholas approached a young woman, got into her car, and attempted to assault her. The victim managed to escape by jumping into a river and swimming a long distance to reach safety. He has a criminal record. Patrick served a 4-year prison sentence before being released. In 1994, he was arrested again for attempting to assault a minor. Although he was detained, his DNA was not entered into any database. This was because the charge at the time was not considered serious enough to warrant DNA collection, and the police did not encounter his name for 30 years. Additionally, he was not mentioned in any of the 4,000 leads generated over the years. Genetic genealogy experts couldn't link him to Robert Fuller because Patrick's biological lineage had been adopted, and he grew up with a different surname. One of the men who found Sarah's body as a child in 1991 immediately recognized Patrick as the killer. He confessed that the event had profoundly impacted him, especially since he was only 12 years old when they found the body and the killer had seen him. For years, he lived in fear that the murderer might come after him. It wasn't until Patrick was arrested that he finally felt safe. Patrick's trial started in 2023. He claimed he was innocent, and his lawyer tried to dispute the main evidence, which was DNA. The lawyer argued that finding Patrick's DNA on the victim's clothing didn't prove his guilt, but this argument was dismissed. The lawyer also questioned the accuracy of the DNA analysis, but experts deemed this challenge baseless. In the end, Patrick was convicted of first-degree murder without premeditation. On May 25th, he received a sentence of 45 years and 8 months in prison, making it almost impossible for him to be released. During the sentencing, Patrick showed no emotion, unlike Sarah's family. Her family spoke before the judge, expressing gratitude to everyone involved in the trial and the investigators for bringing the killer to justice after 28 years of evasion. The case of Schmidt family. Tyler Schmidt was born on November 13, 1979, in Iowa, USA. He spent his childhood in Cedar Falls, a city home to the University of Northern Iowa. Tyler's early interests led him to join the Boy Scouts, where he earned the distinguished rank of Eagle Scout. This experience fostered his lasting love for nature and the outdoors. Growing up, Tyler enjoyed participating in camps organized by the Lutheran Church, which often brought his family together. Outside of school, he developed skills in playing the trumpet. However, his true passions lay in adventure and sports. At Northern Iowa High School in Cedar Falls, Tyler was a member of the cross-country running team and the swim team. During his free time, he also enjoyed outdoor activities such as canoeing, hiking, and snowshoeing. Tyler's interest in computing led him to Missouri's Truman State University, where he pursued a degree in computer science and met the woman who would become his wife. Sarah. Born in Kansas City on March 27, 1980, Sarah grew up near St. Louis with her siblings, Karen, Jane, and Adam, for part of her childhood. Sarah shared Tyler's passion for the outdoors, particularly bird watching and studying insects. Both had been heavily involved in scouting as young people, with Sarah earning the Girl Scouts' highest honor, the Gold Award. She credited her adventurous spirit to her mother, with whom she had gone backpacking in Central America. Given their compatibility and mutual interests, Tyler knew he had found his soulmate when he met Sarah. Sarah was a high-achieving student who excelled both academically and in leadership. As a result of her outstanding leadership skills, her the prestigious Truman Scholarship while she was still at Washington High School in Washington, Missouri. This scholarship led her to attend Truman State University, where she met her future husband, Tyler. The couple started dating and eventually got engaged. Both families were supportive of their decision to marry, as they believed the two were meant to be together and start a beautiful family. On June 22, 2002, friends and family gathered at St. John Lutheran Church in Cedar Falls for Tyler and Sarah's special day. Guests took their seats under the guidance of the wedding coordinators, with Tyler's parents and Sarah's mother seated at the front, joined by her nearby siblings. Tyler's uncles and cousins were also in attendance. Sarah stood outside, preparing to make her grand entrance at her wedding ceremony. She was accompanied by her father, who would escort her down the aisle and give her away to her fiancé. The ceremony was a promise of love and commitment between the 22-year-old couple, who vowed to stand by each other until the end of their lives. Following the wedding, Tyler and Sarah embarked on a romantic 10-day honeymoon to the breathtaking Boundary Waters, a wilderness area on the US-Canada border, situated between Minnesota and Ontario. This destination was chosen for its natural beauty, reflecting the couple's shared love of nature. After Tyler and Sarah got married, they focusing on building economic stability and advancing their careers. Following the completion of their bachelor's degrees in Missouri, they relocated to Lawrence and attended the University of Kansas. There, Sarah pursued a master's degree and later worked as a computer science expert, while Tyler divided his time among various roles, including jobs at a supermarket, a delivery company, UPS, and 18 years at a company that handled business billing and payments. During their early years of marriage, Tyler and Sarah maintained a balance between their professional lives and personal adventures. They made time for each other and regularly explored new outdoor destinations. The couple was social and enjoyed hosting family game nights and gathering with friends to play board games. They also participated in local community activities through the Lutheran Church and actively supported the Kansas Jayhawks basketball team, often attending tournaments at the Allen Fieldhouse. 2013 is a bittersweet year for Tyler and Sarah. It was the year Sarah's father unexpectedly passed away due to a heart attack, causing immense grief for his loved ones. However, in the same year, they welcomed their first child, Arlo, after 11 years of marriage. In 2015, the family grew again, with the birth of their beautiful daughter, Lula Schmidt, on September 17th. 3 years later, when their children were 6 and 3, the family decided to relocate to Cedar Falls to be near Tyler's relatives. The community of Cedar Falls provided they a warm welcome, and they quickly became involved in local activities. Tyler maintained his software engineering job, while Sarah started working as a librarian's assistant at the local public library. Their children, Arlo and Lula, began attending preschool at Lincoln Elementary School. Known for their kind and helpful nature, Tyler and Sarah made those around them feel valued. This endearing quality earned them the love and respect of their neighbors and the community. Sarah's friendly and warm personality also made her a beloved figure at the library, where she was admired by colleagues and patrons alike. Tyler and Sarah made it a priority to share their love for the outdoors with their children, Arlo and Lula, encouraging them to explore and appreciate nature. In 2021, the family began going on camping trips, which the kids greatly enjoyed, even with their busy schedules. As a result, they decided to go on these trips as often as possible. However, by mid-2022, Sarah's work hours had increased substantially, which may have affected their ability to continue this family tradition. However, in June 2022, she took a day off to celebrate a special milestone, her 20th wedding anniversary. She also planned a family vacation to Mata Cave State Park in Jackson County, Iowa, for the week of July 11th. To make time for this trip, she set a deadline for a library project. July 26th, Sarah shared her plans with her sister-in-law, Kat, and was looking forward to exploring the park's 13 remarkable caves and beautiful landscapes with her family. On Thursday, July 21st, the Schmidt family embarked on a 140-mile road trip to visit Makata Caves. The family, consisting of Tyler and Sarah, both 42, and their children Arlo, 9, and Lula, 7, arrived at the campsite before 5 p.m. due to the crowded camping area. The Schmidts decided to set up their tent near the park's entrance. Later that evening, around 7 p.m., another family, the Sherwins, arrived and parked approximately 200 feet away from the Schmidts' tent. Joe, Cecilia, and their 23-year-old son, Anthony, from Nebraska, had been on a week-and-a-half-long camping trip that took them to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. When they were on their way back home, they decided to stop at Makata Caves, setting up 2 tents, one for the parents and another for their son Anthony. Anthony consistently showed great care and consideration for his parents' needs, and earning praise from his mother, who frequently described him as the ideal son, kind, empathetic, and an outstanding student. At the time, Anthony was working on a business venture that involved developing a computer system. He claimed the business had the potential to generate millions and planned to use some of the profits to support his parents financially. However, Cecilia knew very little about the project, as Anthony maintained secrecy and only revealed that he communicated via emails that were heavily encrypted and secure. At Makata Caves, campers had settled in for the night. However, their peaceful night's sleep was disrupted before dawn on July 22nd by the sudden sound of gunshots. A short time earlier, a man wearing black had entered the Schmidt family's tent. Inside, the attacker targeted Tyler and then Sarah. Arlo, who had been asleep, was jolted awake by the screams of his sister Lula. As he turned to see what was happening, he saw blood and was overcome with fear. Managing to escape the tent, Arlo ran to find help. As he fled, he heard the sound of one final gunshot. Cecilia and Joe, from the adjacent campsite, quickly exited their tent due to the commotion. Joe began searching for his son among the other campers, inquiring if anyone had seen him. Meanwhile, Arlo, still panicked, continued running until he met Cecilia and Joe. He was frantic, shouting and asking for help, explaining that his parents had been shot. Concerned for Arlo's safety, Cecilia took his hand, and together they rushed to the park entrance. She was filled with anxiety, knowing her own son was sleeping near the tent where the shots were fired, and feared he might have been hurt or worse. Cecilia called 911 after hearing gunshots and reported the incident to the operator, but struggled to clearly say the park's name, making it difficult to communicate their exact location. Cecilia also explained that she was with a boy who claimed his parents had been shot. During the 23-minute call, the 911 operator asked Cecilia questions, while simultaneously relaying the attack to police and park rangers. The call was briefly dropped, but Cecilia quickly called back. Despite the chaotic situation and her own nervousness, Cecilia managed to remain calm, thanks in part to adrenaline. Once she had provided more specific location details, Cecilia handed the phone to Arlo. Arlo explained to the operator that he had witnessed a horrific scene at his family's campsite. He said the operator that he was in a tent with his parents and sister, but when he woke up, he saw a person wearing black and holding a gun. When asked about his father's location, the boy was silent for a while, then responding that he thought his father was hurt. At 6:30 a.m., police and paramedics arrived, and after locating the Schmidt's tent, they discovered a horrific scene. All the occupants, including Tyler, Sarah, and Lula, were dead. This previously peaceful campsite had quickly become a crime scene. Police immediately launched a search for the shooter, who could potentially still be in the area. Following the attack, authorities promptly evacuated everyone from Makata Caves State Park and nearby Camp Shalom, a Christian summer camp about 1.5 miles away. The evacuees were assembled outside the park for a head count, which revealed that only one person, Anthony Sherwin, was missing. It was also discovered that Anthony was armed. An aerial search by police helicopters led to the discovery of a man's body at 11 a.m. Once officers reached the location, they found the man was deceased. He was identified as Anthony Sherwin. Preliminary investigations pointed to Anthony as the primary suspect in the murders. Authorities believed he had perpetrated the attack on the Schmidt family before taking his own life. The park was temporarily closed by authorities following the incident, with the closure lifted by July 28th. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources offered its condolences for what had occurred. A spokesperson for the department expressed deep sadness and disappointment on behalf of the team, acknowledging that the incident had disrupted the long-standing tradition of Iowa families enjoying the state's natural beauty. However, the department remains committed to continuing its work in preserving the state's parks for the millions of families that visit each year. The citizens of Cedar Falls were deeply shocked when they received the news. The atmosphere in the town drastically somber and mournful. Family, friends, acquaintances, and even strangers were filled with grief. A heartfelt message was displayed in a window at the Cedar Falls Public Library, where Sarah had worked, paying tribute to Tyler, Sarah, and Lula, saying they may have left too soon, but their memories would remain forever in the hearts of those who knew them. After hearing of the tragedy, Tyler's software company mourned him, describing him as a highly skilled and dedicated professional who mentored his colleagues. His colleagues were deeply saddened by the news, remembering Tyler's love for his children, especially his child Arlo. The mayor of Cedar Falls shared his grief on Facebook over the loss of the 3 Schmidt family members. He knew Sarah, with whom he had worked on a technology project in the past. He called on the community to support Arlo, the sole survivor of the family, and shared a GoFundMe link for those wishing to donate. The initiative quickly raised more than $276,000 in just a few days. As a sign of respect for Sarah's co-workers, the local authority closed the library for the remainder of the day. The tragedy also drew reactions from other government leaders. The governor of Iowa conveyed her shock and sorrow over the unimaginable tragedy, while a U.S. House representative from Iowa denounced the crime as senseless and horrific. Sarah's family was deeply saddened by her passing. Her sister was particularly hard hit, finding it impossible to accept that she would no longer be able to talk to Sarah and that she would miss out on seeing her niece grow up. Family members came from as far away as North Dakota, Texas, and Michigan to attend a private funeral service for Sarah at Greenwood Cemetery on August 2nd. A separate celebration of the lives of Tyler, Sarah, and Lula was held at the picnic area of Overman Park, attracting more than 200 people. At the ceremony, Tyler's aunt and the mayor took turns speaking at the podium to express their feelings and share memories of the deceased. The Schmidt family's loved ones struggled to cope with their grief, also as trying to provide comfort and care to Arlo. Meanwhile, authorities pressed on with their investigation into the brutal crime. According to an official update from the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the autopsies revealed crucial information about the victim's causes of death. Tyler sustained both a gunshot wound and multiple sharp force injuries. His wife, Sarah, had multiple sharp force injuries, but no gunshot wound. Tragically, their young daughter, Lula, suffered both a gunshot wound and was strangled. In August 2022, authorities identified Anthony Sherwin, a 23 years old with no prior crimes, as the person responsible for the Schmidt family's murder. He acted alone and later ended his own life. Despite the thorough investigation, police were unable to determine a motive for the attack. According to the Assistant Director of Criminal Investigation, Anthony had no connection to the Schmidt family before or during the time the two parties camped near each other. The Nebraska Police Department helped investigate the incident. During a search of the Sherwin family's apartment in Nebraska, officers did not find a suicide note or any other clues that could explain why Anthony targeted the Schmidt family and himself. A review of Anthony's Facebook page also did not provide any information about the incident or the weapons used. According to the Assistant Director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, the only confirmed weapon found was an unlicensed, hand-assembled firearm discovered near Anthony's body. This type of firearm is often referred to as a ghost gun. Because these guns lack serial numbers, they can be challenging for authorities to track and regulate. To verify the story, the police spoke with Anthony's parents. They confirmed that their son had created his own gun using instructions he found online. His parents described Anthony as very responsible and stressed that he had never hurt anyone or any animals. They also shared that their family had never owned guns before, but due to increasing crime rates in Nebraska, they had recently decided to acquire them. As they were inexperienced with firearms, they even took classes to learn how to handle them. The parents Anthony's had brought a homemade gun on the trip for protection against crime and possible bear attacks, which they had previously encountered while camping. They planned to dispose of the gun after returning home. Anthony's parents believed he was innocent and wanted to prove it. They thought he was a victim of murder, not the killer. His mother pointed to an autopsy report they obtained, which showed he had been shot twice. This contradicted the police claim that he had been shot only once. Anthony's mother questioned how he could have shot himself twice, which raised doubts about the police theory that he had taken his own life. The family Anthony's questioned the attacker's clothing description, as Cecilia remembered telling the 911 operator that the attacker wore black clothes. This did not match Anthony's clothes, green shorts that she had given him the day before the incident. Furthermore, Cecilia and Joe believe the police have withheld important information from them, such as where Anthony's body was found and whether the gun used to kill the family Schmidts was the same gun used to shoot Anthony. They specifically asked investigators if a ballistic test was conducted to confirm any matches, but received no response. Cecilia expressed her concerns in an email to the media. In the email, she said that her son had so many reasons to live, and she was sure that he would not give up everything in such a way. Cecilia also mentioned that she had seen no signs of him planning such an attack. And in her opinion, Anthony did not have the capability to kill. Furthermore, she believed that her son had no connection to the Schmidt family, which raised more questions. When Cecilia reached out to investigators, their response only added to her confusion. They simply mentioned that it was a random murder. Anthony's parents asked to see the final investigation report so they could arrange for a private review to be conducted. However, they state that they never received a response to this request. Around the same time, in January 2023, a news organization also requested public documents related to the case, but was still waiting for them. According to Iowa's Open Records Law and the Freedom of Information Act, a request was made for various documents related to the case, including incident reports, investigation files, crime scene summaries, and autopsy reports. However, the Iowa Department of Public Safety Commissioner's office responded that these documents were not publicly available. They could only release basic information about the case, which had already been included in the press release and its supplementary links. A few days after the inquiry, the media outlet sent an email to the official asking if the gun Anthony used to kill himself was the same one used in the Schmidt family murders or not. The official did not respond. So far, the police believe Anthony was a random killer who brutally murdered family Schmidt by shooting, stabbing, and strangling them. This conviction stands unless new evidence surfaces to prove otherwise. Anthony was also murdered, and those who knew him described him as kind, studious, and innocent. Following traumatic incident, Arlo, the sole survivor of a massacre, came to live with his relatives in Cedar Falls, CU the law entre qua Sarah. Recently, in an interview, Sarah's brother expressed admiration for Arlo's courage and the young boy's remarkable mental resilience. Following the tragedy, a fundraising page on GoFundMe was established to collect money for Arlo's care and to create a fund that will support his future education. The case of Ada Betty Cuadros Fernandez. Ada Betty Cuadros Fernandez was born on September 13, 1977, in the coastal town of Chimbote, Peru. She was the first child of Victor Cuadros, a veterinarian, and Fernandez, a teacher. Ada was the eldest of 4 siblings and consistently performed well academically, even winning knowledge contests. She had a happy childhood filled with dreams of self-improvement. Ada later recounted that she spent much of her childhood with one of her sisters on their grandparents' farm, enjoying the close connection with nature and animals. This period on the farm was one of the happiest times of her life. Ada came from a family that was not poor but also not wealthy. As a teenager, she looked for ways to contribute financially to her family. Together with her sister and a friend, she formed a group to entertain at children's parties. After high school, Ada enrolled in a private university to study law. However, her financial situation did not allow her to continue, and she had to drop out. Despite this setback, Ada remained determined to succeed and support her family. With this goal in mind, she applied for a U.S. visa. Like many young people from Peru and other Latin American countries, Ada saw the United States as a land of opportunities. She was determined to move there, work hard, earn a better income, and pave the way for a brighter future for herself and her family. Her family enthusiastically supported her decision. They sold some of their belongings and did everything they could to gather enough money for her journey. Her destination was Texas, where she initially planned to stay with some relatives. In early 2004, she started working as a waitress in a restaurant. Later, she joined a company that placed nannies in households. It was through this job that she met the Lazarchik family. The Lazarchik family consisted of Father Michael, generally known as Mike, Mother Renee, their oldest daughter Alyssa, and the twin boys Ryan and Kyle. Little is known about the family background, except that they got married in 2000. Soon after their wedding, Renee became pregnant with their first child, Alyssa. After Alyssa's birth, they were expecting twins, Kyle and Ryan. The Lazarchik couple wanted to hire a trustworthy babysitter to take care of the twins when Renee went back to work. Alyssa was already attending a daycare where she had made several friends, so they decided she would continue being cared for there. They interviewed several candidates, and Ada stood out as the best option. She was young, but not a teenager. She appeared healthy, strong, polite, and cheerful. Renee wanted Ada to start immediately so that she could work with her for a few weeks and explain the household routines, the state of affairs, and her expectations. She also wanted to see how Ada would take care of the twins. The family had a specific requirement. They wanted assurances that Ada would stay with them for 18 months, and Ada agreed to this arrangement. Initially, they was agreed that she would spend only daytime hours in the Lazarchik household, but after some time they asked her to move in, and Ada agreed. Everything appeared to progress well. The Lazarchik family was satisfied with her work and grew fond of her, placing complete trust in her. Numerous photographs documented joyful moments with the smiling young nanny holding the twins. However, the situation changed dramatically in the summer of 2005. Ada informed the Lazarchik family that her relatives were returning to Peru before relocating to Germany. Ada was prepared to accompany them and had already purchased her plane ticket for October 29th of that year. Understandably, this came as disappointing news for the couple, as it was not in line with their previous agreement. Eventually, they understood and simply asked Ada to stay until they could find a replacement. They even requested her help in searching for and selecting her successor. Ada agreed, but from that moment on, she no longer stayed overnight at the Lazarchik's house. Instead, she returned to her uncle's house at night and came back early in the morning. Given the change in circumstances and Ada's impending departure, the Lazarchik family scheduled interviews with several nanny candidates on October 12th. During the day, Renee called Ada and asked her to prepare macaroni and cheese for the children. Ada fulfilled the request and fed the children. When Renee returned home, she greeted her children, saw that they were fine, and after interviewing the candidates, spent more than an hour with her little ones before they went to bed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Kyle typically woke up crying at 5 a.m. on Thursday, October 13th. Twins usually sleep heavily and require someone to wake them, but Kyle woke up on his own. Renee got up, went to the twins' room, picked up Kyle, and soothed him until he fell back asleep. She then returned to bed. 2 hours later, at 7:30, Mike went to the kids' room, woke them up, hugged and kissed them, and left them in Renee's care before going to work. She changed Ryan's diaper, said goodbye to twins, and went to work. The kids were fine, nothing out of the ordinary, except for Kyle's early waking that day. His older sister, Alyssa, went to daycare as usual, but things took a dramatic turn around 1 p.m. when Ada called 911, very agitated, saying that one of the kids, Kyle, had stopped breathing and was turning blue. According to the information provided, the operator gave instructions on how to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the child. The person carried out the instructions until the emergency medical responders arrived. After a few minutes, they reached the house and took over the care of Kyle. They asked Ada what had happened, and she, very upset, explained that after lunch she had put Kyle down for a nap and returned to get his brother. But when she came back with Ryan, Kyle began vomiting and stopped breathing. While the paramedics were attending to Kyle, Ada called Renee to inform her of the situation, giving her a different version of the events. She said that after feeding the children, she took Kyle out of the high chair and, as usual, placed him on the playroom floor while she looked for his brother. But when she returned, Kyle was vomiting. She went to the kitchen to get a bowl to collect the vomit, and when she came back, Kyle had fallen. She said she picked him up, took him to the sink, and performed the maneuver that Renee had taught her in case any of the children stopped breathing, but it didn't work, and she also tried CPR. The paramedics transported Kyle to the nearest hospital after the initial treatment. When Renee arrived home, the ambulance with her son had already left, but the police were still on the scene. Renee took Ryan, the other twin, and asked Ada to accompany them. They followed the police, who escorted them to the hospital. During the trip, Renee called her husband, and they met at the medical center. A couple of minutes later, the doctors decided to transfer Kyle by helicopter to the Children's Hospital of Dallas. The Lazarchik family returned home, leaving Ada in charge of Ryan, and headed to the Children's Hospital of Dallas. Ada asked them to keep her informed about Kyle's condition. On the way to the hospital, Renee began to worry that Ada might be too anxious to properly care for Ryan, so she called a friend to help the babysitter at the house. Ada, visibly distressed and crying, opened the door for Rena's friend shortly after the friend arrived at the house. The friend asked Ada to explain what had happened. According to Ada's account, Kyle had suddenly collapsed while standing between the playroom and the kitchen. Ada said she dropped the plate she was holding, picked up Kyle, took him to the living room, and performed CPR on him. Ada mentioned that Kyle's brain hadn't fully developed and that this issue had started at birth. The friend didn't fully understand, but Ada kept talking, expressing her love for Kyle and assuring that she would never hurt him. The friend tried to calm her, reassuring her that she hadn't done anything wrong and that she was a good person. In the meantime, at the Dallas Children's Hospital, the Lazarchik family received devastating news. The doctor in charge of Kyle informed that the child had suffered severe head injuries, with multiple contusions on the head, left arm, and shoulder. A neurosurgeon met with the distressed parents to explain that something needed to be done to relieve the pressure on Kyle's brain, although survival was unlikely. A child abuse specialist who also met with Mike and Renee suggested that Kyle's injuries could be consistent with abuse. The specialist stated that Kyle's injuries were so severe, it was as if he had been in a car accident or fallen from a sixth-floor window. Renee initially found it hard to believe what had happened. She thought Ada might have accidentally dropped the child or was too scared or ashamed to admit it. However, the doctors clearly explained the severity of Kyle's head injuries and the amount of force required to cause them. Given this information, the possibility of an accident seemed unlikely. Renee promptly contacted another friend to pick up Ryan and remove him from the house. While this was happening in the hospital, Ada became increasingly anxious at home. Renee's friend had to go out to pick up her son from school and take him home. During her absence, Ada called her several times, asking if there was any news about Kyle. When Renee's friend returned to the house, she found Ada calm. Ada was no longer crying or talking. Shortly after, a police car passed by the house. Seeing it, Ada lost her composure. She began to cry uncontrollably and scream, "No, no, no," collapsing on the floor behind a door and repeatedly insisting that she would never harm Kyle. Two female detectives arrived to interview Ada. She was the only adult present when the incident occurred. As the detectives located the house and got out of their patrol car, they heard Ada's cries. Upon entering, they found her extremely agitated. During the interview, the other officer called the hospital to get an update on Kyle's condition. When they discovered the diagnosis, the detectives told Ada that her story did not explain Kyle's injuries. Ada suggested that Kyle may have hit his head when he fell after she left him alone in the playroom, but the officers pointed out that the playroom floor was covered in soft carpets, making this explanation unlikely. When trying to offer another explanation, Ada said that Kyle may have hit his head on the doorframe when she was carrying him on her hip. In the officer's insistence, Ada showed how Kyle could have hurt himself and mentioned that Mike and Renee often hit Kyle's head without any problem. The officer checked the place where Ada claimed Kyle hit his head, but found no evidence of a strong impact. When the officers told her that the injury did not seem serious enough to have caused the extensive damage described by the doctors, Ada insisted that the impact was strong because she was running with Kyle in her arms. She also claimed that she had never shaken or hit any of the twins. The officers urged Ada to tell the truth, as it could save Kyle's life, but Ada provided no further explanation. Given the circumstances, the officers reported the situation to their command and took Ada into preventive custody for further questioning. The investigation team arrived at the crime scene to examine the house. After completing their task, they informed Renee's friend, who was staying at the house on behalf of the owners, that they could clean up and organize everything for the family's return. While cleaning the house, the friend found a piece of adhesive tape sticking out from the door of a cabinet under the kitchen island. When they opened the door, they noticed it was broken and held together by tape. As a result, opening it caused the door to become misaligned. They simply placed it back and secured it with the tape, but found it strange because Renee was always careful with broken items to prevent the children from getting hurt. They had a hunch and called the police to report the door. Shortly after, investigators returned to collect potential evidence. Later, when questioned about the cabinet door, Renee stated that she frequently used that door and had never seen it held with adhesive tape. By the time Friday, October 14th arrived, all of Mike and Renee's hopes had vanished. The doctors informed them that Kyle was brain dead and had no chance of recovery. Amid unimaginable grief, the couple authorized the removal of life support, and Kyle passed away 3 days later on October 17th. The detectives interviewed Ada in prison, where she was accused of premeditated assault on a minor. This time, Ada claimed that the day before the incident, she was preparing the macaroni and cheese that Renee had requested. Kyle was sitting on the kitchen countertop, and the child fell, landing headfirst on the kitchen floor and hitting his head hard. Ada said she picked him up and checked for injuries. The only thing she noticed was redness on his ear and the right side of his head. So she applied cold compresses and gave him a pain reliever. When the interrogators asked why she hadn't told this to the other officers, Ada said she thought they wouldn't believe her. She mentioned that she didn't tell Renee because, when she arrived home from work, Renee complained of a severe headache. Ada said Renee suffered from migraines and had requested that the lights be turned off and the house be kept quiet. The interrogators asked if she had fallen with the child, which she adamantly denied. During that interrogation, Ada learned that Kyle had died, and she cried for the rest of the interview. Ada was brought before the courts, where a judge charged her with aggravated homicide and set bail at $750,000, which was beyond the means of Ada or her family. Consequently, she remained in custody until the trial. At that time, the police indicated that she might be charged with premeditated actions, which could carry the death penalty. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Kyle testified that when he received the child, Kyle was already unconscious. The examination revealed multiple hematomas, bruises, on the right side of Kyle's head, as well as bruises on the left side of his head, shoulder, and both arms. Additionally, there were 2 small hemorrhages forming hematomas on the right temple. These multiple areas of hematomas on Kyle's head indicated that he had suffered 3 separate impacts. The examiner noted that the bruises were relatively recent, with one possibly being 12 to 16 hours old. Internally, Kyle had brain and retinal bleeding, which is indicative of severe trauma. Although there were no broken bones, the brain tissue was notably swollen, and the pressure inside Kyle's head was 90 millimeters of mercury, significantly higher than the normal level of 20 millimeters. Based on these findings, the examiner concluded that Kyle had suffered severe traumatic events consistent with blunt force trauma, possibly from someone hitting his head against a hard object. The examiner suggested that the type of injuries could also result from shaking and swinging a young child's head against a solid object, such as a kitchen cabinet door. The crucial testimony of a forensic analyst revealed that the distance between the fasteners of the broken cabinet door in the kitchen matched the abrasion marks on Kyle's head. This expert also analyzed the adhesive tape used to repair the cabinet door and found 2 DNA traces, one of which had a greater contribution and matched Ada's DNA. The minor trace could not be identified. After hearing from the experts, it was time for Mike to testify. He explained that Kyle was doing well the evening of October 12th and the morning of October 13th with no bruises. He also mentioned that he made breakfast that morning, opened and closed the kitchen cabinets to get utensils and food, and that all the doors were in perfect condition, including the one that was later found with an unexplained taped repair. The parents said they had breakfast with the kids and played with building blocks, with the twins crawling around in a playhouse. Based on all the evidence, it was easily concluded that the events that led to Kyle's death occurred when there were no other adults in the house. The prosecutor in the case stated that the exact circumstances of what happened to Kyle may never be known with certainty, but according to the evidence presented at the trial, she outlined a possible scenario. Perhaps Kyle didn't want to eat his lunch and, feeling frustrated or distracted by watching a soap opera, may have gotten out of his high chair without realizing the cabinet door was open. The prosecutor speculated that Ada's rage could have provoked the violent attack on Kyle's head using the cabinet door until it broke, leaving marks on the child. After all the testimony and closing arguments, the jury retired to deliberate. When they returned, they decided Ada guilty of capital murder of a child under 6 years old. When the verdict was read, Ada's mother, Fernandez, who had traveled from Peru when her daughter was arrested, stood up and shouted that she would free Ada because she was innocent. She stated that there was no evidence to convict her daughter and swore to start over with an appeal. After the jury left, Kyle's parents showed photographs and videos of their late son and told about his short 14-month life, from birth to the last picture taken a few days before his death. Family members talked about Kyle, while others simply couldn't stop crying. Ada was convicted a year later in 2006 to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For Ada and her family, giving up was not an option. Her parents immediately started a campaign to appeal the sentence, as they claimed that Ada's conviction was based on racism and ineffective public defense. But an appeal required money for legal representation and court costs, which the family did not have. In this case, Ada and her family have been continuously struggling to prove Ada's innocence. They are seeking support from various sources, including the Peruvian government, the Peruvian and Latino community in the United States, as well as solidarity organizations in Peru. In prison, Ada maintains her innocence and takes advantage of every opportunity for interviews. Their efforts have paid off, and in 2009, Ada's legal team filed an appeal citing 5 specific errors in the initial trial process. After reviewing the case, the appeals court rejected 3 claims but approved 2 claims. This was enough for the judges to overturn the verdict and cancel the trial due to irregularities. After this decision, Ada's family began fundraising efforts again to cover the $100,000 needed for a new trial. It took another 3 years to prepare for the new trial, which began on July 10, 2012, with the selection of 12 jurors from over 100 candidates. The defense maintained that Kyle fell from the kitchen counter on October 12 and sustained a head injury, and the situation worsened the next day when Ada, while running with the child in her arms, accidentally struck his head on the door frame. This time, the defense team presented testimony from a forensic expert with 40 years of experience. He suggested that some of Kyle's bruises may have been caused at the hospital during the insertion of a catheter to assess brain swelling. The prosecutor vehemently challenged this testimony. Another witness, an employee of the kitchen cabinet manufacturer, also testified for the defense, although he did not entirely rule out the possibility that Kyle's head could have hit the cabinet door. After the trial session was over, the jury deliberated for 5 hours, even requesting to listen to the 911 call recording again. Ultimately, they upheld the verdict. They once again found Ada guilty of premeditated murder and sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Her case remains a deeply contentious one, with her family continuing to fight for justice, asserting her innocence amid claims of a flawed judicial process and insufficient defense. The case of Mackenzie Shirilla. Mackenzie Shirilla was born in August 2004 in Strongsville, Ohio. The youngest of 3 children, Mackenzie received a lot of love and pampering from her parents, John Shirilla and Natalie Stevens. Her parents prioritized her education and encouraged she to pursue every goal she loved. Being the youngest also gave her a tolerance. She was often forgiven for many of her mischievous pranks during her childhood, and even when she committed some more serious mistakes, she would still be forgiven by her parents. Mackenzie grew up as a spoiled and entitled girl who often got her way. Her parents gave in to her demands, which led her to believe she could act however she wanted without consequence. As a young child, she was kind and friendly, but as she grew older, her behavior and character began to deteriorate. If things didn't go her way, she would throw tantrums, lose her temper, and use bad language. She was prone to physical altercations and would often disregard others. Mackenzie only cared about her own opinions and desires, insisted on getting her way, and prioritized her own interests above all else. During his teenage years, Mackenzie became very difficult and unbearable personality, but her parents never thought it was out of the ordinary. To them, her behavior was a normal part of growing up and a phase she would eventually outgrow. They chose to respond with understanding and patience. However, Mackenzie's behavior worsened over time. In high school, she started using alcohol and occasionally experimenting with illicit drugs, often managing to avoid consequences for her actions. Her reckless behavior not only endangers herself but also the people around her. Mackenzie's parents seemed to be unaware of, or possibly chose to ignore, the obvious issues their daughter was facing. Like many teenagers, she was glued to her smartphone and frequently posted provocative photos and comments on social media. Her actions weren't unusual among her friends, as they often engaged in vandalism, fought, stole, and had run-ins with the police. However, they rarely faced serious consequences, typically receiving only warnings and educational discussions, which may have led them to believe that they could act as they pleased without facing repercussions. Dominic Russo, a young man from Strongsville, was a stark contrast to Mackenzie. Born in September 2001, he was the 4th of 7 children to Frank and Christine Russo. Growing up, Dominic was close to his 3 brothers and 3 sisters. He was an exemplary student, actively participated in sports, and prioritized a healthy lifestyle. Throughout his childhood, Dominic excelled academically, participated in sports, and prioritized a healthy lifestyle. Despite being part of a large family, Dominic and his siblings never lacked parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine Russo were moderately strict but also supportive of their children's interests. As a result, Dominic always had a lot of friends and was accustomed to being the center of attention. His attractive appearance and charming personality made him a popular figure, and he had many admirers from a young age. However, Dominic preferred to focus on meaningful relationships rather than fleeting romances. After completing high school, Dominic attended a local university, specializing in performing arts with a focus on music production. His ambition was to become a renowned music producer, and he was also a skilled singer-songwriter. By the time he was 20, Dominic had established his own business, purchased a car, and was living in a rented apartment in a good neighborhood. Additionally, he excelled as a student and athlete at the university. Dominic first met Mackenzie at a mutual friend's party. This chance encounter turned out to be pivotal for both of them. As complete opposites, they found themselves drawn to each other. Dominic, with his charming and cultured demeanor, quickly caught Mackenzie's eye. He was distinctly different from the people she normally socialized with, possessing qualities that set him apart. He was well-educated, well-mannered, and engaging, able to effortlessly converse on a wide range of topics. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slender figure that caught people's attention. She knew how to present herself and often relied on her charm to make an impression. Mackenzie quickly won over the guy she had been interested in, Dominic, and by fall 2021, they started dating. Not long after that, the two introduced each other to their families. While Mackenzie's parents were thrilled with her choice, considering the guy an excellent match for their daughter, Dominic's parents had mixed feelings about Mackenzie. They found her endearing and innocent at first, but there was something about her that immediately raised concerns for Frank and Christine Russo. Those close to Mackenzie believed she had truly fallen in love for the first time, and they hoped this relationship would have a positive impact on her life. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted the tragic endings that would eventually bring their romance to an end. As Mackenzie and Dominic spent more time together, they began to appear in public, holding hands and showing affection for each other. It wasn't long before the entire small town knew about their relationship. While some people who knew Mackenzie well felt sorry for her boyfriend, Dominic, most were simply happy for the couple. As time passed, Dominic started to notice strange behavior in Mackenzie. She was constantly defiant and tried to get everyone to do what she wanted. At first, Dominic thought her behavior was due to her youth and desire for attention. Despite her behavior, the couple made plans for their future, discussing marriage as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also hoped to leave their small town and move to a big city, such as New York, where Dominic could pursue a music career and showcase his talent. Over time, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes frightening to Dominic. She asks him to do what she wants, and if he doesn't agree with her, she gets angry and acts very nasty. Dominic initially disregarded Mackenzie's controlling behavior as a joking matter, but then he soon realized her true nature. In public, she maintained a composed exterior, but when they were alone, she took out her anger on him and sometimes attacked him. Dominic felt he couldn't stand his girlfriend any longer and proposed a temporary separation to reconsider their feelings. However, Mackenzie responded by having a very breakdown in front of their mutual friends. She yelled, threatened to harm Dominic if he ended the relationship, and even threatened to burn down his house and wreck his car. These actions had the opposite effect of what Mackenzie intended. This makes Dominic even more want to end their toxic relationship. Mackenzie was determined to hold on to her boyfriend, refusing to acknowledge the end of the relationship. Initially, she acted as though nothing was wrong, continuing to call Dominic and invite him to various parties and events. She also posted affectionate photos of the two on social media, expressing her love for him. However, when Dominic made it clear that the relationship was over, Mackenzie's behavior changed. She became furious and began showing up at his house almost daily, standing under his window and shouting insults and threats. She also resorted to calling him from different phone numbers, leaving messages on his answering machine, and sending emails. In these messages, Mackenzie's tone was inconsistent. Sometimes she will gently express her feelings for him and offer to restart the relationship. However, there are times when she will use insults and threats against Dominic. Dominic was baffled by Mackenzie's behavior, having never experienced anything similar before. He struggled to respond and tried various approaches, including talking to her and ignoring her. He also documented her aggressive outbursts using his phone. The situation became unbearable as Mackenzie would publicly scream at and insult Dominic whenever she saw him, making his life extremely difficult. Despite this, Dominic held on to the hope that with time, Mackenzie would eventually leave him alone and move on. Mackenzie made a shocking statement in front of witnesses, saying it would be easier for her to kill Dominic than to let him move on from her. She threatened that if he didn't return to her, she would make sure no one else could have him. At first, Dominic didn't take her words seriously, but those around him knew she was not joking. Her threats also included hitting and running him over with a car, driving him off a cliff, or stopping on railroad tracks in front of an oncoming train. She described each scenario in detail, as if she had already planned it out. However, Mackenzie soon realized that her threats and insults only pushed Dominic further away. She decided to change her tactics, switching from being aggressive to being sweet and charming again. She stopped pressuring and harassing Dominic and pretended to have learned from her mistakes, wanting to change for the better. She started talking about college plans, asking for his help in choosing a university, and claiming that she had become more focused on her studies, particularly her upcoming final exams. Dominic was pleasantly surprised by the changes in Mackenzie and, still having feelings for her, he decided to help her with her university enrollment. As they started seeing each other again, they gradually rekindled their closeness. Dominic began taking her on dates and spending all his free time with her, thinking she had become more mature and responsible. He fell in love with her again without even realizing it, and their past issues seemed to fade away. This time, they kept their reunion private and didn't tell their friends and acquaintances about it. Therefore, their dates are private and discreet, allowing them to enjoy their time together without seeking outside attention. When Dominic's brother Angelo found out, he warned that nothing good would come of it. But Dominic didn't listen, because he loved her too much, so he didn't pay attention to his brother's words. Dominic thinks that Mackenzie has changed positively after they reunited, but he had no idea what she was really planning. Unbeknownst to him, Mackenzie had devised a sinister plan to exact revenge on he. She became obsessed with the idea of a disastrous car accident. She would spend her free time traveling around the city and looking for the perfect place to carry out her plan. Mackenzie considered crashing into a steep cliff or stepping in front of the train, but she couldn't find cliff nearby and thought the idea of blocking the train was untrustworthy. One day, while driving through an industrial area, she stumbled upon a secluded spot with no cameras or traffic. A massive brick wall caught her attention, and her twisted imagination quickly conjured up a new and equally horrific plan. She decided that accelerating to top speed and crashing into the wall would be just as spectacular as the other ideas she had considered. Initially, Mackenzie had planned to end her life alongside her lover, Dominic, intending for their tragic story to become a cautionary tale for the entire city. She had confided in her best friend about this plan, but her friend thought she was joking because she had had such wild ideas before. In late July 2022, just days before Mackenzie's 18th birthday, she asked Dominic if he wanted to attend a mutual friend's party with her. She told him that it would be the perfect opportunity for them to have some fun, relax, and make it clear to everyone that they were back together and deeply in love. Dominic quickly agreed, as he still trusted Mackenzie and didn't question her feelings or intentions. On the night of July 30th, Dominic and Mackenzie arriving at the party holding hands. Their entrance caught everyone's attention, and they looked happy and in love as they openly displayed their affection for each other. Their friends were genuinely thrilled to see them reunited but noticed how well-suited the couple was. When night fell, Dominic and Mackenzie freely took photos, kissed and enjoyed their time together without any hesitation. However, no one had any idea that this joyful celebration would take a devastating turn. Dominic and Mackenzie drank some alcohol, like other people at that party, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs, for courage, to not change her mind at the last minute and slammed on the brakes. The next morning, Dominic and Mackenzie bid farewell to the guests and began to head out to their car. However, they were approached by a friend of the guy, Davion Flanagan, who requested a ride home in their vehicle. Mackenzie tried to decline request, said that they had made other plans, but Dominic didn't see any problem with driving his friend home. Mackenzie eventually relented, and she agreed to give Davion a ride home. Mackenzie took the driver's seat, with Dominic beside her and Davion behind him. They left the party venue and headed onto the main road. Mackenzie drove cautiously, adhering to the speed limit and avoiding drawing attention to themselves. When they approached an empty intersection, she stopped at the red light. As they waited, Davion dozed off, allowing her to reconsider her intentions. In her later statement, Mackenzie claimed she had planned to die in an accident, but her words were discredited by the fact that she had buckled her seatbelt during the previous stop, while Davion remained unbuckled. As the light turned green, Mackenzie suddenly accelerated and took a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road that led into an industrial area. Dominic and Davion seemed unaware of what was happening, and the car sped up as if Mackenzie had lost control. Pressing hard on the gas pedal, she careened the vehicle toward a brick wall. Luckily, a witness happened to be in the area. On an early Sunday morning, the industrial area was deserted, with no other people around to see the accident or offer assistance. However, a woman who lived near the scene heard the crash and went outside to find out what's happening. Seeing smoke and realizing a car had crashed, she quickly returned to her home to call for emergency help. About 30 minutes after the accident, medics arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, Davion and Dominic in the car succumbed to their injuries and died instantly. Mackenzie, however, was fortunate to have survived thanks to her seatbelt and airbags. Mackenzie, the driver, was unconscious and trapped in the wreckage with severe leg injuries, but she was breathing and had a palpable pulse, giving hope that she will survive. During the process of being freed from the car, Mackenzie briefly regained consciousness but she appeared disoriented and unaware of her surroundings. Once released from the vehicle, she was immediately rushed to the hospital for treatment. At the hospital, doctors diagnosed Mackenzie with multiple fractures and viscera injuries. Blood tests also revealed that she had been under the influence of both alcohol and drugs at the time of the accident. The police initially received leads and a confession in the investigation. After learning the results of Mackenzie's tests, it was thought that she was under the influence of addictive substances and didn't understand her actions. It's possible she tried to drive through the wall or didn't notice any obstacles, as there was no sign of braking. Since Mackenzie was unconscious in the intensive care unit after a complex operation, the police couldn't question her at first. When she regained consciousness, she became hysterical and confessed to the doctor, saying she deliberately crashed into the wall to kill Dominic and initially intended to die with him. Mackenzie also said that Dave was an unintended victim because he was hitchhiking in their car. Doctors dismissed Mackenzie's confession, believing it was a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and grief over her boyfriend's death. However, when the police spoke with Mackenzie, her story changed completely. This time, Mackenzie said she remembered almost nothing about the incident of that night due to consuming alcohol and using illegal substances. Mackenzie claimed she had a memory lapse after getting in the car and had no idea how Davion ended up in the car. However, evidence contradicted this. Surveillance footage tracked the car's initial route and showed Mackenzie driving cautiously and following the rules until she suddenly turned onto a road leading to an industrial area. Furthermore, it was discovered that Mackenzie had previously driven the entire route days earlier, and her car had been spotted by multiple witnesses. After being discharged from the hospital, Mackenzie quickly recovered and attempted to resume her disinterested life. She showed no remorse for her actions and was confident about evading consequences. She became active on social media again, met with friends, and made future plans. By September, she even attended a concert in a nearby city, featuring her favorite band, seemed unaffected by her boyfriend's passing. Mackenzie lived an active life despite having her legs in a fragile state. She would often appear at concerts in a wheelchair, wearing vibrant makeup and taking selfies to share on social media. Just a month after recovering, Mackenzie attended a Halloween party in a pre-made costume, where she met new people and enjoyed herself. However, her life has changed completely on November 4th, 2022, when she was taken into custody. The investigation gathered enough evidence to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder and possession of a controlled substance found in her pocket and detected in her blood. However, during the trial, Mackenzie changed her testimony multiple times. Initially, she claimed to have memory loss, but when her friend testified against her, revealing her plan, she shifted her defense. Mackenzie then claimed she had intended to die alongside her lover, but this was disproven when it was discovered she had secured herself with a seatbelt. Mackenzie Sherrill was found guilty of all charges on August 21, 2023. However, due to her age at the time of the crime, just 5 days shy of her 18th birthday, the court took this into consideration and tried her as a minor. Under state law, Mackenzie was eligible for consecutive 15-year prison sentences without parole for each murder she committed. However, due to her young age, the court decided to let her serve these sentences simultaneously. This meant she would be eligible for parole in 15 years. By that time, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both the prosecution and defense expressed displeasure with the court's decision. Dominic family members felt the sentence was too lenient, and they intended to appeal for a stricter punishment. On the other hand, Mackenzie's parents and lawyer believed the sentence was too harsh and decided to appeal as well. The judge refused to change the sentence, questioning whether Mackenzie would be released after 15 years in prison. In his opinion, Mackenzie showed no remorse for her actions and displayed arrogance towards the court. The extended prison term would provide her with ample time to reflect on the gravity of her crimes. The case of Sheila LaBarre. Sheila LaBarre was born in Fort Payne, Alabama on July 4, 1958. She was the youngest of 3 children and grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields with her siblings, including her older brother and sister Lynn. According to Lynn, her older sibling, Sheila was an energetic, inquisitive, and creative girl. She loved being the center of attention, had a beautiful singing voice, and was very pretty. Her father Manuel Bailey's struggle with alcoholism had a profound impact on his family, especially his children, during their formative years. When affected, he became extremely aggressive and abusive, directing his anger at his wife and children. He would insult and humiliate them, attack them with any available object, and even force them to sleep outdoors, enduring the elements. Many times, Manuel's wife and children had no choice but to seek shelter in barns or fields, enduring harsh weather conditions such as heavy rain or freezing temperatures. Manuel's violent outbursts were a regular occurrence in the family. On one occasion, he threw dishes and objects at family members in a drunken rage. The mother tried to shield her children but was unsuccessful. A flower pot hit the youngest daughter, Sheila, in the head, causing her a severe concussion and leaving a permanent scar on her temple that she later covered with her hair. However, physical abuse was not the only trauma the sisters endured. According to Sheila and Lynn's memories, Manuel forced them into forced sex from a young age. Even though the mother may have known what was going on, she never addressed the problem or sought help for her daughters. Sheila studied very well, finding solace in her academic achievements in the midst of a difficult family life. She dreamed of escaping the countryside to pursue her ambitions in the city. With fierce determination and intense passion, Sheila aspired to realize her childhood dream in life and become an actress or a pop singer. She had everything for this: charisma, bright appearance, and a wonderful voice. Sheila's upbringing was tumultuous. At the age of 18, she left her parents' house, but adult life was difficult. She did not pass the university entrance exam because of her average grades, and she simply did not have the money to move to the big city. Therefore, Sheila took a job as a maid in a hotel where her sister worked. Sheila had a slim figure and a very attractive appearance, big blue eyes, a charming smile, and long, thick hair. She was given attention by men, and over time, she learned to use that attention and manipulate her suitors. Sheila met Jonathan Baxter in the late 1970s and they began a romantic relationship. Although Jonathan was not yet 20 years old, he had a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not become a barrier, and the couple soon married. However, their marriage did not last long and ended in divorce within a few months. The reason for the breakup was Sheila's treatment of Jonathan's daughter. She often became frustrated with the child and resorted to physical discipline, such as hitting her, or isolation, such as locking her in a closet when the child misbehaved or cried. When Jonathan discovered this, he was extremely distressed and immediately filed for divorce. He acted quickly, removing Sheila and her belongings from the house and making it clear that he never wanted to see or hear from her again. After the divorce, Sheila continued to date many men, and she often relied on them financially, but these relationships did not last long, lasting only a few weeks to a few months. However, in the early 1980s, she met Ronnie Jennings, who would later become her second husband. Their tumultuous love affair soon led to marriage. Unfortunately, it was an unhealthy relationship between two erratic and unstable people who often cheated on each other, caused scandals, and even fought. However, their marriage lasted more than 3 years. In 1984, after an argument, Sheila asked her husband for a divorce. But he refused. However, Ronnie's motive behind refusing her request was not to save the relationship. He just wanted to irritate his wife and drive her crazy. He succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, took a large amount of drugs in front of her husband, drank strong alcohol, and after this terrifying cocktail, got behind the wheel and drove off the road. As expected, Sheila lost consciousness shortly after and drove off the road at high speed, crashing into a tree. Despite the severity of the accident, Sheila miraculously survived, although she suffered severe head injuries that left her in a deep coma for over a week. During this time, medical professionals were unable to give any prognosis for her recovery. Sheila eventually recovered from her coma and was transferred to a psychiatric hospital, where she remained for several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the attendants was constantly harassing her. After all this, she was discharged from the hospital and returned to her second husband's home. But her behavior became increasingly erratic. She began to act aggressively and threaten him, culminating in a violent outburst in which she attacked Ronnie with nail scissors, stabbing him in the chest. Fearing for her safety and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly moved away, ending their tumultuous relationship. After her second divorce, Sheila began looking for a lover through the dating columns of print newspapers and left her information there. She posted her information herself in the hope of meeting someone special, but her relationships did not last long. The reason was that she had a controlling personality, often dominating her partners in both her private and daily life. One day, a 60-year-old man named Wilfred Bill Labar happened to see her picture in the dating section. A twice-divorced man, Wilfred raised his children and grandchildren from previous marriages. After losing his wife a few years ago, he lived a solitary life on his large rural farm. Wilfred, a wealthy man from New Hampshire, owned a chiropractic practice and a horse farm. Despite his successful life, he still felt lonely and longed for a partner. It was then that he met Sheila, who was attracted by Wilfred's wealth and saw an opportunity for her. To attract his attention, Sheila began sending him provocative letters and photos through the post. Her plan worked and soon Wilfred invited her to visit his farm. Their romance quickly blossomed, with Wilfred showering her with expensive gifts. In the summer of 1987, Sheila moved in with him. Wilfred Bill Labar had no plans to marry Sheila, however, without waiting for his proposal, Sheila changed her name, calling herself Labar. Bill was surprised by this development, but he did not object. As their relationship progressed, Sheila began to control Wilfred's life, including his business, finances, and property. Due to the significant age difference, Wilfred had a hard time satisfying Sheila's need for intimacy. According to Sheila, Wilfred allowed her to see other men and she often brought her lovers to their homes. One of Sheila's lovers, who was in his mid-90s, was a Jamaican citizen named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was initially hired as a nanny at the farm. Wayne eventually moved into the main house with Wilfred's consent, possibly under pressure from Sheila. Sheila and Wayne married in 1995 with an agreement that they would be monogamous, and Wayne assumed that from then on, he would be her only man. However, he soon realized that he was wrong as his wife continued to see other men. Wayne was not happy with this, and one day, he punched and kicked Sheila and her next lover, injuring them. Sheila, accustomed to being dominated, was the first time she had been attacked by someone else. She eventually filed for divorce and obtained a court order to prevent Wayne from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Sheila's life remained volatile despite the divorce, as she continued to have affairs, frequently ending old relationships in favor of new ones. However, her relationships became increasingly complicated, often ending in lawsuits from her ex-partners who accused her of cruelty, threatening their lives, and causing physical harm. In one case, an ex-boyfriend claimed she deliberately hit him with her car, narrowly avoiding serious injury. Another accused her of fracturing his skull, while a third partner was left permanently scarred by lacerations to his face. As Sheila got older, her behavior became increasingly dangerous to those around her. She demanded absolute obedience from her partners, and when this expectation was not met, she often flew into rages. Wilfred Bill Labard then died in 2000 of heart failure at the age of 74. Although doctors and police found no evidence of foul play in his death, his family believed that Sheila had something to do with it. According to them, she had been poisoning Bill little by little over the years, effectively driving him to his death. After Wilfred's death, Sheila became the sole beneficiary of his estate, even though the couple had never formally married. Relatives tried to challenge this through the courts, but never got anywhere. They still believe that Sheila forced him to write a will. She wanted the house after Wilfred's death. After inheriting his entire estate, Sheila was free to do whatever she wanted without having to consider anyone else's opinion. She called her home a place of glamour and pleasure, where there were no inhibitions. And she began picking up men on the streets, in bars, on the internet, luring them to her and then trying to keep them at the farm for as long as possible. She didn't care about their age, skin color, or appearance. Sheila lured these men with promises of extraordinary pleasure and then tried to dominate and control them. Neighbors noticed that there were many different men constantly coming to the farm, but many left that day, while others stayed for a short time. The activities inside the house were shrouded in mystery. Sheila then turned her focus to finding sexual partners among men who were in financial trouble, needed a place to live, or were struggling with addiction. These people are easy targets for Sheila's manipulation tactics, as she presents herself as a wealthy widow, bragging about her supposed inheritance from 2004. A homeless man named Michael DeLog is struggling with addiction when he meets Sheila on a city street. Due to his circumstances, his family tries to get him into rehab, but he escapes from the treatment center. Michael's weakness leads him to accept Sheila's offer, who promises him food, shelter, and the stimulants he desires in exchange for a physical relationship. Moving to the farm, Michael becomes completely dependent on his lover. Afraid of being on the streets again, he complies with her every demand, and Sheila's desires become more sophisticated. She binds, beats, and humiliates Michael, taking pleasure in it. He tried to escape several times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters, but he never decided to go to the police for fear they would not believe him. Sheila repeatedly found Michael and brought him back to the farm. In desperation, he tried to contact his family members and let them know he was in trouble. They responded immediately, but unfortunately, it was too late. In October 2005, Michael DeLog mysteriously disappeared. When his family contacted Sheila, she claimed that they had broken up and Michael had left her, not knowing where he was. Despite efforts to find him, Michael was nowhere to be seen and no one he knew had seen him. Unfortunately, attempts to contact him were unsuccessful and the police report was fruitless, and Sheila remained unsuspected. While her house and car needed maintenance, so she was forced to find work. She chose a career that suited her, becoming an operator for intimate telephone services, using her charming voice to make a living. A man named Kenneth County, then 24 years old, fell into the trap and agreed to meet her in person. Kenneth was an attractive young man, kind and open, but he had one major weakness. His low IQ made him extremely gullible. This made him Sheila's ideal target. Kenneth was very close to his mother, financially dependent on her, but Sheila skillfully manipulated him, creating a rift between them and finally conquered him. She gave him an unforgettable night of love and promised that they would be like this all the time. The young man decided that he had met the woman of his dreams. He informed his relatives and then moved into Sheila's house. After that, Sheila severely and relentlessly abused Kenneth. She had turned one of the rooms in her house into a torture chamber, where she regularly beat Kenneth severely and subjected him to other forms of physical and mental abuse. As a result, Kenneth's body was covered in numerous injuries, including bruises, abrasions, cuts, and burns. Kenneth was completely under Sheila's control and was not allowed to contact his loved ones. His family had no idea what was happening to him and could only speculate about his condition. It was only when neighbors occasionally saw Kenneth and were shocked by his frail appearance that the alarm was raised. Just days before Kenneth went missing, a local store employee took a disturbing photo of him with his cell phone, which was later used as evidence in court. The photo showed Kenneth extremely thin, with large bruises under his eyes and on his cheeks, and what appeared to be a broken nose, judging by the extent of the healing. All of these injuries occurred at different times, suggesting that he had been severely beaten over a long period of time. When he went to a store, the items in his trolley were disturbing: 2 large fuel drums, which were later discovered to have been used to cremate him. The store staff were confused and frightened by his appearance, so they contacted the police, suspecting a possible domestic violence incident. However, Sheila escaped and they were unable to charge her. Eventually, Kenneth lost contact with his family, and when his worried mother visited him at the farm owner, Sheila, responded aggressively and advised her to leave Kenneth alone, prompting Kenneth's family to file a missing person report. Expressing concern that he might be being held against his will at the farm. When the police arrived at Sheila's home, they witnessed a crematorium and disturbing discoveries. Sheila claimed that Kenneth had moved away because his mother, whom he said was afraid of him, had begun visiting regularly. To back up her claim, Sheila provided a recording in which she asked Kenneth if his mother had attacked him, and he quietly replied yes. The police found Sheila's story suspicious, and the next day, a police officer who visited Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate. This was not the first time Sheila had attracted the attention of the police. She had been implicated in the mysterious disappearance of another boyfriend in the past. However, despite her past, Sheila had never been questioned or had her property searched until now. When the police arrived, they could not find Sheila at home, but they did notice several suspicious fires burning near the outbuildings. These fires were very unusual and involved a variety of materials such as mattresses, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other items soaked in flammable substances. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that one of the fires contained human remains in the form of bones. Police immediately requested additional assistance from forensic experts to document their findings, but what they discovered next was even more shocking. Police found numerous blood stains that had not been cleaned up throughout the house, indicating a violent crime had occurred. The large amount of blood suggested that a horrific massacre may have occurred. The blood found at the scene belonged to at least 3 different people. The body found in the fire was identified as that of the missing Kenneth County. 2 empty fuel cans were discovered nearby, matching the cans Kenneth had purchased at a local store the day before his disappearance. Further investigation uncovered the body of Michael DeLog, who had been missing for several years. Police also found several fingers belonging to an unidentified third person. In addition, a large number of items, believed to have belonged to several men due to their varying sizes, were recovered from the farm's storage pit, but their owners remain unknown. Sheila was not present at the time of the police visit, as she had already discovered them and planned to flee. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston to evade arrest. Along the way, she hitched a ride with a driver and eventually formed a relationship with him, leading him to invite her to stay with him. However, the next day, after watching a TV news report about a manhunt for a dangerous criminal, the driver called the police and reported that Sheila was currently in his bed. A disturbing discovery was made during the search of Sheila's home, a collection of videotapes. The recordings depicted men, including Kenneth, Michael, and several others, confessing to serious crimes. However, the men's visible distress and condition suggested that these confessions had been coerced through torture. After Sheila was arrested, concerns about her mental health prompted the court to order an evaluation. The results showed that Sheila suffered from delusional disorder and symptoms of schizophrenia. She believed that she was an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. Her attorney used her poor mental health to create a defense, portraying her as terminally ill and unaware of her actions. This claim was based on severe mental and physical trauma she had suffered as a child. Sheila claimed that, years earlier, she had had a near-death experience after being in an accident and falling into a coma. During this time, she said, she encountered God and was tasked with ridding the world of men who harmed children. Sheila's ex-husbands and several of her lovers also took the stand in court, all of whom described her as insane, unstable, and extremely violent. In particular, her third husband, Wayne Anise, claimed that Sheila had repeatedly urged him to kill Wilfred Bill LaBar, apparently motivated by his desire to take his estate. However, the defense team's efforts to portray Sheila as insane and in need of psychiatric care were unsuccessful. Instead, it was determined that she was fully aware of her actions when she committed the crime. Sheila was ultimately convicted in July 2008 and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Any appeals she filed were subsequently denied. Sheila is currently serving her sentence at the Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. The case of Jessica Camilleri. Jessica Camilleri was the younger daughter of Rita and Vince, an Australian couple of Maltese descent. Unlike her older sister Christy, Jessica was born with an intellectual disability. Jessica had an IQ of approximately 55 to 60, significantly lower than the average range of 90 to 110, which placed her in the lowest 1% and classified her as having a mild intellectual delay. Individuals with mild intellectual disabilities typically follow a different pace of development. They may start speaking, reading, writing, and doing math later than others, but can learn to communicate and express themselves in everyday situations. This delay caused her to start school later than her peers. As a result, she was vulnerable to teasing and bullying by classmates who did not understand her condition. Jessica coped with stress and anxiety by lashing out in intense anger, often targeting women. As a result, she developed intermittent explosive disorder. This mental health condition is characterized by sudden, recurring episodes of aggressive and violent behavior. Typically, intermittent explosive disorder starts in children around the age of 6 and worsens during the teenage years and early 20s. It is a mental health issue, not just a normal temper tantrum, and is linked to low levels of serotonin, a hormone in the brain that regulates emotions and mood. Jessica's behavior at school was causing problems, and she often lashed out at both students and teachers. In one incident, she physically hit a male student and refused to stop. As a result, She was suspended from school indefinitely and was forced to stay home under the care of her mother, Rita, who received a disability pension to support her. Jessica struggled with three main conditions: intellectual disability, which affected her cognitive abilities, irrational anger outbursts, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. ADHD is a chronic condition that affects the brain, making it difficult for people, especially children, to control their behavior. Jessica was diagnosed with several mental health conditions, including severe bipolar disorder, depression, and anxiety. Additionally, she had autism spectrum disorders, which impacted her ability to understand her own thoughts and feelings, as well as empathize with others. The effects of autism also made everyday tasks, such as shopping, using public transportation, banking, and working, particularly challenging for her. Jessica had fixations on certain things, including three specific numbers: 2, 3, and 5. These numbers were linked in her mind to her favorite colors: yellow for 2, green for 3, and purple for 5. As a result of her fascination with these numbers, she would often create random phone numbers to dial, attempting to speak with men. In one instance, she repeatedly called a family's home in Bangladesh over 100 times a day solely because she liked their phone number. In 2018, her fixation turned to harassment when she began targeting a meat company in Daylesford, England. Her behavior became more uncontrollable, to the point of threatening company employees, including the owner Matthew Leafield, and his family, going so far as to claim she would harm them with a chainsaw. Jessica had an unrelenting fascination with horror movies, and she couldn't shake off. She would spend an enormous amount of time rewatching violent videos, especially certain films that captured her attention. Her favorites included Saw, Jeepers Creepers, and, above all, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Released in 1974, the latter film was about young people in Texas being pursued by cannibals wielding chainsaws. The graphic violence in the movie led to it being banned in multiple countries, including Australia and the UK. When Jessica's mother, Rita, tried to stop her from watching these films, Jessica would become extremely angry. Jessica and her mother, Rita, resided in a St. Clair suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Vince, Jessica's father, divorced Rita when Jessica was a teenager due to her behavioral problems. Her frequent tantrums put a strain on her parents' marriage, eventually leading to their breakup. Jessica appears to have conflicting personality traits. She has low self-esteem and is childish and naive. However, she often feels narcissistic, believing that she deserves special treatment due to her mental health needs. This thing sometimes made her take advantage of others and prioritize her own needs above theirs. However, Rita still always takes good care of her daughter. She knew her daughter had problems, but felt it was her responsibility to take care of and protect her. After discovering her daughter's harassing phone calls, Rita took the initiative to apologize. Although Jessica loved her family dearly, she was especially close to her mother, who made every effort to meet her needs and chose to care for her at home rather than seek full-time care at a psychiatric facility. In Australia, about 1 in 5 people, or 20% of the population, experienced a mental condition between 2017 and 2018. This equates to around 4.8 million people. Women are more prone to these problems than men. Young people aged 15 to 24 years were the most affected. A mental illness is a serious, diagnosable mental health condition. It affects a person's thoughts, feelings, and behavior and can impact their relationships with others. Examples of mental illnesses include depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and psychotic disorders. These conditions significantly affect individuals' emotions and relationships, not just them but also their families and caregivers. The tragic incident on July 20th, 2019 was the culmination of a series of violent acts by Jessica. Her history of assaulting and violence others has been around for many years, with incidents including attacking the mother-in-law of her sister and aunt by pulling their hair. Despite her convictions, Jessica was never imprisoned and was always allowed to remain under the care of her mother, Rita, who seemed to be the only person who could accept her actions. Jessica exhibited aggressive behavior towards women in public places, such as streets and shopping centers, often because she perceived that they were staring at her in a way that made her feel uncomfortable or ashamed. This behavior reached a boiling point when she got into a physical altercation with another patient in a doctor's office waiting room, resulting in her being banned from the office. Jessica's aggressive behavior continued in 2018 when she physically attacked a nurse during a hospital visit. As a result, she was admitted to a mental health unit for 9 days to address a severe episode of her mood disorder. During her stay, she was treated with lithium, a medication commonly used to manage bipolar disorder, in addition to antipsychotic medications. In the months leading up to the crime, Jessica stopped taking her prescribed medication and instead turned to natural to manage her health conditions. At the same time, her mother, Rita, was looking for alternative ways to help Jessica. Rita even paid $2,500 to see a psychic in Sydney's suburb who claims to be able to exorcise demons, an evil force that she believes is influencing Jessica. However, many relatives and friends were concerned that Jessica might pose a danger to those around her, but Rita remained convinced that her daughter was harmless. Jessica's older sister, Christy, described their mother, Rita, as a selfless person who always put benefit others first. This thing was especially evident in the way Rita cared for Jessica, who often rejected professional help. Rita's older sister also realized her unconditional love for Jessica and frequently expressed concerns that Jessica might harm her. However, Rita's motherly love clouded her judgment, causing her to overlook her older sister's concerns. In fact, the day before the fatal attack, Rita had to take Jessica to the police station because she had been making threatening phone calls to strangers. Yet she still chose to ignore the warning signs. On July 20th, 2019, Jessica felt embarrassed when her mother scolded her in front of a stranger in a parking lot. The stranger simply walked by, unaware of the tension between them. After visiting her sister, Jessica and her mother returned home. Jessica then asked her mother to order additional food from Red Rooster, but her mother, Rita, declined. Jessica became upset and placed 3 separate calls to the restaurant at 9:18, 9:20, and 9:21 p.m. Additionally, Jessica asked her mother to call a doctor to come to their house. When the doctor arrived, he was frightened by Jessica's behavior and quickly left. He was pursued by Jessica until he managed to safely escape in his vehicle. Rita could no longer wait patiently, so she told Jessica that she had decided to call an ambulance and was to take Jessica to a mental health facility. Unfortunately, this led to Jessica's most severe episode of rage. That night, 57-year-old Rita was violently attacked by her daughter in her own kitchen. The assault began when Jessica dragged her mother by the hair into the kitchen, where had a collection of 7 meat cleavers. 4 of the 7 cleavers were broken during the attack, but Jessica continued to use the remaining ones to inflict harm. She stabbed her mother's head and neck more than 100 times, causing her mother severe mutilation. This brutal act was not solely a result of Jessica's anger, revealing a disturbing level of fascination with violence, likely fueled by her excessive daily consumption of horror movies. The forensic pathologist's autopsy revealed that Rita suffered severe injuries to her head and neck, resulting in her death from multiple stab wounds. The fatal blow was a severed spine at the 2nd vertebra in her upper neck, essentially leaving her head partially detached. Notably, Rita had sustained over 90 defensive wounds, suggesting she was conscious and endured extreme pain and terror for a substantial portion of the attack. This horrific discovery is especially chilling since her own daughter, whom Rita had cared for and loved, was the one who inflicted the brutal violence. During the brutal attack, Jessica's 4-year-old nephew was present at the scene. He was the son of Jessica's older sister, Christy, and had been in Rita's care for a few days. The young boy witnessed Jessica attacking and beheading his grandmother. When he attempted to intervene, Jessica accidentally inflicted a minor head injury on him. The traumatic incident caused the boy to vomit, further adding to the horror of the scene. Jessica called the emergency number from her mother's cell phone after fatally hurt. During the call, Jessica claimed she acted in self-defense, stating that her mother, Rita, had attacked her first. This led to Jessica defending herself by stabbing Rita multiple times, eventually more than 100 times, and then beheading her. Following the incident, Jessica disposed of Rita's head in a nearby neighbor's yard. Upon arriving at the house in St. Clair, Sydney, New South Wales, police found Jessica outside. Her clothes stained with blood, holding a water bottle. What's striking, however, was Jessica's reaction to the situation. Rather than displaying remorse for her actions, Jessica expressed concern about her own future. She asked police officers and later detectives if it was possible to reattach her mother's head, seemingly holding onto the hope of a miraculous medical help that could bring Rita back to life. A police officer questioned the practicality of Jessica's plan, but she remained optimistic, believing that medical professionals could work miracles through surgery. Jessica also asked if she would face severe punishment, including the death penalty, for taking her mother's life. The officer informed her that Australia does not impose capital punishment, which brought her a sense of relief. Jessica then confessed to the police that her idea to decapitate her mother had originated from the horror movies she frequently watched. A disturbing conversation was captured on a police officer's body camera when they arrived at the scene at 11:43 p.m. on July 20th, 2019. Upon arrival, first responders were met with a scene they described as one of the most horrific they had ever seen. The following day, July 21st, 2019, Jessica appeared in court and chose not to request bail. According to a friend, this decision was not unexpected, as Jessica likely lacked understanding of the bail process. Jessica Camilleri was found guilty of manslaughter in December 2020, after a trial that focused on her long-standing mental health issues. Initially, she had pleaded not guilty to murder, citing her mental health reasons as a reason. In early 2021, she received a prison sentence of up to 21 years and 7 months, with a non-parole period of 16 years and 2 months. This means she will be eligible for parole on September 19, 2035. Christy expresses her grief and shock, revealing that her younger sister Jessica was responsible for their mother's tragic death. While hesitant to forgive Jessica, but Christy expressed hope that Jessica would receive the necessary support and care in prison. This thing helped Rita could finally rest in peace knowing that her daughter's needs were being met, something that had failed to happen during her lifetime. The judge in the case offered counseling to the jurors, acknowledging that the harrowing evidence they had heard would likely haunt them. The judge said that during jury selection, several individuals had refused to participate in the trial. She also stated that Rita's murder was one of the most serious murders the court had ever seen. She described it as a particularly heinous crime and horrifying because it occurred in the victim's own home. During the trial, Jessica's lawyer revealed that she had expressed remorse for her actions in a letter to her family. In the letter, Jessica acknowledged that Rita had not provoked her and took responsibility for her mother's death. Jessica was evaluated by a psychiatrist who noted that she often lacked facial expressions when communicating with others. Although Jessica showed limited emotions, she did not exhibit signs of schizophrenia or hallucinations. The psychiatrist's conclusion was that Jessica required long-term, comprehensive mental health support to manage her risk factors and address her underlying issues. Jessica was incarcerated in the strictest unit of the women's section at the correctional complex. Throughout her time in prison, she continued to engage in problematic behavior. An incident standout involved a dispute over food exchange on September 9, 2019, and she responded by throwing a teacup at another inmate. Although she was charged with assault in court the following day, she did not receive any additional punishment. There were several other notable incidents involving her during her imprisonment. She got into a fight with another inmate on October 14, 2019, and was punished with 5 days in solitary confinement. Additionally, she disobeyed an order on November 3, 2019, and damaged property on July 31, 2020, resulting in a fine of $200. Another assault incident occurred on November 21, 2020, for which she received 7 days in solitary confinement. In January 2021, she was convicted of common assault once more, but did not face any additional consequences. Jessica has defended her actions, explaining that no matter what she does or where she goes, other inmates will continue to cause her misery. She also pointed out that life behind bars is challenging and vastly different from life on the outside. One major issue in prisons is the high prevalence of mental health issues. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, in 2018, nearly half of Australian prisoners had been diagnosed with a mental health condition. Although there is no direct correlation between having a mental health condition and committing a crime, these statistics suggest that many prisoners in Australia struggled with mental health issues before their incarceration. Research has found a link between mental illnesses and in likelihood of committing crimes, especially among individuals with psychotic disorders. Symptoms of bipolar disorder can directly contribute to criminal acts, while extreme anxiety or stress can increase the risk of violent behavior due to heightened emotions and impulsivity. On the other hand, being in a prison environment can worsen existing mental health conditions. The harsh realities of prison life, including the potential for violence from inmates or staff, can trigger or worsen mental health issues. Prisons are considered especially inhospitable environments for individuals struggling with mental illness, as reported by the Australian Policy Development Centre. A significant decision was made in the Sydney Supreme Court on May 15, 2023, in the case of Jessica. The court, consisting of Justices Peter Hamill, Christine Adamson, and Richard Kavanagh, decided that Jessica's case should be retried due to exceptional circumstances. A significant factor in this decision was Jessica's unusual behavior following the crime. After beheading her mother, Jessica carried the head into the street and asked emergency services personnel if they could reattach it. This action showed that Jessica's understanding of reality was severely impaired. Several mental health experts, including psychiatrists and a psychologist, testified about Jessica's mental health. Their findings indicated that due to her intellectual disability and autism, she had difficulty distinguishing between right and wrong. As a result, Justice Hamill decided to resentence Jessica Camilleri to 16 years in prison, with the chance of parole in 12 years. The case of Marie Carlson. In 1974, a girl named Marie was born into an ordinary Filipino family. Concerned about her future, Marie's mother decided to send her to the United States, hoping her daughter would have a better chance at success. Marie was eventually adopted by an American military family who already had a daughter named Esther. The two girls, close in age, quickly became friends, unaware of their true relationship. Marie lived in a foster home, not knowing that her American father was her biological father. Meanwhile, Esther, the friend with whom Marie shared her games, secrets, and dreams, was actually her biological sister. Neither of them realized their blood relationship. As the two girls grew up, they decided to leave their parents' home to start a new life together in Florida. They rented a cozy apartment near a karaoke club, which quickly became their favorite SPO. Marie Carlson had an optimistic outlook on life. She loved the color pink and often used the word beautiful as a guiding principle. In Marie's beautiful world, a new meaning suddenly appeared: it was love. Marie entered a new chapter in her life when she met Jeff. They quickly fell in love, started dating, and eventually got married. Their love was symbolized by the birth of a beautiful daughter, named Paris, reflecting the love and beauty they shared. However, Jeff remained a mysterious man, with a past and family members that Marie knew nothing about. While Marie's personal life was going smoothly, she set a lofty career goal of working for the FBI. To prepare for this challenging job, she began studying criminal law. However, her path to pursuing her dream was fraught with difficulties. Every step forward in her career required great effort. In the end, despite her best efforts, Marie left the police force without accomplishing her original goal. Marie's life, which had been happy before, gradually became difficult due to a mental disorder. The root cause was severe sexual abuse she had suffered since childhood, leaving deep psychological trauma. Over time, the mental disorder became more severe, making Marie's daily life a painful ordeal. The trauma of the past had a serious impact on Marie. It not only made her lose her self-esteem, but also weakened her feelings for her husband, Jeff. Their once passionate love had cooled down and was filled with disappointment. Unable to overcome the difficulties in their marriage, they decided to divorce, feeling exhausted by the pain they had gone through. The divorce, the failure of her police career, and unsuccessful attempts to find a new job took a toll on Marie. She realized that she could no longer be a good mother to her daughter. To protect Paris from the negative environment, Marie and Jeff, who cared deeply for their daughter, agreed that Jeff would have custody of her. Despite their difficult past, the divorced couple completed their divorce smoothly. Despite the lengthy legal process, both of them tried their best for their little daughter, Paris. The divorce did not cause a rift between Jeff and Marie. They remained friends, and Jeff was always there to support Marie when needed. Marie also tried to see her daughter as often as possible and never missed her birthday. Marie was searching for meaning in life. Despite the hardships she went through, she did not give up. One day, she realized that she needed faith. Marie began attending the Emerald Coast Church founded by James Flanders. From the very first words of his simple and sincere sermon, she felt welcomed and loved. Marie began her new journey in Redemption, a town in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. James and James's colleague, Tanya Flanders, were two kind people who spread warmth to everyone around them with their kindness. They built a church called the Shrine of Mercy, where people could seek help and support. One day, they helped Marie, who was having a hard time in life. For Marie, the church was not only a place of prayer, but also became her real home. This place was filled with love, and people were always willing to help each other. Marie found a new family, surrounded by warm affection. She felt free like a bird that had just escaped from a cage. As the days passed, Marie gradually regained her joy in life. Her heart was filled with happiness, and a smile was always on her lips. Marie's eyes shone with new hope, reflecting not only the gentle Florida sunshine. Her health and weight improved, and her soul was filled with happiness. The church was not only a place of worship, but also a caring community. Here, Marie found a second family full of love, light, and faith. On the outside, the church looked simple and humble, blending in with other urban structures. Inside, the space was cozy with simple pews. Here, time seemed to stand still, and people were united by their common faith. But, one day, Marie was pregnant. A secret she kept hidden under her loose-fitting dress. She felt ashamed and afraid, sharing it only with a few of her closest friends. In June 2021, at the age of 37, Marie gave birth to her second daughter, Grace. The news quickly spread throughout the small town. The truth about the child's father turned out to be heartbreaking. It was a man Marie had dated for a short time. He had abused her physically and mentally. When he learned that Marie was pregnant, he left without saying goodbye. After experiencing the deep trauma of abandonment, Marie found comfort and new hope in the church. There, she always received strong support. The Flanders family became loyal protectors, surrounding Marie and her young daughter Grace with care and love. They became the real family Marie had always dreamed of. She realized that she was no longer alone. After 3 months since Marie had given birth to her daughter. This should have been a time filled with joy and happiness, but Marie made a shocking decision. She posted a surprise announcement on social media. She was leaving. Not just leaving, Marie decided to cut all ties, leaving behind the city, family, and friends. Marie kept her plans a secret, not wanting anyone to doubt or interfere. She only casually mentioned her dream and expressed her feelings to her family, as if saying goodbye forever. No one knew where she was going or what she was doing. She suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving her family extremely worried and desperate. They did not know what to do to find her. Marie's mysterious disappearance only added to their anxiety. Jeff, Marie's ex-husband, was worried when his ex-wife went missing. He decided to call the police to look for her. As each day passed, the fear of Marie's fate increased. While everyone was still talking about Marie's disappearance from Fort Walton Beach, a terrifying truth was revealed. She had left without taking her 3-month-old daughter. Marie's sister Esther immediately became suspicious. "It's not like her at all," she said, her voice shaking. She was always protective of her child. Everyone who knew Marie was shocked. She was a model mother, always tenderly caring for 7-year-old Paris. Marie's ex-husband, Jeff, was also surprised to learn that she had stopped caring to Paris. The police could not ignore the incident. When they examined Marie's recent messages, they discovered something unusual. Her writing style was very different from her previous ones. This made them suspect that Marie might have been coerced or that someone was impersonating her. An investigation was launched. Suspicions arose about the ex-boyfriend of her, due to Marie's relationship with this man seemed to be bad. Marie's disappearance remains a mystery. Even Marie's sister Esther has been unable to confirm or deny theories about the case. Police are investigating many complex aspects, including Marie's disappearance, strange text messages, and questions about ex-boyfriend of her. In INT reviews with the police, Tanya and James Flanders provided additional information. They said Marie had gone missing before, often leaving for periods of time and returning without explanation. The family also revealed that Marie suffered from bipolar disorder, which may have caused her sudden mood swings. A few weeks before her disappearance, Marie had fallen into a state of depression. She had started taking medication but had to stop because she was pregnant. Feeling unwell, Marie asked the Flanders to look after her daughter. After lunch, Marie went to rest, while Tanya and Grace went shopping. James came to look after Marie, but when he came, Marie and her car were nowhere to be found. The Flanders immediately began searching. They searched the streets and checked the parking lots of every building. James suddenly had the idea to check the airport. To his surprise, they found Marie's car there. James drove home with the spare key. The investigators immediately checked the car, but FO. No traces or suspicious evidence. In search of new information, they decided to go to the airport where Marie had left. Their plan was to review the security camera footage in the parking lot. The airport was responsible for storing this information. If they were lucky, they might find Marie's plane ticket, which might have her fingerprints on it. Although they found Marie's ticket, it was of no help to the investigation because there were no important traces on it. Marie's search efforts at the airport did not yield the expected results. A search of her car also turned up no clues, and the parking ticket had no fingerprints. Additionally, the security cameras in the parking lot were not working on the day Marie went missing, making the situation even more difficult. The police are focusing on the mysterious man who is the ex-boyfriend of Marie. Investigators return to the church in the hope of finding clues about the father's identity and role in this complicated case. The church is abuzz with speculation about where Marie sought solace in the past. Parishioners have revealed Marie's dealing with her grief. She was struggling with depression and considering abortion. However, the Flanders were against the decision. They asked Marie to keep the baby and promised to help her. The Flanders' eldest child was grown, but they were desperate for another child. Even though they were in their 40s, they were still eager for the chance to become parents again. Once again, a parishioner declared Grace a gift from heaven and was a reward for the Flanders' kindness in helping Marie. Then, Jeff, Marie's ex-husband, appeared. Although he was not the baby's father, he held an important clue. Jeff revealed that he had noticed Marie was pregnant. When asked about the baby's father, Marie lied and said she was a surrogate mother for the Flanders. So who really was Grace's father? As the investigation deepened, investigators interviewed Tanya's close friends, who were also members of the church, to learn more about the case. Initially, these friends promised Marie to keep the information confidential, but eventually, all the women were forced to reveal the truth. They all confirmed that James was Grace's biological father. It turned out to be a natural pregnancy, and James' wife, Tanya, had to accept the situation silently. This attracted the attention of investigators, leading to the Flanders family being called in for further questioning. Only Tanya appeared and confirmed the information, revealing that she had been in the room when the incident occurred. She described it as having happened with the consent of all parties involved. Tanya emphasized that the important thing in this situation was the relationship between people and higher goals, not the physical aspect. After Marie's disappearance, more terrifying information about the relationship between her, James, and Tanya gradually emerged. In fact, James not only had an affair but also had a parallel relationship with both women, similar to a form of polygamy. Once, they even celebrated the child's birthday together and took a photo, in which James, Tanya, and Marie posed as a happy family. This photo was intended to prove that the ceremony was only to honor Tanya, not related to Marie. However, after investigation and interviews with Tanya's friends, new information came to light that clarified the situation. Although Tanya said Marie was satisfied with her current relationship, the reality changed after Grace was born. Marie's maternal feelings rose strongly, making it impossible for her to easily give up her daughter. According to Marie's friends, she began to be jealous of Tanya. They suspected that Marie did not want to give Grace to Tanya and intended to win James back. These accusations immediately made Tanya the prime suspect. If Marie disappeared, all of Tanya's problems would be solved. She would have the chance to raise Grace alone and continue to be James' beloved wife. It has been 2 months since Marie went missing, but no more clues have been found. Investigators have used many methods, including GPS, to find her. However, in 2011, GPS technology was not yet fully developed, so they had to rely heavily on call and text data from mobile phones. The only thing they know for sure is that Marie was at the airport with James, but not Tanya. Later, Jason, a young priest, came to the police station. He had spoken on behalf of James many times, and one day he decided to speak directly to the investigators. Jason recounted a conversation he had overheard. Shortly after Marie's disappearance, James expressed his sadness and concern. He said that he would have to leave the country because of Marie's disappearance, but could not reveal the details. James only mentioned that something terrible had happened during the time when Marie was severely depressed. During that period, James stayed with Marie at the clinic for a few days, while Jason temporarily replaced him. Rumors of Pastor James' illicit relationship spread among the parishioners, and Jason was shocked to learn about James' polygamy. Jason directly asked him about his relationship with Marie. James frankly admitted that he had had sex with both Marie and his wife. James said that he and Marie had argued and fought shortly before she went missing, but he insisted that Marie was still alive when she disappeared. After this conversation, James decided to resign from his pastoral duties and quickly left the city with his family, including Tanya and Grace, to move to Arizona. Recently, Marie's family contacted the Flanders family to retrieve some of her belongings. As a result, investigators seized Marie's phone, which may have contained important information. Although most of the data had been deleted, some of it was recovered. They also found a video of James advertising precious metals on the phone, which aroused the investigators' suspicions. In 2011, committing a crime was easier than it is today. Surveillance cameras were not common, and digital traces could quickly disappear. DNA detection technology was just beginning to develop, making it easier for criminals to get away with their crimes. However, thanks to the development of digital forensics, this case may be solved. 3 years after Marie's disappearance, new software was developed that could recover data from phones and computers. Thanks to this, it was possible to recover messages between Marie and James. These messages showed a completely different side of James. The couple exchanged sensitive pictures, even taken in church. In a final email to James, Marie expressed her desire to leave Fort Walton Beach and not leave her child in what she called a cursed place. The secrets that the Flanders family had kept for so long were exposed. In desperation, James and his lawyer decided to take their last chance. They proposed a deal. If James revealed the location of the victim's body, he would only be charged with manslaughter, which carries a lighter sentence. Marie's family, after years of pain and suffering, agreed to the deal. They just wanted to know the truth and find peace of mind. James shares details about his relationship with Marie and the hardships they went through. Marie suffered from depression, which caused many arguments between them. During one argument, Marie pushed James, and when he tried to calm her down, she accidentally fell to the ground and lost consciousness. This was a fateful moment in their lives. James realized the seriousness of the situation when Marie's heart stopped beating. Although he tried to save her, Marie eventually passed away. This incident left James with deep remorse and regret. After years of fruitless searching, investigators finally found Marie's body in James Flanders' yard. The body was wrapped in a blanket and buried 5 feet underground, only discovered when James showed them the exact location. The discovery shocked everyone involved in the case. James Flanders was sentenced to 15 years in prison for manslaughter, with the possibility of parole after 11 years. His wife, Tanya, was apparently unaware of her husband's crimes and was in complete shock at Marie's death. This was confirmed by a witness, who was later revealed to be the Flanders family's lawyer. Had Marie's body been discovered earlier, experts could have determined the cause of death, which could have affected the investigation. After 5 years, Marie was finally laid to rest at her funeral. It is possible that her sister Esther sang a farewell song for her. However, the fate of little Grace remains a mystery. Currently, Grace lives with her foster mother, Tanya Flanders, in Arizona. The case of Blommel family. Roger Blommel was born on January 17, 1965, into a lively family with his parents and 7 siblings, 6 brothers and 1 sister. The family was not only large but also close-knit, instilling strong values and a sense of community. Even in high school, Roger was a diligent young man with future ambitions. He started driving his father's truck and, after finishing high school, worked in concrete transportation. Eventually, he realized his true passion was in sales, where he achieved success. His friends often said that he could sell ice to an Eskimo, which showed his amazing sales skills. This talent came with a generous, cheerful, and outgoing personality. He always seemed happy, and nothing pleased him more than making everyone around him smile. Roger had a good life and an excellent relationship with his family. The only thing missing was a partner, and one day he found that too. Although he did not elaborate, a close friend recounted that one evening, when he met a young woman who captivated him, Roger declared with complete determination that she was the woman he was going to marry. Melissa was born in Wichita on January 1st, 1960. She grew up in a loving family with 3 girls and 3 boys, though sadly, a younger sister passed away before her first birthday. Melissa was a kind and diligent person, always willing to assist her family and others. She started her career as an accountant at a bank and built a successful path over the years. Her dedication, commitment, and teamwork earned her numerous promotions, eventually becoming vice president of the bank. In 1991, she met her soulmate, and they got married. Life appeared perfect for the Blumel family. Melissa advances in her banking career, while Roger uses his confidence to start his own business. Roger enjoyed spending time with friends and spreading happiness. He found an ideal partner in Melissa. Both shared a strong sense of social responsibility, actively participating in charity, sports, and community events. Although, as we've seen in almost every story, a perfect life doesn't exist, for the Blumel family, the only thing missing was a child to fill their loving home with laughter and joy. Unfortunately, this wish remained out of reach for the couple, and after years of unsuccessful attempts to conceive, Roger and Melissa began considering the idea of adopting a child. To fulfill their goal, they reached out to a local social worker and found out that a woman named Keisha Shaberg had put her 2 sons up for adoption. Her sons are Anthony, a 7-year-old whom everyone calls Tony, and Christopher, a 4-year-old known as Chris. Keisha wanted an open adoption, allowing her to keep in touch with her sons and the adoptive family. However, the Blumel family preferred to adopt the children without maintaining those connections, aiming to provide a fresh start for them away from their difficult past. Roger and Melissa's plan finally worked, and from that moment on, Anthony and Christopher officially became part of the Blumel family, starting to enjoy a life they never imagined. Emotional, Anthony was surprised to be able to have dinner every day. The kids adapted quickly and began to enjoy their new life. They attended elementary school and successfully completed that stage as good students. In high school, they also did well, had no issues with their peers, integrated completely, and formed a large group of friends. Plus, they excelled in sports, especially wrestling and football. Anthony quickly advanced in wrestling, earning 2nd place in a competition in his division. At that time, everything seemed to promise a bright future for the boys and a happy life for the whole family. However, the Blumel family began to fall apart when Anthony was in his senior year of high school. The young man, who had previously behaved admirably, started to change. He became someone who frequently argued with his parents, claiming they always favored his younger brother, Christopher. He began drinking alcohol, ignored curfews, and even smoked marijuana. Life in the Blumel household descended into chaos, and it soon appeared that any hope of the young man getting back on track was lost. For a long time, Anthony dreamed of joining the United States Air Force after high school, but his own actions ended that possibility. In 2013, he was arrested for an unspecified violent act and later, after graduation, for driving under the influence of alcohol. With these incidents on his record, a future in military aviation was no longer possible. Rather than reflecting on his situation, Anthony spiraled further downward. After graduating, his life lacked direction. He didn't want to study or work. All he wanted was to sleep late and spend his days in a haze of cannabis smoke. Melissa was terrified of the boy's angry outbursts, causing her to endure extremely difficult pressure. Adding to the complexity, there was something the Blummel family was unaware of. Since the spring of 2013, Kisha has been in contact with her biological sons through social media. It appeared that Christopher either ignored Kisha's friend request or showed little interest in communicating with his biological mother. In contrast, Anthony promptly accepted the connection and was thrilled to reunite with his real mother. Kisha was heartbroken after giving her sons to the Blummel family, but she found comfort in knowing they were both welcomed into a good home and would stay together. Despite this, she struggled with the lack of contact. Reconnecting with her eldest son filled her with joy, though she also felt deep resentment towards the Blummel family, believing they had turned Christopher against her. However, this resentment was overshadowed by the happiness of reuniting with her firstborn. Moreover, when she heard about Anthony's issues with his adoptive parents, Kisha became hopeful about reuniting with him and quickly invited him to visit her. Meanwhile, at the adoptive family's house, instead of getting better, things were getting worse. The conflict reached a boiling point when one day, during one of his tantrums, Anthony punched a hole in the wall. This was a turning point for the Blummel family. They could no longer risk their own safety or Christopher. After several unsuccessful attempts to stop the eldest son's behavior, Roger and Melissa made the tough decision to tell Anthony he had to leave the house. The young man initially wandered without purpose, but soon realized he needed to support himself. He found some jobs at fast food restaurants and supplemented his small income by selling cannabis. Although he slept like a nomad, staying at various friends' houses, he fell in with a group of youths heavily involved in drug abuse. In the midst of these challenging circumstances, a glimmer of hope appeared when Kisha invited him to come live with her in California. Anthony eagerly accepted, and they reunited at Kisha's home in September 2013. He was accompanied by his best friend from high school, Braden, who had dropped out in his junior year to dedicate himself to drug dealing. The two young men were excited because they hoped to get Kisha's support to start a large marijuana business in the area, as she was experienced in the drug trade. They even considered entering the medical cannabis market. In reality, the two young men ended up living in a small one-room apartment. It's easy to see how tensions arose, especially since Sean, Kisha's partner, worked 2 jobs and was the only one providing for 5 people. Kisha contributed only a portion of the social assistance she received for her daughter. Meanwhile, Kisha, Anthony, and Braden spent their days using drugs, and Kisha's younger daughter was constantly exposed to this negative environment. At one point, things became unacceptable when Sean discovered that Anthony and Braden were selling marijuana near their house. He informed them that their actions were unacceptable and dangerous for his as the property owner, and insisted they take their drugs elsewhere. Following this incident, Sean issued an ultimatum to all the house occupants: everyone must find a job or leave the apartment. Instead of urging people to change as he intended, his actions led them to form an alliance and express their indignation towards his. They decided to leave the apartment and stay at a nearby hotel for 2 weeks. However, this was not a viable solution because after those weeks, they lacked the income to continue paying for the hotel. Their need for money didn't lead them to consider honest work. Their first thought was to return to Kansas, likely because Anthony knew the drug trade there well. After nearly a day of traveling, the group chose to stop in Arizona and rest overnight at a hotel. During their stay, Anthony shared a disturbing idea with his companions. He planned to kill his adopted parents to claim their inheritance. When they arrived in Wichita, they booked a hotel room for a month and focused on planning the details of the affair. The plan was straightforward. They needed to eliminate Roger and Melissa, collect the insurance money, sell their assets, and use the proceeds to start a larger-scale drug operation. Anthony believed that the family he had returned to could become wealthy by growing and selling marijuana. He even suggested the ideal day for the crime, Friday, November 15, 2013, when his brother Christopher would be away at a wrestling event. Anthony, a former star wrestler, had stayed connected with some team members and found out about Christopher's commitment that night. Anthony gradually developed a plan to invite Roger and Melissa out under the pretense of discussing and resolving previous issues. Meanwhile, Braden would take Kisha to their home while it was empty, so she could steal valuables. Anthony knows where his foster parents keep money for emergencies. The plan was to make it look like a robbery gone wrong, but from the start, the true intention was for Kisha to end Roger and Melissa's lives when they returned. Everyone initially supported the plan, but later, Braden decided to withdraw. Although he didn't want to be directly involved, he agreed to help by obtaining the necessary guns. Instead, he suggested his friend Andrew, a former high school classmate, to serve as the driver for Kisha to reach the Blumel residence. Braden fulfilled his promise by acquiring 2 pistols from other criminals. It's important to note that there was never any plan to share the money with Andrew. He was promised $11,000 to act mainly as a driver and assist Kisha in the robbery. Ultimately, Kisha was to be in charge. In early November, Kisha shared a photo of herself with Anthony on social media, captioned, "A bond that cannot be broken." Finally, the anticipated day came, Friday, November 15, 2013. As Anthony had expected, his wonderful adoptive parents agreed to meet him without hesitation. The meeting went smoothly. Meanwhile, at the Blumel residence, a different scene unfolded. As soon as Roger and Melissa left for the meeting, Kisha and Andrew broke into the house by forcing open the garage door. They began searching through the house, seizing small valuable items and cash that the couple had kept for emergencies. After completing the first phase of their plan, Kisha and Andrew hid near the secluded house, waiting for Roger and Melissa to return. Shortly after, they received a call from Anthony. Anthony told them that the meeting was over and that his foster parents had left him at a hotel before going home. They didn't have to wait long. When the Blumel vehicle halted in front of the parking gate, 2 attackers emerged from hiding. Kisha quickly positioned herself next to Melissa, while Andrew targeted Roger to keep him still. Melissa, shocked, recognized Kisha as the mother of the children they had adopted over a decade ago to give them love, stability, and a better future. She could only exclaim, "Oh my God, Kisha," before a precise shot to her head caused her to collapse in her seat. Roger, utterly shocked, attempted to help his wife. At that moment, Kisha approached the window and aimed at Roger's head. She pulled the trigger, but the gun jammed. She tried repeatedly to fire while Roger stood frozen beside his wife's lifeless body. Eventually, the gun went off, and Roger fell beside the woman who had been his life's greatest partner. After completing their deadly plan, Kisha and Andrew got into their vehicle and swiftly drove away. The Blumel couple remained there until about 9:15 p.m. when Christopher returned from a meeting and discovered the horrific scene. He quickly called 911, saying he had just come home and found his parents nearly unconscious in their van. He explained that Roger was coughing and Melissa was nodding her head. Both had gunshot wounds to their heads. The dispatcher told him to perform resuscitation attempts while emergency services arrived a few minutes later to take over. Remarkably, the Blumels were still alive, but in critical condition, so they were rushed to a hospital. When they got back to the hotel where they were staying, Kisha seemed to have a panic attack and said she just needed to use an illegal substance, which she did with the other guys. Additionally, around that time, Kisha disposed of the used weapon and a purse containing items she had stolen from the house, so they could be dumped in a nearby stream. Andrew threw the items into a pond in a nearby park. The next day, Anthony used the money he stole from his adoptive parents to start dealing marijuana, earning his first $100. Sadly, that same day, Melissa passed away at the age of 53 after a long battle. Anthony also visited his father in the hospital, unaware that he had been removed from both the Blummel family will and their insurance policies some time earlier. As a result, the two terrible crimes were committed for nothing. In the days that followed, it was discovered that Andrew had not been paid and was unaware that Kisha had taken money from the Blummel family's home. Eventually, they were caught. During the first inspections of the Blummel residence, police noticed the garage door had been forced open, and the home was in complete disarray with items scattered everywhere. It was confirmed that money, jewelry, and other items were stolen. Authorities initially thought the attack on the couple happened because they arrived while the thieves were still there. However, it was later determined that the fatal assault occurred before the couple entered the home, so this theory was dismissed. In the van where Roger and Melissa were attacked, investigators found no significant fingerprints, but they did discover a casing. The authorities then focused on the victims' workplaces, suspecting a disgruntled client might have sought revenge, but this theory was dismissed. Next, they decided to speak with people close to the couple. Anthony was first on the detectives' list because he was the last person seen with the victims. However, he insisted he knew nothing about the incident and had not been involved. He claimed that after dinner, he returned directly to the hotel where he was staying with his mother. This was confirmed by the hotel staff. Christopher was second on the list of suspects because he had discovered the bodies. However, he was quickly cleared after confirming that he was at a dinner with the wrestling team during the incident. Despite this, investigators noticed something unusual about his behavior. He didn't seem very upset and appeared deep in thought. When the police asked him who he thought might be responsible for what happened to his parents, Christopher promptly mentioned one person. He said the only person who might have a grudge against his parents and possibly commit such an act was his older brother, Anthony. Thanks to this crucial tip, the authorities caught a lucky break in their search for the culprits. A man reached out to the police to say that a young guy, a friend of Anthony, had approached him wanting to buy a gun. The detectives focused their attention on this person, and upon checking his background, they found he had a long history connected to drugs. They also found out that he had traveled to California with Anthony. The guy in question was Braden. Braden soon received a message from his family letting him know that investigators from the sheriff's office wanted to question him about the incident involving the Blummels. The next morning, Braden went to the police station. A press report revealed that on his way there, he stopped by a pond to discard something, reportedly the guns used in the crime that hadn't been disposed of as intended. According to this report, he was already under surveillance, and when the police searched the water, they found a bag he had thrown in, containing a pistol that hadn't been fired during the attack. Braden's interrogation lasted 3 days. Initially, he insisted he was not involved in the incident. However, under pressure from authorities, he eventually confessed everything he knew, explaining that the plan for the attack was Anthony's idea. Anthony Blummel, 18, and his biological mother Kisha, 35, were arrested on November 19th at the hotel where they were staying. In addition, Andrew, who was also 18, was arrested, followed by Braden's arrest on November 20th, 2013. At that time, Kisha did not admit to being involved in the robbery and other crimes, even though the 3 young men confessed to what had happened. On November 25th, 2013, the accused first appeared in court via video conference. During this appearance, they were all charged with the same offenses: first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, burglary, and theft. The 3 young men were set a bail of $500,000, and for Kisha, the bail was set at $1 million. On December 21st, Rogers passed away at the age of 48, joining his beloved Melissa. After his death, the situation worsened for the woman and the three young men as they faced the risk of being charged with capital murder, which could lead to a death penalty sentence. On January 3, 2014, the four detainees were officially charged with capital murder, accused of being responsible for the deaths of multiple people in the same incident. Additionally, Kisha was charged with 2 counts of aggravated robbery, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. The preliminary hearing was held on July 17th of that year. By that time, Braden had negotiated with the authorities and became the prosecution's star witness in exchange for a reduced sentence. After a year of negotiations, not only did Braden reach an agreement, but 2 other individuals involved in the crime also negotiated with the prosecution. According to the agreements, the accused would not contest the charges against them and would waive their right to appeal their sentences. In return, the prosecution agreed not to seek the death penalty and to drop some charges. Starting in mid-2015, each of them confirmed their decision to plead guilty in separate hearings. The judge sentenced Kisha to life in prison without parole for the capital murder charge and an additional 122 months for 2 counts of aggravated robbery. These sentences will be served consecutively. When given the chance to speak, she expressed deep regret for what happened and sympathized with the Blummel family. However, the rest of her statement was controversial, as she claimed she was not involved in the incident and harbored no ill will towards the Blummels. Instead, she expressed great respect for them, acknowledging that they had provided Anthony and Christopher with a wonderful life, for which she remained grateful. Official records indicate that Kisha is still held in a high-security correctional facility. The next to face his fate was his son, Anthony Blummel, known to everyone as Tony, who received the same sentence as his mother. During the sentencing hearing, Anthony, who chose not to speak when given a chance, listened to the victim impact statement made by his aunt, Christina Blummel. She thanked the authorities for delivering justice and spoke about all the love that Roger and Melissa had shown the boy. In complete silence, Anthony listened to Christina's heartfelt words, and at one point, tears almost welled up in the young accused's eyes. Ultimately, the woman informed Anthony that he had made his decisions voluntarily. She suggested that he might eventually understand his choices, or perhaps he never will. Since then, Anthony has been in a correctional facility. Up to now, his record includes numerous infractions, such as smuggling, fighting, unauthorized phone use, explicit sexual activity, theft, and disobedience, among others. A week after those trials, it was Andrew's turn, the only one who refused to admit his responsibility. He was found guilty of first and second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison plus 155 months. Finally, Braden, the last person involved in the incident, who had made a plea deal with the prosecution from the start, was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 242 years in prison. According to his official record, Braden will have his first chance to be released on May 28, 2035. However, his prison record shows he hasn't reformed, as he has received 71 disciplinary reports for disobedience, threatening others, using stimulants, drunkenness, possession of contraband tobacco, theft, and dangerous smuggling, among other reasons. Ultimately, the district attorney was satisfied with the case's outcome. Although Kisha had given up that option, she unsuccessfully tried to appeal her sentences. The undeniable fact at the conclusion of this story is that the lives of 2 wonderful people, Roger and Melissa Blummel, ended in a tragic and needless way. The tragedy began with the bitterness or guilt of a woman who lived a life of excess and gave her children up for adoption. She couldn't handle the fact that one of her descendants no longer wanted contact with her. This seemingly caused her to misdirect her anger towards the people who had lovingly cared for her children. Anthony reacted to the couple's love and care with resentment, envy, and violence. He turned to substance abuse and eventually committed 2 crimes. Kisha's younger daughter was placed in foster care. On the other hand, Christopher Blum overcame the loss, the pain, and with the support of his family, he lived a positive life. The case of Sylvia Likens. Sylvia Likens was born on January 3, 1949, in Lebanon, Indiana, to carnival workers Lester and Betty Likens. She was the third of 5 children, and her childhood was marked by frequent moves and financial hardship. Sylvia's siblings included 2 sets of twins, older twins Daniel and Diana, and younger twins Benny and Jenny. Jenny suffered from polio, which left her with a limp and weak legs, requiring her to wear a steel brace for support. Due to her parents' unstable marriage and nomadic lifestyle, Sylvia and Jenny often stayed with their grandmother, providing a safer and more stable environment. This arrangement allowed the girls to maintain a steady education despite the family's frequent travels. Sylvia began taking on responsibilities at a young age. She babysat, ran errands for neighbors and friends, and helped with household chores such as ironing. This allowed her to earn some money to buy things she wanted, and she often shared the money with her mother. Those who knew Sylvia described her as a friendly, confident, and charming girl with long, wavy, light brown hair that fell to her shoulders. Her friends affectionately called her Cookie. However, despite her outgoing personality, Sylvia was self-conscious about her smile because she had lost a front tooth due to a childhood accident while playing with one of her brothers. Sylvia often took Jenny to the local skating rink, where she would help her skate by holding her hand. In June 1965, Sylvia and Jenny lived with their parents in Indianapolis. However, their mother was arrested and jailed for theft in July. Their father, Lester, then arranged for his young daughters to stay with Gertrude Benizzi, a mother of 2 daughters, Paula and Stephanie, whom the Sylvia sisters had met at Arsenal Technical High School. Gertrude agreed to care for the girls as her own until Lester returned. After July 4th, Sylvia and Jenny moved into Gertrude's home at 3850 East New York Street. Meanwhile, their father, brother, and later their mother traveled to the East Coast for the festival. Gertrude would receive $20 a week to care for the sisters until November. At first, things seemed normal at Gertrude's house. Sylvia got along well with Stephanie, and they enjoyed activities such as singing along to pop songs and helping around the house. The Sylvia sisters regularly attended Sunday school with the other Benizzi children, and Sylvia was praised by the pastor for her kindness and respect. Problems arose, however, when Sylvia's father, Lester, began to pay Gertrude late, often a day or 2 after the due date. These delays frustrated Gertrude, leading her to abuse the sisters. She began to spank their bare bottoms with various objects, such as a 1/4-inch paddle, and curse them. As the late payments became more frequent, the abuse and beatings escalated. On one occasion, Paula reported that Sylvia and her sisters had eaten too much at church dinner. As a result, both girls were spanked about 15 times on the back with the paddle. This occurred just a month after they moved in with Gertrude's family in late August. Gertrude's behavior became increasingly abusive, with Sylvia as the primary target. It is possible that Gertrude's jealousy of Sylvia's youth and beauty contributed to her actions. Over time, the abuse became worse, with more frequent beatings. Sylvia was often starved. They were given only leftovers or spoiled food from the trash. On one occasion, she was falsely accused of stealing candy that she had actually bought. On another occasion, she was publicly humiliated when Sylvia told Stephanie and Jenny about a boyfriend she had in Long Beach, whom she had met while her family was living in California. She shared stories of her time with him, including one in which she snuggled under the covers with him. Gertrude asked Sylvia why she did that, and Sylvia shrugged and said she didn't know. A few days later, Gertrude brought up the subject again, this time making a sarcastic comment about Sylvia's growing belly and hinting that she might be pregnant. Sylvia thought Gertrude was joking and joked along. However, Gertrude continued to make things worse, repeatedly mentioning Sylvia's interactions with son and hinting that she was pregnant. The situation turned violent when Gertrude suddenly kicked Sylvia in the genitals. Gertrude's overweight and pregnant daughter, Paula, who was jealous of Sylvia's appearance, joined in the attack. She pulled Sylvia out of the chair and onto the kitchen floor, screaming that Sylvia didn't deserve to sit in the chair. In another incident, while the family was having dinner, Gertrude, Paula, and a neighbor boy, Randy Gordon Lepper, forced Sylvia to eat a hot dog filled with mustard, ketchup, and relish. As expected, Sylvia vomited, and they brutally forced her to swallow what she had vomited. Sylvia was so upset that she spread rumors at school, accusing Stephanie and Paula of prostitution. When a boy at school approached Stephanie with offers, saying that Sylvia was the one who spread the rumors, Stephanie confronted Sylvia when she got home. Sylvia confessed to being the one who spread the rumors. Then, in retaliation, Stephanie punched her very hard. Sylvia apologized and cried. Stephanie's 15-year-old boyfriend, Randolph Hubbard, found out about the incident and the rumors, and then violently assaulted Sylvia. He slapped her, slammed her head against the wall, and threw her to the floor. Stephanie's mother, Gertrude, also joined in, hitting Sylvia several times with a paddle. Daily life at Gertrude's house was a nightmare of increasingly violent episodes. On one occasion, Paula punched Sylvia in the face so hard that she broke her own wrist, concentrating her blows on Sylvia's mouth and eyes. Paula then used a brace on her arm to beat Sylvia even harder. The abuse the Sylvia sisters suffered was not limited to physical violence. Gertrude also abused them verbally and psychologically. On one occasion, she falsely accused Sylvia of being a slut and a prostitute, criticizing the immorality of prostitution and the degradation of women. Gertrude then forced her younger sister Jenny to beat her, threatening that if she refused, she would suffer the same abuse as Sylvia. The Sylvia sisters were abused not only by Gertrude's family, but also by Coy Hubbard and his classmates, who frequently visited Gertrude's home. They would verbally and physically abuse Sylvia, and often with the participation of Gertrude and her children. Neighborhood children also frequently beat Sylvia, using her as a punching bag in violent judo training sessions. They would burn her body, burn her skin with sticks, and cause severe injuries to her genitals. In one particularly humiliating incident, Sylvia was forced to strip in the living room and masturbate with a bottle. Gertrude would later tell everyone that this humiliating act was to show Jenny what kind of person her sister was. Over time, Gertrude banned Sylvia from school after she confessed to stealing a gym outfit from school. Sylvia had taken the outfit because Gertrude had not bought her clothes. As a result, Sylvia's education was disrupted and she was severely punished. Gertrude regularly beat her with a 7-inch police belt. The situation escalated when Gertrude changed the subject to premarital sex and then kicked Sylvia in the genitals. During this attack, Stephanie defended Sylvia, shouting, "She didn't do anything." Gertrude continued to torture her by burning Sylvia's fingertips with matches before continuing to beat her. A few days later, Gertrude used a police belt to beat Jenny several times. Jenny is said to have taken a tennis shoe from school to put on her stronger foot. As the torture and abuse worsened, Sylvia was not allowed to use the bathroom and was forced to wet the bed as punishment for her incontinence. On October 6, 1965, Gertrude took Sylvia to the basement, tied her up, and barely fed or watered her. She was often tied to the basement stair railing with her feet barely touching the ground. Gertrude's family would occasionally stop abusing Sylvia to watch their favorite television show. Sylvia's tragic ordeal even involved the neighborhood children, who paid 5 cents each to participate in her humiliation, beating, burning, and eventually mutilation during her captivity in the basement. Gertrude and her children bound and gagged Sylvia, then placed her in a bathtub filled with hot water and rubbed salt into her wounds. After this incident, the father of a neighbor boy named Michael John Monroe anonymously called the Arsenal School to report that a girl with sores all over her body was living at Gertrude's house. A school nurse came to Gertrude's house to investigate, as Sylvia had been absent from school for several days. However, Gertrude lied to the nurse, saying that Sylvia had run away the previous week and that she did not know where she was. Gertrude attributed Sylvia's sores to poor personal hygiene. Gertrude also claimed that Sylvia had been a negative influence on both her children and her sister. The school did not investigate further, neglecting to check on Sylvia's health or whereabouts. In mid-October, Gertrude's son, John Banaszewski Jr., played a cruel prank on Sylvia. He offered her a plate of soup, but quickly snatched it away when she tried to eat it with her hands. By this time, Sylvia was severely malnourished. Gertrude allowed Sylvia to sleep upstairs that night, but only if she did not wet the bed. Before going to bed, Sylvia secretly asked Jenny for a glass of water. The next morning, Gertrude discovered that Sylvia had accidentally wet the bed. To punish Sylvia, Gertrude forced her to masturbate again with a glass jar in front of Gertrude's children. Immediately afterwards, Gertrude yelled at Sylvia to go back to the kitchen. She then ordered Sylvia to strip. Gertrude told Sylvia, "You branded my daughter, now I will brand you." Using a hot needle, Gertrude began carving the words, "I am a prostitute and proud of it," into Sylvia's stomach. While Gertrude was still carving, she told 14-year-old Richard Hobbs to finish carving the words into Sylvia's skin. Meanwhile, Gertrude took Jenny to a nearby grocery store. Richard continued carving the words into Sylvia's stomach as she gritted her teeth and groaned in pain. Later, Richard and 10-year-old Shirley took Sylvia into the basement. They tried to burn the letter "Des" under Sylvia's left breast with an anchor bolt. The resulting deep burned scar looked like the number 3. That terrible night, Sylvia confided in her younger sister Jenny, saying that she was sure she would die from the unbearable abuse. The next day, Gertrude forced Sylvia to write a letter, the contents to fool her parents into thinking that Sylvia had run away from Gertrude's house. The letter was intended to falsely accuse a group of local boys of mistreating and harming Sylvia, claiming that she had initially consented to sexual intercourse with them. After the letter was written, Gertrude planned to have John Jr. and Jenny blindfold Sylvia, take her to a nearby wooded area called Jimmy Woods, and leave her for dead. However, this plan was not immediately carried out. Instead, Sylvia was tied to the railing of the basement stairs. Gertrude offered her biscuits, but Sylvia refused, offering to give them to the dog. Angered, Gertrude stuffed the biscuits into Sylvia's mouth, and she and her son John began to beat Sylvia savagely, aiming for her stomach. On October 26th, Sylvia's condition worsened. She had difficulty speaking and could no longer move her limbs properly. Gertrude took her into the kitchen, pressed her against the wall, and tried to feed her a donut and a glass of milk, but Sylvia was unable to hold the glass of milk properly. Gertrude became frustrated and assaulted Sylvia. After being thrown to the floor and returned to the basement, Sylvia became delirious, moaning and mumbling continuously. When Paula asked her to recite the alphabet, Sylvia could not read past the first 4 letters, indicating that her cognitive abilities were severely impaired. She was also unable to get up from the floor. That afternoon, a group of neighborhood tormentors gathered in the basement, and Sylvia attempted to identify them, waving her arms and shouting names. However, her efforts were hampered by her increasingly deteriorating physical and mental condition. After being repeatedly abused, Sylvia attempted to escape from the basement but collapsed from exhaustion before reaching the stairs. As a result, she faced severe punishment. Gertrude hit Sylvia hard on the head, knocking her unconscious, then stood there watching her for a while. At 5:30 p.m., Richard Hobbs arrived at Gertrude's house and went straight to the basement. There, he found Stephanie crying, holding Sylvia's weak and badly injured body. Her mother Gertrude instructed Stephanie to clean Sylvia, but Stephanie and Richard decided instead to bathe Sylvia with warm soapy water and dress her in clean clothes. After bathing, they placed Sylvia on a mattress in one of the bedrooms. In her final moments, Sylvia expressed her final wishes, to be with her father or at least taken home. After enduring severe punishment and weakened by lack of food, she eventually died from her injuries. When Stephanie discovered that Sylvia was no longer breathing, she attempted to revive her with artificial respiration. Meanwhile, Gertrude claimed that Sylvia had been faking her death. Initially, Gertrude beat Sylvia's body with a book. When Sylvia was found dead, Gertrude panicked and ordered Richard Hobbs to call the police from a nearby pay phone. When the police arrived at the address around 6:30 p.m., Gertrude led them to the bedroom, where they found Sylvia's badly beaten and mutilated body on a dirty mattress. Gertrude gave the police a letter that Sylvia had been forced to write. Gertrude claimed that she had cared for Sylvia for more than an hour before her death and had applied antiseptic to her wounds in an attempt to provide first aid. She told the police that Sylvia had run away with some teenagers earlier, but had returned that afternoon, topless and holding the note. Holding a Bible, Paula told everyone in the house that Sylvia's death was preordained. She then turned to Jenny and calmly said, "If you want to stay with us, we will treat you like one of our sisters." However, Jenny was urged to say something to the police before they arrived. Jenny recounted the events leading up to Sylvia's death at the request of Gertrude's family. Jenny then whispered to the police to take them away, and she told them everything. Jenny Lycan's official statement led to the arrest of Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John Jr. Banaszewski on suspicion of Sylvia's murder, just hours after her body was discovered. Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs were also arrested and charged with the same crime on the same day. Gertrude and Coy Hubbard's 3 older children were taken to a nearby juvenile detention center, while Gertrude and Richard Hobbs' younger children were detained at the Indianapolis Children's Home. All were held without bail until trial. Initially, Gertrude denied any involvement in Sylvia Lycan's death. However, within a day of her arrest, she admitted to knowing the children and admitted that her daughter, Paula, and Coy Hubbard had physically and mentally abused Sylvia. Gertrude also admitted to forcing Sylvia to sleep in the basement 3 times after she wet the bed. When asked about possible causes of Sylvia's incontinence, including emotional distress and kidney injury, Gertrude was evasive. Paula showed no remorse and signed a statement admitting to repeatedly hitting Sylvia. She also admitted to other acts of cruelty, such as pushing Sylvia down the basement stairs multiple times. John Jr. admitted to hitting Sylvia and frequently abusing her with his fists. He also confessed to burning Sylvia with matches on multiple occasions and said that his mother had burned Sylvia with cigarettes on multiple occasions. Sylvia Lycan's autopsy revealed severe and widespread injuries, with over 150 separate wounds throughout her body. She was severely malnourished at the time of her death. The injuries varied in location, type, severity, and stage of healing, and included burns, severe bruising, and significant damage to muscles and nerves. In addition, her vaginal cavity was swollen and nearly closed, and the autopsy found that her hymen was intact, refuting Gertrude's claim that Sylvia was 3 months pregnant and the allegations of prostitution and promiscuity. Sylvia Lycan's official cause of death was severe head trauma resulting in bleeding into the brain. The cause was a blow to the right side of her head. The doctor also noted that Sylvia's body had suffered severe damage from prolonged abuse of her skin and underlying tissues, as well as prolonged malnutrition. Sylvia's body was found and it was estimated that she had likely died within 8 hours of her discovery. An autopsy revealed that Sylvia had been recently bathed, possibly after her death, which could have affected the rate of loss of body temperature and the onset of rigor mortis. Gertrude Banaszewski, her children Paula and John, and two young neighbors, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs, were tried and convicted in May 1966 for the neglect, torture, and murder of Sylvia. After 8 hours of deliberations, the jury found Gertrude guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life in prison. She was paroled in 1985. Paula was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. She later appealed and was retried in 1971, where she pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 2 to 21 years in prison. She was released from prison in 1972. Hobbs, Hubbard, and John were convicted of manslaughter and spent less than 2 years in the Indiana House of Reform before being paroled on February 27, 1968. Indiana residents consider the torture and murder of Sylvia Likens to be the worst crime in the state's history. Sylvia died on October 26 in Indianapolis, Indiana, before her parents could return to pick her and her sister up in November. The sisters did not want to report the increasing abuse and neglect to family members or school, fearing that speaking out would only make things worse. Jenny, the younger sister, was threatened by Gertrude that she would be abused and tortured like her sister if she spoke up. Jenny was also bullied by neighborhood girls, who would taunt or attack her whenever she mentioned her sister's plight. Neighbors, including a middle-aged couple who lived nearby, saw signs that the girls were being abused, but no one dared to report it to the police. All those involved in Sylvia's torture and murder were sentenced to prison. Although some perpetrators do not serve full prison sentences, they will forever be haunted by the consequences and horror of their actions. The case of Kendra Hatcher. Kendra Hatcher was born on February 3, 1980, in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois, to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Colley. Her parents divorced, and her mother remarried Bruce Jamon. Kendra had 3 sisters, Jamie Kalman, Ashley Lipham, and Melissa Jameson, and 1 brother, Neil Hatcher. She grew up in Pleasant Plains and pursued her studies in dentistry there. Following her divorce in 2010, she relocated to Dallas and started working at Smile Zone Dental Studio. Kendra, who had a strong Christian faith, aimed to use her dental skills to help others. The clinic, for instance, offered free services to disadvantaged children. In her free time, Kendra taught Bible studies and took part in volunteer programs, which involved building churches abroad and offering free dental care to children in Ecuador. Her career quickly took off, and her solo life thrived. On May 24, 2015, Kendra started dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua. They met through a dating app, and from their first date, they became inseparable. Both shared similar values and interests and wanted the same things in life. Ricardo was completing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. Despite having been in a relationship for just a few months, he and his girlfriend were already talking about getting married. Unfortunately, a tragic incident in a parking lot claimed her life, ending all their future plans. Investigators who arrived at the massacre site assessed the crime scene and initially suggested a robbery, as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Beside her body, they discovered bullet fragments and a gun magazine. However, evidence from the shooting shifted the focus away from robbery. Kendra was shot twice. 1 bullet hit her back and another struck her head. The entry wound was at the top of her head, excident G through the chin, suggesting that Kendra had her hands raised behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed after the police obtaining CCTV footage, which helped reconstruct the events. The footage shows a black Jeep Grand Cherokee entering the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. Half an hour later, Kendra arrives home and parks in the same garage. A few minutes later, a man comes up to her, shoots her, and runs to the side, then jumps into the moving black Jeep. The videos were of poor quality and the crime scene couldn't be seen in them. The attackers couldn't be identified, but the vehicle was put on the wanted list. It was decided to release the images of the Jeep and the driver captured by the cameras to the media. The authorities asked the public for help, and that turned out to be effective. A man named Jose Luis Ortiz got in touch with the police. He reported that the car in the images was his, but made it clear that he wasn't involved in the shooting and wasn't drive. The vehicle. When questioned, Jose explained that on the morning of September 2nd, two of his friends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez, asked him to fix their car and requested to borrow his Jeep until the evening. Jose agreed. He mentioned that later that evening, Brenda called Jose to a restaurant. That same evening, Crystal drove the Jeep come back to Jose's house. Therefore, the man was quite surprised when he saw his Jeep in the news. When Jose saw his Jeep on a TV show, he asked Brenda about it. At first, she said it was a different Jeep on the screen. Then, Brenda mentioned that Crystal had been traveling for work, and she didn't know anything about it. Brenda advised Jose not to tell anyone and just repaint the Jeep. Brenda agreed to pay for the Jeep to be painted. Meanwhile, Jose was waiting for a decision on his U.S. citizenship and wanted to avoid any issues with the police. He understood that Brenda had tricked him, so he went back to the police department to testify. He police monitored all the Jeep's movements that day and identified the two young women whom Jose had mentioned. Brenda Delgado was the first person investigators questioned. She claimed she didn't know Kendra and had never seen her before. When asked about her whereabouts on September 2nd at 7:42 p.m., Brenda provided an alibi, stating that she was at a restaurant with Jose and even presented receipts for the dinner. This raised questions about why someone would keep dinner receipts for so long. Eventually, with detailed investigation, the concealed truth behind the crime was uncovered. The central figure in the investigation was Brenda. She was born into a modest family, Luis and Maria Alado, who immigrated to Dallas from Mexico. Her father worked in a factory. They settled in a low-income neighborhood in southeast Dallas, where Luis found a job in construction, and Maria worked at the U.S. Post Office and cleaned houses. Brenda was their second child and only daughter. She was an excellent student, well-liked by her teachers, and worked part-time at a flower shop and as a waitress. Brenda was very ambitious and dreamed of attending medical school, but unfortunately, her parents couldn't afford the high tuition fees. After graduating from Skyline High School in 2000, she continued to live with her parents while dreaming of a prosperous and beautiful life. To achieve her goals, Brenda worked diligently. She was employed as a dental assistant and also worked at a department in North Park Center. In 2012, Brenda met Ricardo Paniagua and fell in love with him. Their first date, a dream come true for her, was at a Jennifer Lopez concert. In November 2012, just 3 months after meeting, Brenda moved in with Ricardo at his home in Fitzhugh Urban Flats. Ricardo was equally captivated by Brenda and even made an effort to meet her parents. In 2013, she posted on Facebook for his birthday. Brenda later found out she was pregnant, but at Ricardo's urging, she ended the pregnancy, which left her heartbroken. A bit recovered from the decision, Brenda decided to focus on her career and her beloved Ricardo. In the fall of that year, she started attending Sanford. Initially, it appeared that Brenda had moved past the emotional impact of the breakup, but this wasn't true. Her reliance on Ricardo intensified. When Ricardo shared a photo online with his new partner Kendra, who resembled a model, Brenda might feel jealous. Investigators, after gathering details about Brenda and her life, concluded that she had a motive to remove her rival. Ricardo confirmed that Brenda was his ex-girlfriend. They had an on and off relationship from 2012 to 2015, the relationship ending a few months before Ricardo met Kendra. Ricardo believed that he and Brenda remained friends and didn't see any issues between Brenda and Kendra. After all, he had dated other women before meeting Kendra, so why would meeting her affect Brenda? Brenda believed she had come up with the perfect plan to win back her ex-boyfriend and eliminate Kendra from his life. She started by offering him support and showed interest in his relationship with Kendra. In reality, she was aware of all their future plans, and Ricardo mistakenly thought her interest was genuine. Unfortunately, men often misunderstand women and sometimes trust them blindly. Brenda had been plotting her own plan for months. She had opened Ricardo's mail and knew all his plans with Kendra, even when and where they had booked tickets. All of this was infuriating to Brenda. She wanted to get rid of Kendra Hatcher, sincerely believing that she had taken Kendra's place. Brenda transferred Ricardo's account to her phone to monitor him closely. Following Ricardo and Kendra became her main focus in life. She became obsessed with stalking them, eventually quitting her job to dedicate all her time to this pursuit. Over time, Brenda developed a sinister plan to kill Kendra, whom she despised. To carry out this plan, Brenda approached several acquaintances, offering them money to harm Kendra. A mutual acquaintance introduced her to Crystal Cortez, a 21-year-old single mother facing severe financial difficulties. For just $500, Crystal agreed to help her. Following Brenda's instructions, Crystal contacted Christopher Love, who agreed to carry out the crime. Crystal gave Christopher $500 from Brenda along with 2 types of illegal substances. Kendra was being followed by 2 women who wanted to learn her habits and daily schedule to choose the best time and place for their crime. On September 2, 2015, they used Jose's car. Crystal and Christopher waited for Kendra in the parking lot. They didn't follow her home from work because they were worried about getting stuck in traffic. That evening, they successfully carried out their plan. A few days after the crime, Crystal and Christopher were arrested. The suspects denied their guilt in being at the crime scene. However, things changed when Christopher was found with the gun that killed Kendra in the side compartment of the car. Crystal, on the other hand, was nervous and constantly confused in her testimony, giving different testimony about why the SUV appeared in various parts of the city. In the initial questioning, Crystal confessed to being the driver in the parking lot. However, she insisted that she was forced there by an armed carjacker who had entered her SUV and made her drive. Trying to appear innocent, she falsely stated that her son was with her in the car. This claim was later disproved as security cameras did not show any child present. During the interrogation, as more evidence emerged, Crystal altered her testimony and sought to negotiate with the investigators. She agreed to testify against Brenda in exchange for a reduced sentence. Crystal informed the police that Brenda wanted Kendra dead and that the crime was Brenda's idea. Crystal stated that within 2 weeks of meeting Brenda, they started planning the crime. The CE found out that Brenda wasn't just sad because her relationship with Ricardo had ended, she was obsessed and desperate to win him back. She pretended to be happy about being his loyal friend, but her life started falling apart. She began to resent Kendra, believing she had taken her place. According to Crystal, it was at this moment that Brenda decided she wanted to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. That's when a plan to commit the perfect crime hatched in Brenda Delgado's mind. During her testimony, Crystal explained how Brenda came up with the perfect crime and enlisted her help. Together, Brenda and Crystal started planning to kill Kendra. They met several times and came up with various plans. The initial idea was to inject Kendra with illegal drugs or sedatives and then dispose of her. Brenda knew she needed a trustworthy accomplice to avoid suspicion, so she began the search. They drove through the rundown neighborhoods and asked several people for assistance. This is how they met Christ. Ofer. He agreed to help and played a significant role in planning the details of the crime. The three of them decided together that the quickest way to kill her was to shoot her. During their collaboration, Crystal disclosed that September 2nd was intentionally selected. Brenda was aware that Kendra and Ricardo were planning a trip to Mexico, so they decided to eliminate her before the vacation. Brenda told Crystal she wanted the crime to appear as a failed robbery. Next, the criminals then selected the location for the murder. For days, they meticulously followed Kendra's movements, recording her every minute to ensure nothing altered for the chosen day. After her work hours, they tracked her path home and planned how to subtly access the apartment complex's secure parking garage. On September 1st, 2015, they conducted a final check. On the morning of the crime, Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Jose and then picked up Christopher. Brenda was dropped off at the library in Caro Bolton to create an alibi, while Crystal and Christopher headed to Kendra's apartment complex. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes before driving to Kendra's workplace. After failing to follow her due to traffic, they went back to the house to wait. When Kendra arrived home, Christopher, wearing gloves, got out of the car, approached her with a gun, and shot her as she exited her vehicle. Crystal mentioned that she didn't witness the shooting but heard it. After that, she drove Christopher home, picked up her son from his grandmother, and later met Brenda at Jose's house to give him the Jeep. As a result, Brenda's dream was fulfilled. She was free from her despised rival and only needed to wait for a message from her beloved Ricardo. Brenda felt delighted that she had executed the perfect crime. Crystal's honest confession and testimony against Brenda clearly proved Brenda's guilt, leading to a swift issuance of an arrest warrant. However, when police went to arrest her, Brenda was not at home. As a dual citizen, she escaped to Mexico. Following her escape, her role in arranging a contract killing was revealed, and she was added to the wanted list. On April 6, 2016, the FBI added Brenda to their list of most wanted fugitives, offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to her capture. She was the only woman on the list at that time and the 9th woman ever to be included. Just 2 days later, Mexican authorities arrested her in Torreon, Coahuila. She was extradited to the United States on October 6, under the condition that she would not face the death penalty. Once in the U.S., she was charged with capital murder in Texas, and her trial began in 2017. During the court hearing, the families of Kendra and Ricardo openly shared their feelings. Witnesses verified Brenda's harmful obsession with her ex-lover and her intentions. In court, Brenda's cousin Moses Martinez discussed his sister's depression following her breakup with Ricardo. He also disclosed that Brenda had offered him money to attack Kendra with a baseball bat, a proposal he declined. At the trial, Jennifer Escobar, Brenda's friend, testified that Brenda was obsessed with Ricardo. She recounted that Brenda would read all his emails and track his movements through his phone. Jennifer informed the jury that Brenda had a copy of his house key and access to his bank accounts. She also revealed that Brenda asked for her help to get rid of the hated Kendra, suggesting methods like injecting something lethal or using a bat to put her in a coma. Brenda offered Jennifer $2,000, a car, and illegal drugs in exchange for her help. Jennifer talked about this offer with her parents and decided to refuse it. It's odd that, when presented with the suggestion to harm or kill someone, but no one reported this threat to the police. Brenda's obsession was highlighted through evidence presented by several associates in court. It was found that Brenda had a motive to want Kendra dead, seeing H. or as a barrier to reuniting with Ricardo. Evidence revealed that Brenda's obsession grew significantly in the months before Kendra's death. During the hearing, an ATM withdrawal receipt for $500 was presented, which Brenda gave to Crystal as payment for her involvement. Christopher received a cash payment of $600. Cell phone records showed that Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher were together before the crime. Moreover, there were over 99 calls recorded between Brenda and Crystal from August 22nd to September 4th, demonstrating their constant communication to plan the murder of Kendra. The defendant's attorney attempted to place most of the blame on the actual perpetrators, but this strategy was unsuccessful. The defense claimed that Brenda was not present at the crime scene, offering an alibi and receipts showing she was at a restaurant when the crime occurred. Although Brenda did not plead guilty, the jury disagreed with her defense. Brenda was found guilty of murdering Kendra, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after just 30 minutes of deliberation. Christopher, who directly committed the murder, admitted his guilt and was sentenced to death. Crystal cooperated with the investigation and pleaded guilty, which resulted in her receiving a 35-year prison sentence with the possibility of parole. Kendra Hatcher's family expressed satisfaction with the court's decision and quietly left the courtroom after the verdict. On the other hand, the Delgado family never believed Brenda could be involved, as they knew her as a loving daughter and a woman with solid family values and Christian principles. In conclusion, the tragic case of Kendra Hatcher underscores the devastating consequences of unchecked jealousy and obsession. Brenda Delgado's relentless pursuit to reclaim her past love led to a senseless crime that ended a life full of promise. The investigation revealed the intricate and disturbing lengths to which Brenda went to orchestrate Kendra's murder, revealing a dark side that was hidden beneath a facade of normalcy. The verdict delivered justice for Kendra and her family, but it also serves as a stark reminder of the profound impact that personal vendettas can have when they spiral out of control.